push. The button has been pushed. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this special episode. We're kind of streaming this all over the place. This is going on my channel, Slamfire Radio's channel, Kyle's Twitch, Odyssey. Yeah, we're putting it everywhere because
I don't even know what most of those
we're all over the airwaves, people.
yeah.
I know what those
There
are.
was there's announcements today. Actually, there was an announcement yesterday. Was it yesterday?
It was yesterday.
Yesterday, they're like, there's something that's going to be happening in the coming days. And then today was the day. Which was,
like we got off the show, and then all of a sudden the post started coming out.
They were waiting for you guys to get off the show.
Yeah.
They didn't think we'd do a special
every
show.
time we get off the show, and then they announce something as soon as we're done.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we probably should never go off the air then. And nothing
No,
will
just
ever get back.
24/7.
24 stream. Yeah, that'd be great.
Talking.
24/7, yeah. So they banned a whole bunch of stuff. This is a list of about 300 different firearms that have been added in there. I'm just trying to pull up the full list, but the summarized list, maybe we can go through that first, just so we can start talking about that.
Sure.
You want me to read that while you pull up the full list?
Well, I do have the full list from Tracy's list pulled up here.
I've got both. Let's go over the summarized list, just because the full list is quite a bit long. We'll do the summarized list, and then we'll get to the full list kind of after that.
Yeah.
Because I think the summarized list will cover like most of them. Because like there's some of these things like AR 180 variants. Yeah, all of them.
All of them.
The original 180B, all the Canadian made variants, they're all in there.
Yeah, if you owned a gun
Except-
business building that.
There's one that
Basically,
isn't.
it's got a pistol grip.
There's one that isn't? And there's one that isn't yet.
Yeah.
Oh,
Correct.
which one is
Yeah,
it?
There's
So they
one
can-
that isn't
they
yet.
can add
The
it.
crypto isn't in there yet.
Crypto.
It doesn't
Yeah.
have an M14.
Oh, look at that. Fuck
It will be
them.
banned.
They
though.
were all bent
Yeah,
out.
it will be banned.
As
Yeah.
soon as
February.
they get us a version, that will be banned. So all the 180 variants. So when we say 180 variants, the WK 180C, Gen 1, 2, 3, every generation, 181,
MCXs.
the WS MCR, the Crusader, the R18 Mark II, all of them.
The Siberian.
Siberian, BCL, their 308 version, their 223 version, they're all in there.
308 just came out too.
Yep.
Nice.
PCCs,
Yeah, there's no such thing anymore.
all the fun ones at least. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything that I would have thought suitable for like IPSC PCC or 3-gun or something like that, they're all in there. So the FX9 High Point 995, not really suitable for any kind of competition here, but it was in there anyways.
It's a bunch of high
M&P
points in
FPC.
there.
This is the next list is the expensive pain list.
Oh, it's coming. Thureon
Oh.
Defense, they make a 9mm Suomi. There's a 9mm that they have. Ruger LC Carbine. I don't even think those are barely into country yet, and there's their band. Sub 2000, there are a pile of these things out there.
Oh yeah.
Kodiak K9s, yeah.
Those
Yeah.
just got started, didn't they? The
Yep,
Kodiak.
There are-
FPC is on there as well. And and then the Ravens, yeah.
The Ravens,
All
yeah.
The Raven,
all the
9mm,
Ruger carbines.
all the Raven. Yeah.
I love that they're suggesting, there's about 6,000 rifles that there's at least 6,000 sub 2000s in this country. At least just that gun.
Oh, this is tens and tens and
Tens of thousands. Oh, for
tens
sure.
of thousands. Like
Absolutely.
even if you looked at like the Type 81s, Bren 2s haven't been
I
around
think they're
long.
at
A lot
100,000
of them.
guys.
The
I think
Tavors?
I think they're in the hundreds, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's so many Tavors.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
GSG 15. Sorry,
We're getting there.
I'm
We're
getting
getting there.
list.
We're getting there.
Continue. Go.
All right,
All the
let's talk-
B&Ts, so like the B&T APC 9mm, their GMH, their 9mm, the 223 version, the 300, all of them are in there.
At $5,000
Yep.
pop.
Yeah.
They had some Beretta stuff in here. I don't know how much of the stuff was banned before though.
Most
I
of
thought
it.
The
Most
Storm
of it?
was already
The
banned.
Storm,
Already
the
banned.
RX4, a lot of that stuff was already banned. They just extra banned it, just in
Double banned.
case. Yeah.
Extra
Yeah.
banned.
I see in the comments some people asking about the SKS or SVT40. Those were not on this list. So the
Yes.
SKS, SVT40, and 1 Garand, all those things are not on this
And one
list. They're
carbine.
still
the Winchester
non-restricted.
1907 didn't make the list either. I'm very disappointed.
Mhm.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
Right? How'd they mess
Yeah.
that assault weapon?
That's the first assault weapon.
Right?
Yeah.
This one's kind of funny. GSG 16, GSG MP40, the GSG 15. Yeah, anything that kind of looks like a
And those, the ISSC ones as well. All of that
Yeah.
whole line as
and
well.
Mauser's got a version. There's a couple of different name brand. They're all variants of those, and all of those got banned.
My
Yep.
favorite bit of the press conference was when, I can't remember who he was, but the second gentleman that spoke, saying that the RCMP have a deep understanding of firearms and are technically able to figure out which ones are designed for military use and inappropriate for civilian hands, such as the GSG 15. That is a 22 for those of you that are not familiar with it. It is a plastic gun. It's all plastic.
Yeah. All the Tavors. So the X95, the IWI Tavor, the Tavor 7. Did you guys see the shotgun Tavor in there? I'm not sure that they had an FRT for it yet, so maybe that's why.
What's the model on that thing?
I'm not sure. The Tavor 21, TSR, SAR, X95, Tavor 7, they're all in there.
Yeah.
The Lockhart Raven is in there. So whether it's 5.56, 9mm, or whatever, it's all in there. ACR, I thought that one was already banned, but
no, ACR missed the last ban. They got the XCRs with the last one.
Got it.
Yeah, one of my buddies who has an ACR is very like.
Yeah.
So $6,000 gun is now worth nothing for the moment.
This is where I think there's going to be a huge volume of guns. Type 81s and Type 97s. Because the Type 97s have been around for like 10 years, and Type 81s have been around for whatever, 5, 6, 7.
There's tens of thousands of those alone.
Yeah. Like they're reasonably priced. They're reliable compared to the other non-restricted firearms we have in Canada. There's lots of these out there.
The T97 was like the first reasonably priced bullpup you could get here, and it was
especially that flat top one, right? That one was what everybody wanted.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
The M17S. That's okay.
That's an odd one. Have you ever shot one?
No.
Yes, it's terrible.
Oh, I have. So it's a 3-lug. It's an AR-180 bullpup. It's got the whole system in it and everything. I really liked it. But yeah, that's toast.
I wasn't a fan.
Yes, they did.
I almost bought one for fun, but I do wonder how many of those are in Canada anyway.
Not
I saw 12. Yeah, there was almost none. They were expensive.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Crusader arms. Yeah. So those are 180 variants. So those are all toast.
Yeah.
All the
Bren
brands.
2 MS.
No.
Whole line, folks.
That's a lot of $3,000 and $4,000 rifles. That. So when we were going through this list here, these are all now prohibited, which means they can't go to the range. You can't go hunting with them. They stay at home only. They're not like like for handguns when they prohibited them. They're like these are prohib, but you can take them to the range and back. These, no such luck. Can't take them to the range. Can't do anything like that.
Yeah.
Let's see.
How dare they? That's a really expensive bolt gun. Like
too cool, yeah.
They're semi-automatic, aren't they? The MDRs.
Oh, are the MDRs? Oh,
they have another one that's a bolt. Yeah,
I was semi-automatic bullpup.
You're right.
I was showing you guys one of these, the EAA Appeal. I had borrowed one of these. I couldn't get it running. It broke. I found out why the extractor had broken on it. This is a bullpup 22, and there's very few of them here. It's like $1,000. Remember this one we were looking at?
Yeah.
That one got named in here. It's not. It doesn't look like any other military gun, even close. It looks like a spacey plastic 22. Anyways, nailed.
Does it have a pistol grip though?
It's got a bullpup
thumb hole. Yeah. The Famae. I didn't know if any of these were that had still made it through or not.
I think there were still a couple in that lineage that were still legal. But gone.
Those are gone. PS90.
Shout out to my buddy Jack. Your PS90. I'm sorry.
Not only do you have to deal with the humiliation of it having a long barrel, but now it's also prohib.
And 550 magazines.
Oh boy. H&K. They had everything in there.
I was no lie. I was really close to feeling comfortable. I was thinking about selling a couple of things and getting myself the SL85. I wanted that thing forever, and I was like, things are looking up. Maybe I'll get myself. Nope.
And just like that, the government crushes your dreams.
Yeah,
probably
it's not the first time.
That would have been an expensive one. Keltec, oh boy. Everything. CMR, RDB, RFB, SU16, SU22, all of it. They're all in there.
There's a ton of those in Canada too.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Especially the SU.
RDBs, SU16s. The Chris Vector 22. I know the Chris Vector 9mm. I thought it got nailed.
Nope.
I'm not sure. about 22.
No,
Nope.
it wasn't banned before. It's banned now though. Like
it's
their
banned
their
now.
whole line, yeah.
The everything. Yep.
Yep. M10X, no big loss. That was a piece of
Yeah.
shit anyways.
Horrible
Yeah.
gun.
There were a lot of 1918 variants in here, like a lot of semi-auto copies of machine guns that were semi-auto only.
Yeah.
And they all went.
Yeah,
prohib.
there's a bunch of those in Canada actually. I've
There were-
run into a few of those things at the range. They're fun.
Yeah, I've seen a
Nice.
couple as well.
Robinson M96. I think this one made it through last time. So Robinson, when they were selling guns in Canada here, before they had the XCR, they had this one, the Expeditionary rifle.
Oh, that's the
Yeah.
Had kind of like a utility look to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then this isn't an important one, but the WA2000 was on the list. Sorry.
How many of those are there here? Like,
think there's 3
WA2000s?
total.
Like, yeah, I've only
Yeah.
ever heard of like one.
Yeah. Okay, we got some questions here. Someone's asking, no Henry Homesteader. Does the Henry Homesteader have an FRT number?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
We'll find out in just a
Not on the
second. So
list.
for the people on the line here, oh boy, I'm showing my age. Armalytics can be used to take a look at this kind of thing. So we can look for Homesteader. Is that the Henry Homesteader? NACO Henry. Okay, so that one wasn't in there, and those are still okay. But go ahead.
They're not
Justin.
done yet. They're not done yet, folks. Just because your gun isn't on this list does not mean you are safe. It is their intentions to drag this crap out over the next few months, and there are more bans coming.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you can't ban everything at once because
Well, then you lose all the benefit. Yeah.
It's like a cow. If you've got a cow and the cow's a good producer of milk and you really want a steak, maybe you get another cow. You don't kill the cow because you're not going to have any milk. And this is something they've been milking for since the 1930s. So they're going to keep milking this. That's why they didn't ban the. You can't ban everything all at once. What are you going to ban next time?
Let's see what else they've gotten here. Okay, so the GSG is like the Sturmgewehr STG44, which is like a 22 version. I know someone with those.
Yeah, made of plastic.
Astra Arms MG556. Never heard of it.
There's an engine.
Barrett Firearms 98. I'd imagine that would have been caught before, anyways, because
It was. Yeah.
Did you see the engine?
Benelli MR1. Okay, some guys were looking at those to use them for 3-gun and that kind of thing. That one got nailed.
Doesn't have a pistol grip, incidentally. That thing looks just like your standard hunting rifle.
Yeah, Lil Saint, the Smith & Wesson FPC is on the list. So,
sorry.
Yeah.
FPC's on the list. Banned. Some Chiappa stuff here. CBR9, CBR9R.
What's the
Chinese
CBR? Is that
service
the...
No, I thought it might be that 9mm M1 Carbine copy, but no, it wasn't. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I'm going to look that one up.
Crusader Arms, Bren 2, 91S. I haven't heard of that one before. Have you guys heard of the CZ91S?
No.
Say I have. Nope.
Oh, it's like a little
It's a
machine pistol looking
Scorpion.
thing.
Oh yeah, they
Oh,
got the rest of them right here. The whole Scorpion VZ61. That's too bad. That shouldn't have been banned. Screw them.
No. Well, I mean, there's lots of stuff on here.
Wow,
that
nothing
fit
should
that.
have been banned. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
But
Yes.
what's the D-Max
RPD?
auto pistol? Like, does that exist in Canada? Probably not.
I mean, all it needs is an FRT number. It doesn't have to exist in Canada beyond.
The FS2000, the earlier Space Gat,
Mm-hmm. The fish.
all the scars.
Fish Gat. All the scars.
What the hell, the D-Max thing? Oh, it's a Sten.
Oh,
It's a little
okay.
Sten. Fires grease gun mags, but it's
Well, that's.
long since discontinued.
I was gonna say.
Looks old.
Yeah, these Famaes were actually like pretty reliable and pretty decent for some of the guys that I saw that were running them. No such luck anymore. FX9.
Yeah.
All the FN stuff, the scars, the FNRs.
They've completely killed PCC. Like it's over. Hey?
Yeah.
We'll get to that in a minute. Yeah.
But yeah. I'm sorry.
I'm just throwing a link to the list, the full list, onto everything. Grand Power. What was the Grand Power stripe? I didn't have really good feelings with Grand Power, so I don't really look at a lot of their stuff anyways.
Yeah.
The hell is that?
Seems like a sub gun kind of. It's a sub gun kind of a thing.
Oh yeah, it's a little. Looks like a UMP.
Yeah.
Little blocky thing.
HKG 36, SL8, everything. UMP, USC, High Point, any of the
Only
carbines.
H&K.
The G36 is a feel for a couple of folks out there who spent thousands. Those were $10,000 guns plus. So
Ooh.
sending you lots of love, folks.
Somebody just
Yeah.
brought a bunch of them in cheaper than that. What, last year they were $7 grand?
Were they
So
consumables?
cheap.
Not those. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But better than 20 or whatever.
True.
The I Run Guns Chico. So this was their 180 that they were trying to have made and brought in.
Yeah.
The ISSC TXR22.
Oh, I know that one. I've seen that.
Oh, is that?
Oh, JR Carbines on the list as well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they got
All the-
everything.
Yeah, all the cool. I don't know what the TSXR is. Oh, it's the GSG 15. Okay, same thing. The Jards. Okay, so
Little Lamb
all the Jards, the J180 that they made for Canada and all the other ones. GR Carbine, their stuff. K&M Arms, that was at M17 we were talking about a little bit earlier. Keltec.
Everything.
All of them. Not the shotguns. The shotguns are still good.
Oh yeah, is the M1? This is accurate?
No, I didn't see the M19 on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if it's not on here, it will be.
Yeah.
But wait, there's more.
No, but I didn't see it on there. Maybe, yeah, I didn't see it. Kodiak, their K9, WK180, WK181, all of those. Chris Vector, all those. Bunch of 1917, 1918s.
Yeah.
Uh,
M2
Tech-
heavy barrel. Half
Oh,
scale.
I have 3 of those. Yeah. Mauser. Okay, so these aren't actually made by Mauser. None of these. These are all ISSC or GSG clones. So
Yeah.
they're just rebranding, right?
Yeah.
Same with the Anschutz at the top. It's not an Anschutz. It's this other one. Modiak. I know they were working on a couple of SETME prototypes that were pretty cool, but yeah, none of those. Nodak Spud. That was that one that I Run Guns was working on as well.
Those ever come in? They
No.
never were a thing, were they?
No, they never came in, but they won't now either. Bunch of Polish stuff. Type 97, Type 81, SA and SR. So both of those got nailed in there. I wasn't aware of the Prairie Gunworks Direwolf. That sounds like an AR variant, but PGW Direwolf. Oh, it might be a bolt action.
It's a 380 semi-auto.
Okay. It looks like it's not for sale anymore. So
What about that Rhineland Arms FG9? How much you want to bet that's an ancient gun?
oh, I thought that was a
Redland
new one that
Arms.
they were making. No. This is the new FG9 they were making. This
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, I wanted one of those.
yeah, that's too
It looked
bad.
like a lot of fun.
They were Rhodesian.
Rhodesian?
Submachine. Okay, yeah.
Well,
I
that
guess
country
one.
doesn't exist anymore.
Ruger LC Carbine, PC Carbine,
PC
and
Charger.
PC Charger.
Oh, that's the pistol,
Oh, the
right?
pistol.
Ooh, does that? Oh, wait,
PC Charger.
Not the 1022 Charger.
not the 1022
PC.
Charger. I was gonna say, if they ban that, does that mean we can just go full capacity magazines with the 1022 now?
Yeah, that's the Charger
No.
pistol. It just doesn't have a shoulder stock on it. It's got a stubby little barrel.
Mm.
Sask Sten. Okay. SBI Lynx, SBI, their 180s are
180s.
toast. They've stopped selling those already, I saw.
The GMX6 Lynx, which was already prohibited.
Already.
Extra
prohibited.
band, straight from
Mhm.
Yeah.
There's our FPC. Someone was asking
SG.
about.
Yep.
Spectre
SG540.
LTD WSMCR.
The BD3, what's that one? Sports System Dietrich.
I don't know. It sounds like
BD38.
22s and that kind of thing. Sterling Arms. International. There's the R18. That's a 180 variant. 10 Folio Appeal. Yeah, that's a 22 bullpup. That's wild. Some Taurus
Oh.
stuff.
The BD38 are replica MP 38s and 40s.
That's why.
Yeah, that'll be
Replica
GSG and
subguns.
ISSC and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Tippmann, some half scale M2 clones, the Suomi M31, and I think that's
More
all of
WKs.
them.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
all the big stuff.
Yep. That's all of them.
All the semi-auto
PCCs,
belt feeds.
belt feds. Yeah. So just to reiterate for anyone new coming on, the SKS is not on the list. The SVT40 and M1 Garand, they're not on the list.
M1 Carbine
They
didn't make
said
it.
they said they're going to watch them and add them at the next time. There's
Well,
going to
yeah,
be
they
another
got
list in
The
February.
200 other models that they've been looking at, but they haven't made a determination on yet.
Yeah, the determination to be made when they need another bump in attention and
Well, they said another band's coming in February.
of course, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
they pretty
polls
much
are,
said
polls
that
are
flat out.
still down. Looks like the public's in danger from the assault weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though I don't know if you guys.
mhm.
Yeah, no, never mind. It's fine.
What can you
just
do with
to-
these guns?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Keep 'em in your
Safe,
safe.
sit in your
You
safe.
stay at home. You have an amnesty, so you're not breaking the law because there's an amnesty until October 31st, 2025, which is after the next federal election can take.
Yeah.
So nothing.
And the next election will be so in danger. And oh man, if we'd only ban these things and seize them, and if you vote for us, we'll absolutely keep you safe from the assault weapons.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
going to be the angle for the next election.
Oh,
All
yeah.
of these will be on the street again if it like.
100%.
well,
this is just
it's not
a
gonna-
wedge
it's not
issue
gonna
to
work,
use
though.
against the conservatives.
Yeah, of course it is.
If you have one of these and you're indigenous and you want to use it for sustenance hunting, you still can, as long as
Yep.
it was
Careful.
non-restricted before.
Be careful. Yeah, but according to Ian, be careful.
Sure.
Be careful how. Don't shoot yourself with it.
Uh,
I mean, yeah.
apparently, I don't know. I don't know if you ever watched his video on that. Like, I probably wouldn't be the guy to test that out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you may be explaining it to the judge.
Yeah.
Would be my
Mhm.
suspicion. Just same as some of the other stuff that people are still out there shooting that's maybe-ish, maybe banned, maybe not.
Mhm.
So let's talk about some other news around this. So I don't know if you guys saw the one from from earlier today. They were talking in the SECU meeting. They're talking in French, and one of the things they were saying is that in Quebec, people will be going to people's doors to collect firearms.
That's a bad idea.
They said I don't think they really thought very much of it. I think they
No.
were just like talking big, to their Quebec audience.
They only
but,
said that in French, though. They definitely
only
did not
said
want to
in
give
French.
that an English
No.
soundbite.
It's always interesting to hear the things that they say in English and then the things in French. And sometimes they're the opposite things, or sometimes they just don't make any sense. So, yeah.
It's an interesting thing. So that's just one thing that came in. They mentioned that the buyback program for businesses is underway. They've been running a pilot.
Yeah, with 4 businesses.
said they
apparently
bought-
very successful.
They bought some guns from 4 businesses
Yeah,
And destroyed them.
And destroyed
Yeah.
them.
and he saw
So-
pictures of them destroyed.
Yeah.
So they can't say that they've collected 0 guns. It's
Yeah.
at least 10.
Yeah.
So much safer.
Yeah, they would not give an actual number for that.
So it's
But
between
4
0
businesses.
and between 1 and more.
But probably
Yeah.
not a lot.
Yeah.
And
Not a lot. No.
Not a lot.
We would have heard of it. That program is going to be open for all businesses in coming days. So if businesses need the cash and they got to get rid of the guns, they can. I know a lot of businesses have said, "Fuck no, we won't sell our guns for nothing." So
I was
that's
talking to one dude who had like well over $100,000 worth of inventory sitting there rotting though. So I mean, if you have a
Mhm.
business, I know what that's like. I ran small businesses. That would have done any of my businesses in if I had $100,000 in inventory that I just couldn't sell
Yeah.
that was worth $0. So I do not blame, like, lots of hate on CGN for businesses that are like selling stuff to the government, but don't be mad at the businesses, be mad at the government. This is their fault.
Yeah.
They said that some of these guns that they seized, now this is specific for the business ones. This isn't for ours yet, but this is for the businesses. They said some of those guns they might send to Ukraine because you see they're weapons of war. Yeah, they need to be used in a war theater.
And if you're now upset about your property being seized, businesses, you are actually pro-Russian and supporting Putin against the Ukrainians. So,
well, it kind
watch
of it ipso facto makes all the guns weapons of war because we're trying to donate them to Ukraine. Therefore, they're all weapons of war. Which I don't think Ukraine would actually take very many of these because most of Ukraine's almost all running 545 by 39 for a cartridge, and none of these. Now, I don't think any of these will be using 545. Maybe some like rear guard, like I don't know, truck drivers will get some Brens from Canada, and there's some Brens in 762 by 39 or 556 or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what they'll probably do. Is like the Brens would be of interest to them because CZ's been cranking those things out for them. And maybe some ARs for some like folks who might have access to NATO ammo, because like they do have NATO ammo that they've been sent, right? So maybe.
I don't think they would take any of them because ARs like Bren, it's a known quantity, and they can handle that in repair and that kind of thing. Rando ARs from Canada from like a variety of U.S. manufacturers and Canadian, they're not going to be able to use those.
God.
I think the only thing out of this list that they would realistically make use of is Brens. Even SKSs and that kind of thing. Like
no, they don't want.
I just had a thought. I just had a thought because they took the original list. You know what Ukraine said they could use? All the javelins and everything that was on that list.
Hey, you guys banned them, right? Don't you have like warehouses of them now? We'll take those.
Because they didn't say what they said they could use. They just said they looked at the list and yes, we can use some of this. Well, there was surface to air missiles and everything on there.
And RPGs and all kinds of stuff. You're right. Grenade launchers. I have a different tinfoil hat thing. I just like had another little moment. Maybe this is going to be what Justin uses to justify like the getting to 2%, right? If he confiscates all of the guns, you know, and donate, like, you know, we spent the money on. You know what I mean? Yeah.
A bunch of semi-auto only guns where they're like, hey, can we get some full autos? No, we don't have those.
I'm just hoping the GSGs, since they're weapons of war, I'm hoping
they
all get sent over there.
And all the 180s.
They're like, well, war's over, Russia.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want Ukraine to lose, but on the same token, they
don't want them to win.
Yeah, they want it done, and it would just be hilarious if they sent 180s to be. And the GSGs as weapons of war.
I started a thread on Gun Nuts about this whole thing, and somebody commented on the WKs. So I said, when the man in front of you breaks his op rod, you pick up the gun, then you're the man with the op rod. And then people kept going with the enemy at the gates thing that they do there. It's pretty funny thread. So at least we still have our sense of humor about all this stuff, because if you're not laughing, you're crying. So, which is where Tony is right now. He's crying in a corner, apparently.
No, I don't know if you guys remember, like we had one of these conversations in 2020, and it was doom and gloom because it was like, they're doing all this stuff. There's nothing we can do. We're just screwed. And to be honest, like right now, we kind of are, but we're kind of not.
Still got our guns.
Well, because the LPC are polling like terribly right now. At any moment. So
we're well on the way of a change in government.
Yeah. October is the latest that can happen. It might happen earlier, depending if the NDP think they could get some more seats or not. But in any case, fall next year, this all changes.
We're 8 months, 9
the
months
problem,
after the election.
The depressing part, honestly, like for me, like I generally try to be the optimist, and I actually am overall. The folks that I feel for right now are businesses, and anybody that is like business adjacent who had or has an interest in this. Like, understand that without semi-autos, without high volume shooting, like most gun stores are going to be in trouble. Like that like high volume ammo sales is a significant portion of most retail gun stores, like bottom line, right?
Yeah, and you hunters out there who are like, I don't care. If you don't care, your ammunition's about to get a lot more expensive, because if they're not ordering crates and crates of 9mm and 223 to go along with your box of whatever you order, your weird hunting caliber, your ammo's about to go way up in price.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, and there's some stores like RDSC, for example, that they focus on the tactical guns, and like these are all that I can't imagine how many hundreds of thousands of dollars of inventory they have that just got toasted here.
Yep.
Okay, back to the other announcements that they made. So the other thing that was weird, they announced like a whole, like they're announcing things every month, which is odd. But they're going to be announcing things every month. December, as planned. Yeah,
like it's
a drip. It's a slow drip.
Well,
December,
to stay relevant.
Yeah, December 13th, they're going to table regulations to ensure no firearm can come to Canada without being approved with the RCMP. I wasn't aware that this was even a thing. I thought
that's already a thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty
That's
sure for
already a thing.
CBSA to bring them in, there has to be an
Canadian
FRT.
manufacturers don't need an FRT, right? But to bring them in, you do.
Yeah, but they're talking about bringing these in.
But
they're talking about bringing these in. So you already have to have an FRT for this.
Yeah, it's the classic.
Sample and then wait.
Yeah, it is the classic. Hey, we're going to put something else in here that is already there.
Already a thing. Yeah. Speaking of things that are already a thing, January additional measures for intimate partner violence. You can already red flag someone. You can already be like, I'm scared of this person, and call it in, and the police will do something about it.
There's yellow flag laws coming now too.
Yeah, I heard them mention
they're going to be suspending our firearms licenses for whatever reason they imagine.
I thought yellow light's a slow down. It's not a stop. It's a slow down.
It's all stop with this government.
Less intimate partner violence, please. Not stop, just less. Yellow light, please.
Yes,
that's a joke.
I looked up the numbers on this stuff, and I couldn't find how many women, because this is a women's issue. That's how they state it. But you're about 100 women a year are murdered by their partners. About a third of those are with firearms, roughly. How many of those firearms are legally owned is a damn good question.
Yeah,
because I'd bet you a fair chunk of those aren't legally owned. So they're putting all this effort into a third, and that assumes, of course, that if the person involved did not have a firearm, the partner would have survived, despite the fact that it is only a quarter to one third of the murders. This is not an issue. This is stupid, but you have to do this. It's like during the May 2020 thing when they said that assault weapons are a particular threat to women, children, and our transgendered community.
They're not.
Well, no, of course not. It's ridiculous. So, it's mostly men.
Well, actually, that's a good point there, Dave. You're saying like, this is all under the auspices of assault style weapon, and this is actually a police built list. They said that the RCMP built this list based on the 2020 definition of assault style firearm, which
semi-auto.
The thing is, watching it, they just totally left out style. Most of the time, they just said assault weapons.
Assault weapons.
Yeah. They were not even trying to say assault style. They just went full out.
Yeah. Well, neither of them really mean anything. Like assault style was something that they made up. That is.
Well, I mean, they're talking rapid fire semi-auto.
Yeah.
All 5 rounds.
Define rapid fire and basically any semi-auto.
Dude, show me the gun. Show me the gun. I'll show you a rapid fire gun. If it's got a magazine, doesn't matter if it's semi-auto. I'll make it go fast. Like
show you guys running lever actions and bolt actions, and you'd think they're running a semi.
My mom can run a semi like nobody's business. A lever like it's a semi. It's bananas.
All you need to do is go check out one of the cowboy actions.
Yeah.
Okay, what else we got on the list? So February, they're going to put out another list, more stuff on it. They threatened to put the SKS on that one.
Yep.
Early March, they're going to look at putting in something about large capacity magazines. So we don't actually know what this is. It's surmised that the large capacity magazine is going to be any magazine that can have more than 5. We're just going to have the body chopped, which would include tube magazines.
Yeah, all of the tubes.
I imagine that's exactly what it is. Is just a wide ranging. Okay, no firearm, whether it's manual action or not.
Yeah, they said long gun. The verbiage they used before was long gun. We don't know if it's going to be semi-auto centerfire or rimfire, but they said long gun, all long guns.
Yeah, they're going to go after them all, and that'll ruin the cowboy action market. That'll ruin anybody with a large capacity bolt gun or a shotgun with pump action.
It brings more people into the fight and pisses off more people. They're getting into territory where there's a lot more people that are going to be getting pissed off and encroached on.
This is getting into the C21 stuff that was starting to really annoy people who aren't like competition shooters.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, as soon as you ask people to, hey, your lever action 30-30, you have to chop the tube on it so it can't hold more than 5.
Yeah, and
do something about that springy follower thing that's got to go in there. And your 22, your bolt action 22, your Kui that has a tube, you have to chop that one too.
Yeah,
it's going to change some people.
I draw the line. I will not be chopping the tube on my SBL. No, won't happen.
I mean, like there's a timing thing in here, right? I bet you there's gonna be some sort of timing thing for magazines, and as long as it's October, I don't know that you have to do anything.
Oh no.
Yeah,
well,
they're making a new panel to look at the classifications of firearms. They've made panels before.
Yeah,
they've made not consultations. They've done consultations in the past before as well. They generally ignore the expert stuff and just do whatever.
Well, did you? I don't know if you guys caught that during the conversation. They did involve a single Indigenous person. So all of you Indigenous folks, it's all good. They got you covered. They found someone.
Representation.
You got your representation. Fuck you too. Like.
Yeah, they've been very specific in how they've handled that and hunters. So they get around it in two ways. One is they say none of these guns are used for hunting.
Lies.
Even if they are, no, none of these are used for hunting. And they also ignore the sport shooting, like the fact that hey, sport shooting is a recognized use of firearms. Like no, none of these are used for hunting. Therefore, you can't have
on that sport shooting. And I feel for Taylor and the rest of the team that are training for PCC Worlds, or were training for PCC Worlds in, I think it's March that they're supposed to be going to that. Everything that they're going to use is
unless they can
done.
borrow something.
So now, even on the world stage, we were sending a team, for legitimate purposes. That's a world competition that could very well end up being. It's the next best thing to Olympics,
So interesting note on that. In the 1990s, when they banned all of the guns previously with pistol grips, they banned the AR-15s. The AR-15 was non-restricted, and then they introduced the restricted classification to deal with the AR and M1 carbines. Frankly,
they prohibited it first, and then there was upset about that, and then they restricted it so that it could be used for competition.
Hold on, that's not the way it worked. So it was nothing, because there was no. My understanding is there was no restricted classification, and then they put restricted in. But then they brought the PAL system in. So the liberals at the time said, now that we have a licensing system, we don't need these restrictions, because you're vetting the people that can have these guns. We're good to go. And then in the 90s, and then they restricted them again. And then in the 90s, they prohibited them along with everybody else. And the DCRA, the Dominion Canada Rifle Association, kicked a big fuss up, because that's what people were using for service rifle shooting at the national level.
Right. That's
so the government then moved them back to restricted. I have friends that have they've had AR-15s for 60 years. So they have all the registration certificates. It's funny. So the government of the time, the liberals, literally said, this is a recognized sporting firearm. Literally said it, because they put it back to restricted. And then up until May 2020, we could use them for sport shooting, because that's what the government said they were good for. To now say you can't possess these guns for sport shooting when you have allowed them in the country for 60 years for sport shooting is ridiculous. But that's that bullshit weasel wording that, in the opinion of
in their opinion, it's just got no practical use in sporting. Well,
in their opinion.
And opinions can't be wrong.
With this, they had essentially killed 3-gun before. This just completes.
Oh yeah, no, they double tapped 3-gun now. Although I will say, anybody that I suspect that it will be 2-gun now, and it will be a lot of people running around with those little housings for pistols. And everybody is going to spend the next year getting very good with a semi-auto shotgun tube fed. That's our future, folks. There's a reason that I've been focused on my semi-auto shotgun for a while. This was coming.
So
I wouldn't count the semi-auto shotgun.
There's really going to be two things that people will do.
Go ahead.
Mag-fed bolt gun.
For 3-gun, people will use clipazine. So they'll use SKS, M1 Garands, bolt action, Ruger Americans, the Mossberg. What was their
MVP?
What's the Mossberg one?
Yeah, the MVP.
MVP. Yeah, they can use those. We can also do rimfire. Sucks, but whatever. But we can do that.
I call that 3-gun hanging on a thread. That's not 3-gun. That's trying to keep some resemblance of 3-gun, even with the crap that's been out for the last few years since 2020, when when that stuff went down, it's been kind of trying to survive. Now it's hanging on a thread, just trying to scrape up whatever you can to at least go out and shoot. Like the sport is dead.
And a lot of people don't have pistols anymore, so they're
and nobody can get new pistols, right?
And you can't get new ones.
So we'd handled that. We're PCC shotgun, right?
Yeah.
Like we had a way of doing that, but so 3-gun will hang on, not very well, but 3-gun will hang on. IPSC PCC
done.
I don't see how. I don't really see. What are they all going to get, like Henry Homesteaders, and that's going to work?
Everybody's running a Homesteader. That's it.
Yeah, that'll work for 2 months.
Or the Ronies.
They're out.
Yeah.
The chassis for the pistols.
Sure. Okay. Well, that's a better option. Yeah.
Actually, that was interesting. Like Lena Michalik ran one of those at PCC Nationals this year.
Really?
Oh yeah.
That's fun.
Okay. Well, that's a
it was rather interesting.
Your confidence, yeah.
I mean, it's Lena Michalik, so okay, cool.
She could run anything good. Yeah.
People are going to run those for a while. I might have to buy myself one now, but
it's going to be hard for CQC or a CQC because we were already sort of this year because everybody lost their AR-15s, and that's what everybody used. Like everybody had a couple Tavors out before May 2020, but it was like 90% of the guns were ARs, maybe more. Same with service rifle. And then when we ran CQC last year and this year, a lot of PCCs, Brens, no SKSs because they're just awful guns. But a lot of that sort of stuff. A lot of WKs, tons of WKs. Same with service rifles, WKs, Brens. Like most of the guns people ran service rifle last year and CQC this year, done. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how many of these guys are going to go buy new guns that, like,
what would you
people
get?
Are out of money.
What would you get?
There's nothing to get.
No, and there's no, there's no money in even creating a new thing because the government's happy and willing to say screw you. Now, all right. One point that Kyle had made. My argument for why I don't think most shotguns are on the chopping block is you can't make the argument that they're assault rifles. You can call like a Benelli M4 an assault weapon, sure, but most semi-auto shotguns are still not. They still don't have pistol gripes. They have 2 bed magazines. They do not have a detachable box style magazine, regardless of them being semi-auto. And because there are still lots of actual applicable hunting practices that people do on the goddamn daily with semi-auto shotguns, I think that they're probably more safe than not. There's a reason that one of the only guns I own when I go to the United States and keep down there is a semi-auto shotgun because it is legal in every single state. Mm-hmm. And I suspect that will be true for us as well here. And like, don't get me wrong, like obviously I'm shocked that the Benelli didn't end up on that list because they were gunning for it pretty hard. But the M4.
Oh, well,
I didn't see any shotguns on there.
I didn't either. No. And but that doesn't mean that they won't be. I'm just saying that, like, don't get me wrong. I mean, they're still saying there's like 200 or 300 other guns that they're looking at. So almost certainly they're looking at some.
And that's just it. Like, I'm looking at this list and I'm actually intrigued on what these other 200 guns, because I don't know how much else is out there that they could really take. And my thing on, like, don't count out the semi-auto shotguns. You don't need the semi, and this is going to be their argument. They don't need a semi to shoot. You only have 3 rounds, so pump action is just fine. They also said rapid fire semi-auto, which, as we've already established, is with a skilled person or even anybody, because you don't have to aim to shoot fast.
It's true, but somebody said Benelli is
there is a Benelli on the list, and it's the
MR1. Yeah, that's a rifle.
Yeah.
But the one thing that I think my sticking point will be that they don't have detachable box style magazines, which means even by their own ridiculous definition, they don't meet the true and honest definition of assault style rifle. It doesn't have a detachable box style magazine. It isn't easily or quickly reloaded unless you're practiced, right? So.
An awful lot of the semi-auto shot. A lot of the box mag semi-auto shotguns got prohibited in the May 2020 because
pretty much all the box mag
There's still some bullpup.
Oh, was the Typhoon on this list? The that bullpup?
No, that was the Typhoon
last one.
Oh, it did go last time. Okay.
Yeah, the FD12 didn't get banned this time.
Yeah, that was the one I was wondering
about. Ooh, I still have a shotgun that's not prohib. Still, I'm good. So I still got my FD12.
Oh, the bullpup one, right?
That bullpup one, yeah. I don't know how they missed that.
It's my skeet gun.
It's not very good.
Do you have the 14-round extended mag? I sold mine, but I had a 14-round mag for like the AAS something, whatever it was.
Oh, did you? No.
Yeah, it was stupid. The mag was longer than the gun. It was the dumbest thing. So it was great.
Big shotgun.
So we talked a little bit about competitions: 3-gun, service rifle, IPSC, PCC. What about the impact to businesses? We talked about RDSC, like that's a big part of their business.
This one's gonna
Crusader.
This one's gonna hurt. This one's gonna hurt. Like we said, there's not much left on the market for semi-autos. Like there's not much there. So I mean,
those manufacturers that just
PRS
with guns,
rimfire PRS, those sports should thrive now. That's basically what you got left.
Yeah.
Yeah. And good news for people. If you happen to have a Grand, an M1 Carbine, an SVT40, any of that, that thing just went up, like way up.
Oh yeah.
I was mentioning in a group chat here that there's like we were talking about the 6000s. There's way more of that in SKSs, which will probably be next round or very close. But those probably just jumped over $2,000 for an SKS.
I was gonna say I've got lots of SKSs. I'm selling them for $3,000 a pop. Feel free to get in touch with me. Happy to fund.
Wait. No.
Wait, no, sorry, no. I'm kidding. That's a joke. That is only a joke. I forgot we're broadcasting. I'm actually not selling anything. I refuse to sell guns. But no, I won't sell those. But that has been my ongoing joke for a while, that I'm charging an exorbitant amount of money for my SKS. So.
Get me banned, man.
I'm kidding. Sorry, I forgot.
Dustin, you're joking about that now, but give it a year.
I know.
Yeah, give it till October.
No, you know what? I haven't sold them up until now because I bought that crate of them a million years ago, and I've just watched their value go up and up. So I make that joke every time a gun ban happens. I'm like, oh, these $100 guns are worth $1,000 now. Oh, they're worth $2,000 now.
Yeah, I've told the wife I have investments.
Yeah.
Well, it gets banned and then it's $0.
Red rifles.
that has legitimately actually been heartbreaking for me because I'm in my mid-30s. I have been obsessed with this market since before I could buy guns, and Canada's gun market was so stable for so long, and it was a thing I paid a lot of attention to. I put legitimately a lot of my money into these things, knowing that I'm not emotionally attached to most of them. Most of them were like, yeah, if I need money, I can sell this, but if I get it for a good deal, I'll buy it for a good deal. Yep. And it is heartbreaking now just being in a place where okay, the film industry's been in a terrible spot. I not pulling in the kind of money. It would be really nice if I could cash in some of those investments and float on that, but no, can't do that.
I know a guy who has 500 handguns. Okay, 500 handguns, and most of them are not cheap, crappy little handguns. This guy likes handguns. He also has a massive collection of semi-automatics, all of which are now prohibited, and he has a ridiculous number of machine guns and assault rifles, like actual real stuff. He's an old dude. But that guy's probably got $1 million plus worth of firearms, all of which are now worth $0.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, I think I know somebody that's the exact same position. Yeah.
I wish I had the means to have a facility, because I do have the business license. I just don't have the means to have a facility to take folks because the other thing that's upsetting is anybody who's trying to leave the country right now, and there are guns that are getting destroyed essentially because people can't do anything with them, right? If you need to leave the country, what do you do with a handgun that you can't sell? What do you do with a now banned semi-auto that you can't sell?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting some more questions about Type 81s and that kind of thing. And
on the list.
I think one of the things. So refer to the list that we shared earlier. But then the other thing to look at is Armalytics, and take a look at how your gun is in there. Because if it's got a different name, a slightly different name or something like that, but it's in here as that gun, you're hooped. So the Type 81, for example, let's just see how that one is listed here. Type 81 machine gun, Type 81, Type 81 SA, SR, Type 81S. I think this is just going to include all of them.
Yeah.
That one's prohib already. That one's prohib already. SA and SR are the only ones that are in here as non-restricted. So that I would take that to read that any of the Type 81s that are coming in, that's how they define them, as SA and or SR, and they're all now prohib. And this is not updated yet, so keep in mind this is not updated yet. This is coming off of the RCMP FRT, and they can take a week or two to update their thing.
You can open that, and it should give you a breakdown of the different models included under that FRT number, right?
Yeah.
So you can expand that even further. For your exact one, because like under one listing there will be a bunch of different like sub species of it.
Yeah. Oh, there's a 30-shot one.
Oh, there was just
75.
75.
Yeah. No.
I agree with this sentiment. ATF, Port Crusader Arms, and every other firearms company that has spent time developing anything for this market. There's a reason. I had an opportunity several years ago to utilize my engineering degree with a buddy and be involved in that, and I knew better. I feel bad for anybody in Canada developing guns for this market.
And the issue with that is those Canadian companies are literally, sorry, Adrian, 1 second. When they design something for the Canadian market, it's literally only for the Canadian market because there is no need for it in the States because they have AR-15, so they don't really want anything else. So you spend $1 million bucks machining and setting up your stuff, building an assembly line, millions probably, but say $1 million bucks, whatever. Millions. Yeah, a couple $1 million bucks. That is money down the toilet. It's just gone. And there's a couple of them like BCL. They just brought out that AR-180 in 308. Not that I like the companies for you guys, but still. You know,
so
and if
let's name names. Who's gonna be like BCL? They're gonna be hurt by this. Kodiak. I don't think they have any business other than the stuff that got banned.
Crusader Arms.
Crusader Arms. Spectre Ballistics had a portion of their business. They're mainly going towards 1022 stuff. So they're probably going to be like okay from this.
Yeah. BCL I think has some government and LEO contracts, so they might like limp along for a year.
I bet they have a lot fewer than they actually say they do. Because if I was in government or LEO, there's no way in hell I'd be touching their stuff when I could get AR stuff.
Fair.
Yeah, Mike was asking about the crypto. It doesn't have an FRT, so it didn't get the ban hammer because it doesn't have an FRT.
In essence, don't know about it yet.
Yeah, it's going to be toast.
The RCMP bought one, didn't they? Somebody was saying they bought one. Check it out.
I'm pretty sure they got one.
Yeah. Well, I thought the distributor had sent. Remember, we had covered this a while ago. That the distributor had actually sent the crypto to the lab, so that could be one of the 200 that they just haven't made a decision on yet.
Once those votes start going down, that decision will be made.
Yeah.
Sense it.
Yeah,
Raven,
Lockhart, RDSC,
Sterling,
Tactical, Sterling, yes, Sterling Arms, yep.
Oh, and they were just about to bring in new guns too.
Yeah, they just released their new PCC.
Yeah, and they had a new run of
well, the Mark III
RK-18s coming in.
Yeah, I believe that was the Mark III that's on the list.
Yep. I don't. Are those aren't here yet? Are they? They were just coming in.
This was a good point. I'm just get replacement parts for everything you own. If you want to support firearms businesses right now, that's probably the way to do it.
Yeah.
Anyway, like buy parts for everything. Those folks are going to be hurting.
Yeah. Do we have a link to the list? Let's get another link up there. I just don't have mine handy.
Here, I got a link to.
I know somebody who actually
I'll put the simplified list up again just because I know lots of people are on here. So there's the simplified list.
And I'm going to put a link to
the full list.
It's spam.
To Tracy's.
Thanks. YouTube denied my list.
Oh.
Yeah, CCFR has a PDF file.
I know a couple people that just bought like thousands and thousands and thousands of rounds of 223 and 9mm for competition shooting, and I know
it's going to last them a long time.
Well, yeah, out of their bolt guns and out of their handguns. So
I was gonna say that's the silver lining for me in all this. Is like, oh, I guess I'm gonna be doing a lot less shooting for the next little bit. Save some of that money.
Like me, when you had to pin all your mags from 30s, we used to go out and just blow off 30 round mags of 5.56 and 22 and 7.62 39, and then it's 5 rounds. I'm like, wow, this is much cheaper.
It is
Thanks,
so.
liberals.
The last time I went to the range to do some like testing with my mags and my lovely business license, that 5-round capacity really does limit some of the cost variability of shooting. Hey.
Yep.
So, what are you guys gonna? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Kyle.
I was gonna say, like Mike saying, make IPSC shotgun great in Canada. Well, we were trying to make it something before, and well, maybe this is the extra push because they had some good drive for the PCCs that was getting traction. Yeah, maybe IPSC shotgun. You got Worlds coming back up in 2026. It's probably, besides pistol for IPSC, yeah, that's probably your next best bet is IPSC shotgun.
Yeah.
So you guys are involved in competition shooting. What firearm changes are you going to make? Dave, what are you going to run in service rifle? Do you have anything that can work in service rifle?
I have a Ruger American.
You got a 303 as well, right?
I got my 303. Yeah, I could shoot that at $3 a shot.
You're gonna have to reload.
Yeah, like this is a problem for service, like huge. We're trying to get NSCC going again, and service rifle going big time for next year. But we like all the guns that people are running right now, pretty much WKs, Tavors, BCLs, Brens. So I sent a bolt gun with a of some sort or a straight pull. A bunch of guys had Victory Ridge out of Barrie had their straight pulls. There aren't that many bolt guns that would be appropriate for service rifle because you shoot off the mag or you shoot off your elbows, your choice, but it has to be unsupported. So I don't know. I mean, Ruger Americans, the MVPs.
Ruger Americans, the Ruger Americans, the MVPs. I think those are the way to go. Or an M1 Garand would be great.
Yeah, Garand would work. You have to shoot off your elbows though. That's the problem. So resting off your mag is far more accurate. But I mean, realistically,
that's cheating anyways.
Realistically, shut up. Modern shooting. Realistically, the British run bolt gun service rifle, but they also don't have mag limits, so they can run 30 rounders in there, whatever the hell mag, and they can run AR-15s just with a gas block in them, as long as it's not semi-auto. So yeah, I guess
Justin?
we'll have to run service rifle like that. And CQC, I don't know what we'll do.
You're muted.
You're
Justin.
muted.
I am literally in the process of buying one of the Glock micro conversion kits for one of my Glock 17s, and I'm not kidding. I'm going to do it right now before everybody else beats me to it. They're on sale right now on Tenda, so screw you all. I'm buying one right now. But that is going to be the only change. My Versamax didn't get banned yet, so assuming it doesn't happen before February, I should be okay. And my SIG 320 is already banned, so bite me, Trudeau. Not you guys, just Trudeau. Trudeau sucks. Yeah, there we go. So I'm being irresponsible. I shouldn't spend this money right now, but I'm gonna.
But you gotta
spend the money.
Yeah,
You're not gonna get any argument. Should I spend money on gun stuff? Yeah.
No, I just wish I could pay for it with PayPal. But yeah, no, that's my plan. I'm just gonna go Glock conversion. My PCC ran Glock mags anyways, so it's just I just got to work on a smaller platform and just deal with not being quite as accurate because it's a handgun.
Yeah.
Kyle, would you be able to post a link to the list on our Facebook page? People keep asking where's the list. Let's just keep pointing them to the Slamfire Facebook page.
Yeah,
that'll be easier for people as they come in and come out.
Yeah, and it'll just be a link to Tracy Wilson's post.
Yeah, that'll work. So anyone joining, we can just say they can find it there for the full list. I have a couple choices. I was actually going into this. RDSC had put up a post that all semi-autos are going to get banned. That didn't turn out to be true. But I was thinking, okay, what would I do if all PCC or if all semi-autos are banned? Well, I'd probably use my straight pull 300 blackout. I can reload it to cheap enough. I don't really have another one that would be viable outside of that. But given that the SKS and M1 Garand were exempted, my M1 Garand is probably what I would run. I have lots of cheap 308 for that. My SKS would be like a distant second behind it.
Yeah, that's the backup, right?
I suppose I have an SVT40, but I really don't like running it. It's not super reliable, and it's
unpleasant to shoot.
Really great for this kind of thing.
Awful to clean too.
Yeah.
Aside from that, I might do something silly like get a Savage, maybe
Rascal.
like a heavy barrel 308, and then get a big bad mag for it, like a 10 or a 20 rounder, and that's. But I really don't like rapid firing a bolt action. It just feels like the dumbest thing in the world. So I don't know. I don't know if I would do that kind of thing. I'd probably run my M1 Garand right now is the clear winner in terms of all the guns that I could, and I have run it in 3-gun, so it is it's fun to shoot. The steel case 308 is cheap. I think I'd keep running that.
Tony's laughing at us all because he's got his pump action. So
his PAR.
Yeah,
I don't know. That looks kind of military style.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's rapid fire.
Well, I mean, eventually you wind up with Australia, right? Where you can't have pump guns, you can't have anything with a pistol grip, even
that's where
actions. So
that's where I think they were going with the rapid fire. Like, it's not an accident, because that's exactly how they define it in the UK and in Australia. Any rapid fire gun is considered semi-auto style, and therefore prohibited as a semi-auto style firearm. Yes, because you can shoot a rapid fire.
I'm going to go into my race style car and go run the F1 with it.
Right. This is like what they're doing now is the equivalent of banning every goddamn Honda Civic that's got a spoiler on it because it's a race car.
Yeah. Like Ian's got a funny quote around the style thing. Is like, if something says style, there's none of it in it.
It's not.
You get beef, like beef style noodles. Hamburger. There's no beef in it.
Yeah.
So if you get an assault style firearm, there's no assault in it. It's not what it's.
So MJ, I just posted a link to Tracy's post on the Slamfire Radio Facebook page.
Yeah, so go to the Slamfire Radio Facebook page. If we could pin a comment in YouTube, I suppose that would do it too, but I can't be bothered, and yeah, we have a Facebook. There's some people saying it's the end game. This isn't okay. No, this is fine. This is fine. I was hoping they would do more. I'm an accelerationist. I think the more they would do, the more they would piss people off, and there's a potential that it would do a couple things. One, there are some voters. So like in Alberta here, like they're not going to get any votes anyways. So if they piss us off, it doesn't really matter. But there are plenty of gun owners that are in other provinces that maybe kind of hold their nose and vote Liberal because they align with their other interests. And I think the more dumb things they ban, the better, because it will change those voters' minds, and it will say, wait a minute, well, I mean, I like the Liberals for these reasons, but geez, they banned my WK-180 that I like to use for plinking or coyote hunting or whatever, right? And they said it's not for hunting, but that's all I use it for. I have a friend of mine who hunts with a WK-180, and
no more.
So that's one of the things that I think will happen. The other is the more they screw up the firearms law in Canada, the more reasonable it is that what the Conservatives, when they come back into power, will say, you know what, this is too big of a mess. We're just going to wipe it all out and fix it. We're going to fix it. Simplified classification. Okay, if it's got this long a barrel and it's semi-automatic, it's non-restricted. If it's got this long a barrel, it's restricted. If it's got this long a barrel or it's full auto, it's prohibited. Fantastic. That would be so much easier. I want that.
I have been making that argument, and that truly, so like if everybody needs the light at the end of the tunnel, we know that Trudeau is not going to last, right? We know that with almost certainty. And the reality is that they have broken this stupid crappy machine, because the Firearms Act has been a crappy machine for a long time, poorly written, poorly designed, and barely functional at the best of times. And now they've taken all of the logic, any reason, any kind of logic that you could apply, thrown it right out the window in the name of like political benefit to them, which means there is no other answer than to rip the thing down, build it back from the studs, And because it's going to be the conservatives that do that, and it's going to be the conservatives guided by people who have just been dealing with like the last half decade of the liberals beating on us over and over with this. They'll give us a simplified classification system. They'll probably delete the ability to shift guns one way or the other using OIC. You delete that ability, like legislatively, and force it so that any change to any firearm classification requires legislative oversight. That's huge. That means any gun ban that they want to do in the future, anyone, doesn't matter who the government is, it takes a year minimum. And that's if they're going at light speed. And that's what we really, really need for the future, because we truly do not have the same sort of benefits that that our brethren in the States do. So like, I think that the light at the end of the tunnel is, yeah, break it more, because you guys aren't going to take a single goddamn thing from any of us. Not one gun is going to leave the possessions, like private hand possession, before the next election. That's not happening. So yeah, let's break the machine some more. Let's see how many people you can really piss off, and see, like, I know my MP, the like liberal MP, Terry Beach, shout out North Burnaby. Yeah, you're not getting elected again, just so you know. And he already knows that. The last time I had a conversation, he's like, man, I have not had so many people during door knocking talk to me about this issue. I'm like, yeah, well, I wonder if that's because...
Take a clue.
Yeah, you sit right next to a goddamn mountain, and a bunch of us like to go up there and shoot. I wonder why you're getting a whole bunch of conversations about this. So
yeah,
the good thing is it may go far enough, and hopefully this bullshit now, like there's so much talk in the media about shootings and people out on bail and just all these shootings in Toronto. Like,
we had a mass stabbing yesterday. We had a mass stabbing in Vancouver yesterday.
Yeah. We had a gunfight in Toronto where a bunch of guys, including some cops, fired over 100 rounds and nobody got hit, which was a miracle. But nonetheless, you know, this stuff keeps happening, and the government keeps saying, oh, we've stopped it because we're banning all these guns. Maybe the public will be starting to realize that you keep going to this well, but it isn't improving anything. What the hell is going on?
Well, it's just desperation, guys.
I was really hoping
it's just purely they're just grasping. They're like, well, we'll give you $250. We'll give you some of your own money. It didn't work. Oh, the guns are there. It's just like floundering, absolute floundering.
I'm donating my $250 to the CCFR and the Conservative Party. So.
I was gonna buy it with it, but I guess that's
that would be a fun movement. That would be a fun movement. Should we start a movement? Donate our $250 to the CCFR. No,
absolutely. Yeah, and donate part of it to the Conservatives.
I'm gonna buy ammo from a struggling entrepreneur in Canadian. Yeah, I think that's what
we're just talking about. That, Kyle.
Yeah. Just to get some of the comments here. Yeah, shooting in Brampton last night. I thought the hunting battle rifles already couldn't get banned by IRC. No, they can ban anything.
No, so
that's in their opinion what their purpose is.
Yeah, that's that languaging. Yeah. It's the opinion of the governor in general, I think it is.
Yeah. Well, that's their interpretation of it. It doesn't actually define whose opinion. It's just they're saying in our opinion.
No, it actually does state it states a person, but that person is just the representative of the government, is all it is.
So they can do anything they want to, and they don't need to. They don't need to have. They don't need to provide their reasoning.
No,
they can anything that they want to. They can ban,
and it can be demonstrably false that it is appropriate, like AR-15s. But it is in the opinion of, and that's the weasel wording they stuck in so that the hunting associations would go, they're never going to ban my hunting rifle or my sports rifle because it's appropriate for it. No. In the opinion of, and opinions cannot be correct, and you do not need to back them up or offer any proof. It doesn't say demonstrably inappropriate for hunting.
Well, sporting. You can demonstrate. You can demonstrate on the shooting sports thing, every single AR-15 that has ever been transferred to a single human being since it was put back on the restricted list from prohibited list was put there for sport shooting purposes. So you can't say that it isn't, good for sport shooting purposes.
There was a whole court case where this was laid out, and we're going to appeal on Monday.
Yep.
Speaking of that, so all right, we just talked about potentially your $250 donations going to the CCFR. For everybody watching, the CCFR is going back to court on Monday to have a round 2 over this exact issue, and they have a real good legal leg to stand on. The last justice, she it wasn't good. Like, anybody that watched that understands, but anybody that didn't, like, she contradicted herself in her own ruling like a bunch of times, and contradicted a lot of like basic facts and reasoning. And so if you ever have felt like you had an extra $250 to give to the CCFR, now would be the time. Because
or
if they
$25 or
$5,
or
$5, if they overturn the government's ability to use the OIC to prohibit any firearms, as basically that's a really, really important thing. Was the use of the OIC reasonable? And if it's found that it's not, this ban that they just did to us today goes away on Tuesday. Just saying. Well,
I would
not
really
quite.
like to actually hear I was wondering about that, and I know a lot of people are. It would set precedent, but I think it would take another court case to actually get this one thrown out. This one wouldn't be encompassed under what they're appealing on Monday, but it would set precedent, so it would be easier to get this one thrown out at a later date. That's what I think. Because
I thought they were setting precedent on reasonableness.
Well, yeah, it would be setting if they win the appeal.
Yeah,
that would be in my thinking, my uneducated, non-lawyer thinking, is that would set precedent for it, but it wouldn't just automatically nullify this OIC that they passed today.
I don't know. I feel like it should. Like if
I think there would have to be an action made. Now it would be easier because precedent is set, but an action would have to be made to challenge this OIC that passed today. It wouldn't just automatically be just null and void.
One way or the other, it would be of great benefit for the findings of that last justice to have been found unreasonable in her ruling for the government. And if that is to our benefit, yes, that makes the OIC a thing that they can't use that way, and gives us a road to get everything back faster than waiting for an election.
And it never should have been used for that, because OICs are meant for stupid little regulatory things that you don't you're raising like quotas on milk and stuff, like stupid crap that like you're not going to pass legislation for, not banning billions of dollars of firearms and seizing property from hundreds of thousands of Canadians. It is not designed for that. They just do it because, hey, voting is
because
hard.
they can. Yeah, because they can. Let's get to some more comments here. Let's see. As soon as Jagmeet gets his pension, Trudeau is gone. Yeah, maybe. How did the TM22 survive? I mean, it's
yet.
It's new.
Justin
pandering
and
to
Crew are going to hang in there for a while, buddy, because they've never had life so good, and they never will have life so good again. So they're not going to call an election when they can suck another $150,000 each out of the public. That would be
or
stupid.
when their polling's looking better, because right now the NDP and the Liberals, there's no reason for them to call an election. Their polling looks terrible right now. Someone was mentioning that their deer rifle is a WK-181. Was
not anymore.
Was.
There was one here.
Not to be too mean about it, but yeah, like they just banned your deer rifle, right? They did the same thing to me multiple times.
Yeah, me too.
Kyle, you're trying to jump in?
Yeah, someone's saying, will there be a live stream of the court on Monday? And yes, CCFR did they emailed. I got it in an email. They have a link. You have to register. So go. CCFR has a link. I'm sure they probably got it multiple places. But you have to pre-register. I've done that, so while I'm at work on Monday and Tuesday, I will have that up on my tablet in my truck watching that. But yeah, you do have to pre-register to get the link to watch it live.
Somebody had made another mention of Soapbox Guns. I've been watching his video series on the firearms case, and y'all should check him out on YouTube if you're interested in a deep dive in that. Just a little shout out to him. He's been doing a lot of work. That was a big video series.
Yeah, he's really good. I enjoy his stuff.
Yeah. We actually have a lot of viewers right now. There's a lot more. So we probably have some people from watching the Hunting Gear Guy live stream. So everyone else here, we're all hosts on Slamfire Radio. We publish weekly on Wednesday nights. So if you want to check that out, Kyle and the El Jefe there. He's also got a Twitch channel.
It's called Lunatic Tactical.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah. It's where we also talk about gun stuff and that kind of thing. Yeah. Did the M1 Carbine dodge the list?
M1 Carbine is fine.
Sorry.
For now, it's good.
I I laughed at JB here. This was too good. That's not going to last for long, JB. You get an honorable mention because that made me laugh out loud.
Well done, sir. Well done. Invest in crypto.
Actually, I will post the link to the stream registration. I just see a comment. They weren't able to find it on. Actually,
yeah, I'm going to get up really early.
I hate Windows because they got rid of Mail and Outlook, and because I have work stuff on this computer, it won't let me add the email that came through on to this computer yet. So I have to get my work stuff off this computer in order to add that email. But if you have access, might have posted it to Facebook. I'll have a look and see if I can find it.
Cool. Someone's asking, can this all be overturned if Trudeau is ousted? Yeah, absolutely. The Conservatives said so. Some people were saying like, the Conservatives will get in, they won't do anything anyways. That's possible, but they have said that they're going to reverse C-21 and all the OICs. So I think that that's better than the alternative. The alternative is that the Liberals are going to continue with gun control, and the NDP are largely supporting them. Not largely, they're completely supporting them. The Bloc supports them. The Conservatives are really all there is for gun owners if this is what you care about. So
the Conservatives are the only ones that aren't openly hostile towards us like that.
And in the past, they have they canceled the long gun registry, which was fantastic. That was a total pain in the butt. They made ATTs simpler for a very short period of time, but for a period of time, it was glorious.
It was. They also flipped us off, though. Hey, I'm not gonna let them slide by. They could have de-restricted the AR-15 when they had power, and they flipped us off and said, "Vote for us or else." And so I'm not going to give them like an absolute pass. I'm still your resident blue-haired homo that will hold them to account for, and I will not forgive O'Toole for throwing us directly under the bus the immediate second it became evident that he didn't know anything about guns, and it was just more convenient for him to do that to us. So
I know a bunch of people who didn't vote for him because he changed his mind on that, and they're not even gun owners. They're like, "Whoop, I'm out."
Yeah, it was upsetting. I was happily banging his drum until he did that to us, and I was quite mad.
Yeah. One person's asking here, does storage requirements change? No, they are based on whatever it was before.
Yeah.
Which is non-restricted before, it's still stored as if it's non-restricted, and if it's restricted, still stored as if it's unrestricted. Yes.
Hilarious.
Did I get that right?
No. Yes. So hang on. This one's really important. No is the answer to your question. Oh wait.
Sorry. Let me.
That's all right.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dustin. Sorry.
No is the answer to this question. Do not take your newly prohibited firearms anywhere. You don't want to play that game.
I mean, you could, but
it
would be an extremely bad idea.
Yeah. I'm posting this one. Thank you.
He usually is. Amazing.
Yeah. You can't take it to the range. You know, I think a lot of the listeners, if these guys are all on the Hunting Gear Guy YouTube channel, they might not know you guys. Why don't you introduce yourselves? Dustin, super great movie arm. Yeah, introduce your stuff.
Hi to new viewers. I am Dustin. I have a history and career in film and television as a film armorer and prop master, and that's how I found these wonderful folks.
Oh.
And what about Dave?
I am Random Dave. I'm a competition handgun shooter. I'm a range safety officer, far more than I ever shoot. So I'm with the Ontario Rifle Association, and I help run a bunch of our matches and our programs. And that's mostly what I do.
Kyle?
And I am Kyle. I'm primarily a 3-gunner, hunter, just all-around sport shooter. I used to live in Canada. Now I am in New Mexico for the time being, hopefully to stay, but still very much at heart a Canadian, and this pained me today. So
less than the last one, right?
Yeah.
Much less.
Actually, no. I was actually very surprised on my reaction. Well, not very surprised, but I actually had to remind myself I'm not in Canada, because I really took it to heart. And because like I said, I'm a sponsored 3-gunner. That is basically outside of work. That is my life. So, and like Adriel was asking what you guys would do if I was in Canada. I probably wouldn't even shoot 3-gun. I wouldn't pick up an M1 Garand. I'd probably be pistol, shotgun. Action shotgun, and like when I was up in Canada, I started shooting more sporting clays.
Yeah.
I might even throw PRS or rimfire PRS in the mix of things, but yeah, my 3-gun days would probably be completely done. I probably wouldn't even try. I hate to say it, but I probably wouldn't even try.
It can be disheartening.
I am upset that I missed the last couple of 3-gun matches that we had this season because of my knuckle, which made me sad. And but it'll be good in the end. Also, Lunchbox, I will do another breakdown of those sometime, but I have many times. So it's a whole thing.
Yeah, we've talked about the Alec Baldwin thing on Slamfire Radio. We've talked about everything on Slamfire Radio. Yeah, myself.
Come listen to us.
Yeah. Adriel, the hunting gear guy. I've I don't know, writing YouTube channel, Slamfire Radio. I'm a host of, which I've been doing for
ever.
I don't know, a long time.
I'm gonna cut in on you, Adriel. I just figured it out. I posted a link for the registration for the appeal on Monday and Tuesday.
Cool.
So that link will take you to register for the appeal.
Thank you.
Post it in our private chat too, please. I got banned from Facebook, so I don't have the anything anymore.
Well, it's on YouTube
everything.
and Twitch. But I will post it here. Here it is for you right now.
Thank you.
Sorry, Adriel. I just wanted to get that out there before I got buried in chat.
Thank you. Yeah. So my name is Adriel. I'm the hunting gear guy. I've been doing YouTube. I'm a shoot boss for Project Maple Seed, which is a marksmanship fundamentals. If you're looking at getting like some better at your rifle craft, Maple Seed is great. We're all volunteers. We do it cross country, so I do it in the Alberta area, but we do it all across the country. I'm a PAL instructor. I shoot 3-gun. That's my competition du jour. That's what I like to do. I hunt, and I don't know. There's probably some other stuff, but I'm into it. This is my hobby. This is what I like to do. Yeah, 3-gun. I don't know what it's gonna look like next year. I think it's gonna be.
It's a very thin thread. Kudos to everybody who is still going to go out and shoot it with whatever remnants you can shoot. Go ahead. Kudos. Awesome. I just couldn't do it. I wouldn't be able to do it.
You know what?
My belt is not even that bad. So I got these clips on here. I'm gonna put my where are they? I have some M1 Garand N block clips that my buddy Chris made for me, and they're gonna pop right in there. So I don't even have to change that much. It's gonna be fine for me.
I don't have to change
I know for other people, a lot of people don't have like a competition ready firearm that they can use for this kind of thing, or a backup one, but I got some backups. And yes, I'm also a Dremel focused gunsmith.
I don't think I'm gonna have to change my belt at all, which is
your guy.
I'm just gonna have to practice a lot with that little Glock kit. I promise you, it's gonna be colorful before I go to it will be colorful. So that'll be fun.
No less.
Yeah, it'll be fun. But I also no sparkles. I don't need sparkles. I just need it. I need it to look. Oh, is there a semi-auto 2223? Not on the list.
Not on the list.
Well, the crypto for now.
Yeah, for now.
Yes, for now. That's a for now though. I think a safer option would be like a Troy or something.
I would expect that at no later date than February when they release their next round.
Yeah. That's unless we, get some miracle of an election, writ drop around then. Ooh,
nice.
It's an M block clip in Kydex with an ELS clip on it.
Did you hold the Kydex or did you buy those?
No, my buddy Chris made these for me. Yeah. They're little.
So he's been making them for everyone because he started making them at first, and then after the first round of bans, and he has
he wanted to compete with his M1 Garand. His is like spiced right out. It's got a red
it's a
dot.
It's got a break
M1 on it. Yes.
Is Chris selling those? Because a lot of people may need coming up. Do you want his website up or?
I'll let him know. Yeah.
Contact him.
See if he'll fold some Kydex ones for the SKS too. I'll buy some. Yes, that would be fun. Come
like
on, 5
like
round
the duckbill mags, or
no.
Oh, for the stripper clips.
For the stripper clips.
clips.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be great with stripper clips. That'd be hilarious. Come on, that'd be great.
I have seen with the SKS, so the stripper clips 10 rounders, right? A little plastic insert that goes into the stripper clip and keeps it so it's 5 rounds, and then makes it so you can strip it really easily. Flip it out.
I shot a video with Rod back when he was still doing Civil Advantage years ago with, I can't remember the name, Vlad, maybe. He was a Russian former military guy, and that was his thing, an SKS and a Tokarev, and he just electrical tape and put like a zap strap down part of it, so he had like a good thing to grab, and he had like stripper clips coming from everywhere, these little 5 round stripper clips. He was pretty good with them. Yeah.
The Templar. Is the Templar so good? What's the Templar in Armalytics? What's it listed as in the FRT? Because I'm pretty sure it's not going to be good. But let's see. Templar. No, it's not. I don't see it listed.
What's the actual model?
Crusader arms. I see a Crusader 9. I see a Sentinel. I don't see. Maybe they missed it. Little Saint says it's in there.
Crusader Templar. Because they said Crusader 9, but they didn't
expressly say the Templar.
But what did they put the 223 version under? Right? Did it go under? The
I think
9?
That's the Templar, the Crusader Templar.
It went under the 9. Crusader 9 has 5.56 and 9mm listed.
Oh, okay.
So it got nailed. It got caught.
That's what I'm saying. The Sentinel is a Templar.
Honestly, if you've got a gun that even slightly resembles one that is on the list, if it's like by the same manufacturer, I would count that. It's gonna and honestly, like I wouldn't tempt a law enforcement officer with that debate. They'll just arrest you and let the courts figure it out. That's what they do.
Yep.
High cal conversions for the SKS. Yeah, that's an option. Those are on those 10 round detachable box mags.
Oh.
That would be the gamer move, other than the Garand. Yep.
As far as how we
store. Sorry, is this the one you're trying?
I was about to.
Yep. How do we store primitive firearms? Normally they have a different storage requirement, but for these ones they said just however you stored it before.
They said the same thing with the ARs, how you normally store it.
Yeah. Otherwise, with prohibited firearms, you're supposed to remove the bolt and store that separately.
Yep.
That's prohibited full auto.
Well, full autos, right?
Full auto. Wow. Come on. That was the whole reason I got that license. So,
let's see. Is it because it takes proprietary magazines? The Crypto? No, the Crypto doesn't have an FRT. Once it gets
they just haven't gotten around to it yet. Yeah. But don't worry. They've got your back, and we'll make the public safer.
It'll get nailed just the same. Yeah. The 308 Crusaders seem to be left alone. I would bet that they are not. They're just running under one of their other FRTs, and they've just added it as a sub variant. That's one of the things you can do, right? Is here. I'm gonna share my screen here for a second. Inside the FRT. So here's an FRT. This thing has an FRT number, FRN. You can add sub numbers to these things. This is actually what I do with my Raven when I registered it for a barrel length that didn't exist before. But so Crusader has this FRN number that says yes, this is non-restricted, was non-restricted, and then they have a -1. Okay, the -1 was a 9mm, and then the -2. They say, okay, now we have a 5.56 version. So that's what happened here, and so any of the ones that are under here are going to get nailed with that. I don't know where the Crusader 308 is, but that's going to be how it gets nailed. So
depends on the model.
You want to,
right?
Yeah, you want to compare what's in the list to what's in the FRT, not necessarily what name you know it by. It might be different. Are they trying to get legislation to protect citizens from unlawful seizures? Not in Canada. Sorry, no. That's very optimistic. Yeah.
You should do stand-up, man. That's amazing. You'd kill in Ottawa with that up on Parliament Hill. You could be like, yeah.
How will this affect people in Alberta? Same as everywhere else. Until the provincial government says, no, we're just not going to do any of this stuff, then it doesn't matter. Are we not allowed to bring our newly banned rifles into Crown land? Yeah, no, you can't. By letter of the law,
take them out of your house.
If they're on this list, they stay at home.
Yeah. any way to save my Raven? Just wait. So like
Yeah,
you guys,
hold on.
like just wait. The government said all these are banned, right? Yeah, they just banned all your guns, and that's what happened. And all of us, everyone on the call except for Kyle, because he's not in Canada right now, we all had guns that were banned. But we're like, this is a very different attitude to before, like in 2020. In 2020, doom and gloom 100%. Right now, it's okay. They're just desperate. They're getting kicked out. All these guys are getting fired in fall of next year. So just don't worry about it. Just wait. Just hang on. You're Raven. Just hang on to it. The amnesty covers you until October 31st, 2025. So just wait. Yes, you can't take it to the range in 2025. 2025, 3-gun is going to be kind of crap. And precision rifle and all the things you wanted to use it for, it's going to be kind of crap. But then the conservatives said they're going to reverse this. There's light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
And it's not a train for once.
Yeah.
Just hold. And you're muted, Dustin.
I think I know what that word is, though.
Yeah, I can read that one.
They're not just going to reverse it. At this point, again, I'm going to say it again, they're going to have to give us a new Firearms Act. They're going to have to. The Liberals have made such a goddamn mess of this whole thing, and logic has completely flown out the window, and every little tiny security that was in the Firearms Act that was supposed to protect us and keep us, from making too much of a fuss, all gone. So we're going to get a new Firearms Act out of the deal, and everybody should actually be saying, yeah, ban more. Let's see what else we can ban. No guns in Canada. Ban them all. And we'll see how that ends.
Yeah. And some people are asking, can we still buy these guns? No, you can't buy these guns.
No,
they're actively removing them right now. Cabela's had they had the BCL Siberian 308 for a little bit, but they're like actively their web guy is like working overtime right now, actively pulling these things down.
They were banned immediately as soon as they said the word. Before we an hour and a half before we even had to listen, knew what was banned. They were banned.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. As soon as they published to the Gazette.
Yeah. So the bit with the conservatives, guys, they have been very, very specific, and the leader of the party has very specifically said, this is what I will do. Yes. So it's not like they were kind of saying, oh, we'll do something, we'll help you out, we'll fix this, blah, blah, blah. He said, I will reverse these. I will get rid of this. So hopefully he, stands by that, because if he doesn't, then he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
JB, those are weapons of war. They have no place on Canadian streets. They need to be removed immediately. How dare you even think about how comfortably keeping one in your home?
Yeah, I think
Ukraine with that.
It's black and scary. Exactly. Yeah. It looks like an assault rifle, therefore it is, and it gets banned. And that's exactly what it is. Don't think about this too much, guys. This is exactly what they're doing.
With
the classic catalog. Scary.
Y'all have to understand, Trudeau was really upset that Polly wasn't going to let him stand with them so that he could collect all of the praise and good feelings and vibes, get his selfie, because he's not getting selfies from everybody else. Nobody else wants him around. Polly was like, well, we'll still have you around, but give us everything we want. Mm-hmm. So I'm actively naming my band Black Rifles after people a part of that organization. So.
Yeah, this one's FOC has had a huge sale. Yeah, so this was talked about yesterday. Some people were putting their stuff on sale. The used market is silly in Canada. It's like I saw some people selling their stuff, selling it for more than retail because they're like, oh, now you just get it. And some people were trying to undercut. Some people it was absolutely madness for a bit here.
Yeah.
Outstanding Raven orders. Raven said they're going to complete them.
Yeah. Lockhart made a post that if you ordered it before the announcement, they consider it yours and you will get your stuff.
Yeah. And there is precedent for that. The last ban, it was exactly the same. If you bought it before the day or before the minute of the announcement of the ban, you still technically had that gun. So same rule probably should apply.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wanted to
force the buyback.
That was not.
They have no idea how to do it. They have no clue, dude. So they are definitely not going to get that.
I was going to say, if by chance the Liberals do get back in the election, they'll just extend the amnesty again.
Yeah, we so I can't remember, maybe it was the same soapbox had made mention of we are outside the scope of you could shoot and kill someone with 20 people seeing it, and the 3 year if you hadn't gotten a court date in 3 years, you could walk on that. We're already past that, the lack of fundamental justice.
almost
Yeah.
5.
Yeah.
They'll keep kicking that can down the road. They don't know how to get those guns. Oh.
Yeah, just got my restricted, non-restricted. Do you think the new government can revert the changes? So
Absolutely.
he said he will. Whether you trust him or not, it's up to you. But he said that they would reverse C-21 and all this stuff.
What I trust with Pierre, I trust that he will do anything to flip off Trudeau and the Liberal Party. Oh. And I have faith in that.
Someone was asking about the carve out for Indigenous who own guns on the list. You can still use them. If you're a First Nation, like you're Indigenous, you can still
for hunting.
Yeah,
but again,
hunting.
I do still say watch Ian Runkle's video, Runkle of the Bailey, on that specific topic. He is a lawyer in Canada and had some particular insights on how there could be some gray area and some danger in that world. So worth investigating before you put yourself in a questionable legal situation.
Yeah, chances are pretty good, as we said earlier, and probably I haven't seen Ian's video, but I imagine he probably said the cops will go, "That's prohibited." Off to jail with you, and we seize your gun, and it goes into a rusty lockup for years. And then in 3 years, when they can't get your court date, they'll let you go, and you probably never see your gun again anyway. So
yeah,
so not worth it,
right?
It's gonna be better. It's gonna be better.
It's gonna be better. We're gonna be laughing about this 2026. We're gonna be like, you remember
when they banned all the guns?
You know, that'll be the conversation we're having when we're shooting AK-47s together. We're like,
this reversal, it's bound to happen, and the simplified classification and that. Looking back, like this will be the biggest reversal ever, and it will be glorious to watch.
Yeah, we'll be thanking Trudeau for all of his screwery. I was going to use a different word. Too much schnapps in me now. It's all feisty.
such a weird angry drink to drink, Dustin.
Yeah.
Schnapps.
Angry schnapps.
Although I'm not much better. I'm drinking like homemade wine right now.
Nice, like bathtub wine.
I don't drink. It's so rare.
I drank water, so I had angry water. It was bubbly water though, so
spicy water.
I know, right?
Oh, it's infuriating.
Water. You take that, society.
Yeah.
No, this felt like it was until you can find a suitable replacement. Yeah. Who decides that?
Yeah, whatever that means. Does that mean you get arrested and they go back to your house and they're like, "Hey, you got an infield here." Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was like the crux of it.
I got the wandering zero problem. No, sorry.
Seems like a you issue.
Yeah.
Again, probably not worth it just to make that point. And chances are pretty good if you're, rolling around with a B&T or something, you probably have some other guns floating around that are appropriate for hunting.
Yeah. Gonzo's asking if you guys are on YouTube or anything like that.
I had a YouTube project that we were just about to launch because I just reshot a bunch of video for it. Guess what's not going on the internet now?
So I got Twitch, which is basically all Slamfire, and then I do have a YouTube channel that I really got to get better at posting up match videos on. Both of those are under Lunatic Tactical.
And Random Dave got banned from Facebook randomly for reasons. So no, I'm not anywhere. I'm just literally here. That's it.
I'm working hard to get Adriel banned from Facebook
and YouTube.
I'm sorry, it was a joke. To our AI overlords, I was making a funny.
You'll know in 10 years when you're suddenly banned from everything, Adriel, what happened.
So this is an interesting
depends
one.
on the gun.
Oh, that
what the serialized part of the gun is.
The serialized. But caveat to that is with 2020 OIC, they made the non-serialized part of the receiver prohibited anyways. So
of the AR
for AR.
Of the AR.
Of the AR.
Why that sweet lever action AR won't ever be legal in Canada, which sucks because I'd own it. I want it.
Or the muzzle loaders. So it completely depends on the firearm. Like an FN FAL, the upper is the firearm, an AR-15, the lower is the firearm. Brain not working. SIG 3 or the SIG P320. It's
The frame.
Side of the framey thingy is the firearm.
Yeah. Oh, any recommendations?
Yeah, recommendations on how to store paperweights while they're in good shape for when they're legal again.
Same as you were storing them now.
Fondle
I would
often and
I would
put some light oil.
Yeah, whatever firearm you have, get some oil and spray the crap out of it and get it nice and oily so that it's gonna, because you're gonna leave it for a year, right? It's gonna sit there for at the latest. The government will change over in October. Keep in mind they're not going to enact it right away, so it's gonna take a hot minute for them to reverse. They can use an order in council to reverse a lot of this stuff.
No, they can't.
No, they can't. No, they can't because they changed the law. Yeah, they have.
Today's they can. Today's they can.
I don't.
It was not. Today's was not legislation. Today's was by OIC.
But with C21, with C71, they changed the law and made it so that you can only use an OIC to make guns go one direction, more prohibited.
I think that's correct, Kyle. I think
you
can only go one way.
Can't go the other way anymore.
Yeah,
so it might take a hot minute for them to come out. So like a year, maybe.
No. First 100 days. That's going to be a thing that they do right away. That'll They get a majority. They don't have an excuse to not do that as fast as possible.
Dustin, you're very optimistic. I know. I'm optimistic too. I think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to take 100 days.
My argument. There's two parts to it. One, even Canadian politics, the first 100 days, those are the most useful days in Canadian politics. That honeymoon phase where they can get away with anything, and the things that they're going to have to get away with as far as putting scary assault rifles back on the street, best to do that right at the very front, get it all out of the way, do it all in one big go at the front end. So they're going to have to, and they're going to make use of their majority to do that and make it go on rails just like they did, just like the Liberals have done to us multiple times. So I suspect that will be a thing that they do faster rather than slower. Also, get out in front of anybody doing something stupid with a gun. I don't want to put that energy out there too much, but it'll happen. It does happen. It'll happen again.
Well, plus if you do it right away, then you at the next election, you have 4 years of literally, this didn't make any difference.
That's the other thing. Well, we have that now. So I posted that graph in our one chat, and it's doing the circles, right? The PAL owners, our crime rate's surprising. The PAL holders, our gun crime rate hasn't gone up ever, but you can see a lot of gun crime going up for the criminals. That seems to really coincide with some elimination of some rules around keeping criminals in jail.
Shocking.
Yeah, the release conditions and that kind of thing. When you're oiling your gun, so if you're looking at this and you're gonna keep your gun, especially somewhere where it's high humidity, basement or something like that, make sure you oil the screws, like the screw heads. Those are gonna rust. Anything that's steel that's exposed, knurling. Yep. You're some of your modern firearms are actually, they have a high wear finish on them, so those are gonna be good. But look at those screw heads, look at those screws, hit them all with some oil. Because there's not really anything as over oiled when you're just leaving it in storage. There's under oiled, and it'll rust.
Mike, we should all demand suppressors. I completely agree, and I think that part of our new Firearms Act, my belief is that we are going to get suppressors and full capacity magazines as part of our suffrage deal. That's my personal opinion. That's just hope.
You're very optimistic.
I stand by the suppressor thing because they are used in other places with more restrictive gun control than here. It's stupid that we don't have them.
And it's ridiculous we can't have them. They're literally a safety and a hearing aid device.
Yeah. Simple.
You can't have a muffler in your car.
Right? Simple mind. Yes, a new Firearms Act will reverse this, and that's what we need.
New simplified.
There's no law a government can pass that another government, any government can literally reverse anything. And if they use the notwithstanding clause, they can do whatever they want. They can say, you know what, no more gay marriage. Snap, it's notwithstanding, too late. Boop, gone.
Yeah.
They can do whatever the hell they want because it's government and it's Yeah,
We
that's what-
have too much power at the federal level, guys. Like
We do.
if this is all provincial, this would be way better. The provinces could do something more specific. It's one thing I like about the U.S. is the fact that they've pushed down those decisions to the state level.
Yeah.
It makes for a bit of a mess going cross state because you're like, oh my God, I have had this rule over here, this rule over there. But it allows for more natural experimentation. I think is just more important.
Yeah,
We're losing out on the comments here. Sorry, guys.
Sorry.
There's so many
Yep.
comments
Go with
here.
the comments. Go.
Suppressors are PPE.
They are.
Yeah,
There's
absolutely.
no logical reason we can't have them. No logical.
There was a question on examples of gun control laws that have been reverted by an opposition party in the past, and
All of
Gordon answered it.
Long gun.
The long gun registry.
Yeah, it was
Yep.
huge.
It's rare that
a lot of
something
gun
gets
owners aren't
reversed,
old
but
enough. They don't remember it, but people carved their gun registration certificate into their guns. They carved it into the wood stock. Like that's where we're at. And if anytime you wanted to transfer anything, you had to call them and wait 30 minutes on hold. I would like to sell my 30-30 to this guy. Okay, now he has to call in. That person calls in. I would like to buy my 30-30 from Adriel. Okay. Here's your reference number. Looks like you're approved. And then you get to move it. And then a new guy, I have to sit on this thing and wait for the register. Like it was nuts. It was absolutely nuts, and it got reversed. So yeah.
I have a CUI because you had to have a serial number on the guns. One of the funniest things that happened with the registry, the gun had to have a serial number. Old guns don't have serial numbers. So you would get a sticker from them, but the sticker didn't stick to metal or wood or anything with oil on it or anything. So I have a CUI that I gave a buddy, and the dude I bought it off of had literally taken an electric pencil and marked it into the barrel for his registration number. And I kept my old registration certificates just to remind me to never trust the government about anything. So I had a stack of them.
Dustin?
There's 3 people who have made different comments about the Senate, and I just want to point out real quick. Yes, the Liberals do have a domination in the Senate, but there are a bunch of unassigned Senate seats still. Let's hope Trudeau doesn't extra screw us over. They are independent senators, and also the House of Commons does have the ability to look at what the Senate says, flip them off, and do whatever they want anyway. So don't stress about the Senate. Yes, the Senate can slow us down, but they cannot stop us next year.
The Senate
just there to collect money.
Yeah.
The Senate is just a person role. It's nothing. It's not worth anything.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Place to put your buddies that have helped you.
So this one was interesting. Yeah, I would fight that wholeheartedly. We don't need a psych test for like all of the other background checks that we deal with guns. Fight me.
Yeah.
The problem with a psych check, a buddy of mine actually had a run-in with an ex of his who basically called the cops and said he threatened to kill me. He's a terrible human being, blah, 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 when he applied for his pal because she's a terrible human being. He is a great guy, lovely person. Given the fact he didn't strangle her, that is proof enough because of what she put him through. Nonetheless, that screwed him over for years because he could not find a psychologist or a doctor that was willing to say, yeah, give this guy guns. I'll sign off on that. They're not willing to do that.
It's just
really hard
it's
to
not
do.
a common thing that they do. Yeah.
No, it's hard to do.
It's 545. Ukraine don't want it. Yeah.
We were talking about that before the show.
I have seen a bunch of ARs over there. Man, did they rechamber them or?
No, I think they're running a bunch of NATO ammo. I think they have to have gotten stuff from the States, right?
And we're not making 3.9. So I've seen the rifles. So
Ryan, we all feel you. I think I'm the winner out of this particular group of co-hosts and how many of my guns are banned, but I feel you, man.
I had a bunch, but Dustin beat me. You win,
I got
Dustin.
my Enfield, so. Yeah.
Do you want a trophy?
We'll make you a trophy out of liberal election signs after the next election.
Oh.
Yeah.
I will keep that and cherish it. So yes, please.
Oh, what else we got here for comments? Sorry, guys. There's so many. We're just trying to get to them. Yeah, half my guns. Got some history points here. Looking to get my license. No, still get your license, man. It's not actually that hard to get into. Okay, I'm a PAL instructor. You go do your course. You complete it. The course is actually like, as long as you pay attention, you'll pass it no problem. It's very
it's not meant to make you fail.
it's a basic safety course. You're going to do fine. So you get through it, you apply. My students, the average is like 6 weeks for them from time of sending their stuff in to getting your license in the mail. Oh,
that's not bad.
You may not get your license in the mail until the post is going again, but you will get your stuff processed. And then we still have lots of cool guns we can get.
Yep.
And there's
lots of stuff you do. 22 shotgun.
Yeah,
there's lots of stuff you can do. You can still hunt.
Small game hunting, big game hunting, clay shooting, waterfowling. There's still so many activities that you can do that are going to be good. Any idea what might change when the Conservatives come into power? They said they're going to reverse everything from C21 and earlier. So everything 2020 previous. That's what.
And if we're lucky, a completely revamped Firearms Act.
If we're lucky,
burn it all down, baby.
Yeah.
I really like this one. To answer your question, Rael, I'll cut my gun up myself first before I give it to Trudeau. I will actually cut it up myself because I can do that. I have the business for it, but I will destroy it before I hand it over to that man. He can bite me.
Yeah, my stuff will be going stripped because I think that if they require that it goes back before October, like they're talking about getting the buyback going in spring. Let's say they get the that's pretty ambitious. Let's say they get the buyback going in spring. ARs have to go back. They're getting stripped uppers and lowers because I know this is a matter of time. In a short time period, the laws are going to come back. I'll buy a new upper and lower, and I'll slap all my old parts on it, and I'll be good to go. So I'm not. I was actually in the middle of trying to order some parts to complete my ARs to have them ready for October of next year.
Oh,
because I used them on other things, but now I'm like, ooh, is CBSA going to start banning that stuff on the way in?
It might.
Yeah, they might.
Yeah.
I would rather give them my serial number cut out with a grinder. So if they get my lowers, it's going to be the serial number. Enjoy.
So I was thinking about like you guys, especially. I mean, any of the hosts and stuff, especially with the ARs, because obviously they prohibited the uppers, and they can be like, you can't have those. I can. So you really could just send them strip lowers and send me everything else. I can hold on to all of the uppers legally. I'm just saying, I actually do have storage for that. So just throwing that out there.
For all our listeners.
Yeah.
Justin is renting a warehouse.
We should crowdfund a warehouse.
Yeah.
We should crowdfund a warehouse.
Kyle wishes that he knew that before.
Mine was a lower.
Oh, it was just a lower?
Yeah, just lower. Yeah. But yeah, for all the uppers, like if the dark day does ever come, I can actually take your uppers and hold on to them for you.
Cool.
So yeah. Yeah.
And I was just thinking tactical leave guns were just a gimmick.
Yeah.
No,
that was
foreshadowing.
That's
our
future. Gamer gun.
You thought space cowboy guns were just for movies and TV? No, they're Trudeau's future. That's the future that the Liberals want.
Yeah.
No.
One's asking, can we take him to the range? No, you can't take this stuff to the range.
No, it stays at home. You go outside of your house with that unless you have permission because you're moving or something. It's gonna be a bad day if you get caught.
Yeah, and he's saying just finished my Opal 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I mean, so you're not gonna have a lot that you can buy that you'd want to buy to get it, but it's good timing. You've got it now. Come October at the latest, new government comes in, things are going to change. So I think it's a good idea to get it through. Anyways.
If you don't have it, go get it, because once this Firearms Act is reversed, once all this stuff's reversed, there's going to be a rush on going to get PALs and RPALs, and you're going to be on month-long waiting lists trying to get a course. And then processing is going to be backed up. You're going to be waiting a year or more for your card. So do it now when the demand isn't big. Then you have it and you're ready. This stuff gets reversed. You walk down to the gun store and you buy the toy you want to buy.
Guys, it took me 6 months to get my firearms license renewed, and I have a business license that lets me have all of the fun things. So get your license now so that you're not waiting in line later.
Yep. And it's winter, and there's nothing to do anyway. Yeah. Go take your PAL course, dude.
Yeah, go take your PAL course.
Yeah, you'll have it for the summer and be good to go. Probably the spring.
Exactly. Hopefully the ban's reversed for next fall hunting season. I wouldn't count on it.
I wouldn't count on it.
No.
Well,
that'll be election
reverse
time.
It that month.
That'll be the election time.
Only if Daddy Trudeau lets them, I guess.
Yeah.
But that was,
I don't know if they have drills.
Can you really actually even use that term, Daddy Trudeau?
No.
That's kind of freaking me out there, Dustin. I don't like that term at all. I don't like it.
He likes the term. He likes it.
Well, he would love for you to call him daddy. Yes.
Yeah, he would. Yeah. Annoying little sister.
Is it true that many of these guns will involve semi-automatic sport shooting guns? Yeah,
absolutely.
Almost all of them. All of my semi-autos that got banned were all sport shooting guns. All of them.
They're all civilian semi-automatics. That's it. That's all they're banning. They're not banning anything military. That's ridiculous. Matter of fact, the military guns didn't get banned.
In fact, it hit pretty much every semi-automatic sport shooting gun that isn't a shotgun.
Yep.
Yes.
And actually, one of the things I did was I took all of my real military firearms and I stuck them up on the wall behind me.
There. Nice.
That's a Swiss on the bottom there. That's just your standard, Kentucky 50 cal, and then up there is a Carcano. All military firearms there.
I like this one, and it's true. And yes, thankful for Alberta and Saskatchewan. I don't need to move back there, but I could.
So it says the regulations in the new Provincial Firearms Act make it very difficult impossible for seizure agents to seize prohibited firearms. I can't talk tonight. Not seizure agents. Seizure agents.
Are you having a seizure?
It might be. I don't know. Tony's not here to tell me what that all means, but
22 LRs being banned is just the GSG 16. That's my kid's rifle. He used it for hunting this year and last year. He hunted squirrels, grouse, rabbits. I got a video of him shooting a grouse in the head with that. Yeah.
Assault weapon.
Yeah.
So they've been banning 22s for years and years. There were 22s banned in the 1990s, and in the May 2020 bans, one of my 22s was banned. Actually, a bunch of them were banned, including the stupid Mossberg Plinkster that just happened to have a different stock that got banned. This is not new. They banned 22s all the time. They banned single shot bolt actions. They banned bolt action shotguns. Like, there is nothing safe. So if you think your gun is safe, your gun is not safe.
One of the very first videos I ever made with Rod when he was still doing Civil Advantage was I actually got to play with the I think it was like the Jaeger's 1880 or something like that. The AK-22 that was just like plastic and a 22 inside, like plastic shell and a 22 inside. That was my first like up close and personal opportunity to see just the absurdity of banning just variants. Nothing about that. That's a variant. It just looks like an AK.
The Blaze.
You'd have to define variant, wouldn't you?
The Blaze 47. That was another one. Yeah,
I think 22.
The Blaze 22.
The one that looks like an AK.
The one that was banned was the Blaze 47. I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I have an old 30-06 hunting rifle. It doesn't have any name or serial on it. What would be categorized? It's probably non-restricted, but unless we got to look at it, we wouldn't really know.
Yeah, if it's a bolt gun and it's an old gun, if it's old enough, it doesn't have a serial number. It'll be something from the 30s, 40s, 50s. It's a bolt gun. It's probably a Mauser, probably way back then, or something somebody built. You're fine.
Got a Bar Mark 3. Oh,
it could be lots of things. Yeah.
Yeah.
It didn't make it. Type AD1 got banned. It was last AK loophole.
Oh, it is not, because you can still go get yourself that fancy finish little what are those guys?
Yes, you can.
The Valmet?
The Valmet. Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Yeah,
not on the list yet.
You want to spend the money, baby. I think they started at $6,000
now. Oh yeah, it's gonna go up from
maybe
now.
more now. So yeah, check Canadian Gun Nuts. There's a couple Valmets that circle around on there every so often. Yeah. One of them's done up like an RPD at school.
Less than 1%.
Compliance late. So guys, but compliance for what? Because they haven't asked for them back, and they're not going to ask for them back. The amnesty is until October 31st. So you don't have to break the law. You just sit on your guns for a year.
As far as compliance for people actually going out and using them, I think the compliance rate will be higher than what a lot of people expect.
Yes. But I wanted to just touch on that compliance rate because, like I said, and I touched on it earlier, there are people who, for one reason or another, need to leave the country, and the compliance rate might be less than zero, or might be more than zero. Sorry, schnapps. Might be more than zero because there are going to inevitably be some people over the next year who need to come and go and who get stuck, or die. There's that makes me sad, but I just. thinking about anybody dying and a good gun collection going to waste.
Oh yeah, like if we're talking compliance, like actually surrendering them and sending them in, I think it's going to be extremely
Near
low.
zero. But it won't be zero, and I think that they will use every single gun that isn't zero as a look, we're being very successful, and they're using such wildly, absurdly low numbers in their estimates for the number of guns affected, so that when they get those guns, their compliance rate is much higher than what it is in reality.
Well, it was like the long gun registry, right? We registered 7 million guns, and that was like 90% or something. And then somebody's like, oh, I think it was the CSSA actually said, well, we looked at the import-export records. It's more like 21 million guns. The government's like, nope, you're wrong. Thinking you're not. So, and it was amazing how many people suddenly had guns when the long gun registry vanished. I knew a ton of people that all of a sudden had guns that did not before. They just appeared. So,
yeah. I think we've got a whole bunch of people who are new, who didn't see the list. So what I might do is just review the list. I know we reviewed it a little bit earlier, but just to review the summarized list real quick again.
Yeah.
So all 180 variants. Most of the cool PCCs got nuked. All the B&Ts, some Beretta stuff that was nuked before. GSG 16 variants, GSG MP40, the STGW, whatever other version they had there. All the Tavors, the Lockhart Raven, all versions of that. ACR, Type 81, Type 97, M17S, the Crusader arms, Bren 2, that's a big one. Desert Tech, EAA Appeal. None of you have that. I think it's just funny. I was trying to review one of those. The Famae PS90s, H&K Everything, SL8s, all those kind of things. The Everything Keltec, the CMR, RDB, RFB, SU16, Chris Vector, the 22, the 9mm, all those. M10X, some 1918 machine gun variants. Robinson, M96. And the WA2000. So lots of guns got banned. All these firearms are now prohibited. You can only have them at home. You can't take them to the range. Can't go hunting. Can't do any of that kind of stuff with them.
Can't give them away. Can't sell them.
Honestly,
can't transfer
if
them.
your gun doesn't look like that, it's in their target. It's in their sights, right? If it doesn't,
that looks like a prohibited firearm you've got in your hands there. That's a cap lock.
Only pirates need
hands.
So unless you're commandeering vehicles, commandeering vessels, sir.
I will have you know that this is an antique and is exempt from those laws. I made sure of it. It's why it gets displayed
for now.
Yeah.
Crypto's not on the list. Yes, the crypto's not on the list yet because they don't have it as in the FRT yet.
Don't worry though, the government will protect you from the crypto owners very shortly.
I like this one.
Yeah.
But wait, there's more crimes. Yeah, we got a massively increased firearms and murder and that kind of thing.
So I was really hoping someone was going to ask that question during the briefing. That when are you going to start listening to the police unions that are coming out? Because you're supposed to be, the police are supposed to be the experts. So when are you going to start listening to the police unions that are telling you that these bans aren't doing anything?
I'm sure that anyone who was there had all of their questions pre-authorized and would never be allowed back if they got out of line.
Well, they incorporated enough of the RCMP that they pay for to give them the point of view that they want, right?
Yeah. Not the RCMP union though, but the RCMP firearms lab.
And just a reminder for everyone who's like, because we're seeing a whole bunch of people joining right now. Those guns are all prohibited, but like, don't worry. I'm not worried about that much. You see, this is not doom and gloom. We've done doom and gloom, like lots of them over the past decade. Lots of doom and gloom podcasts. I think we're fine. I think we just, wait it out. Have a pint and go down to the Winchester and just wait it out. Is what we're gonna do, right? Because, sorry, go ahead, Dustin.
No, I completely agree with you. I do not think that this particular... I saw a couple of people mentioning, some depression. Don't let that stop you from renewing your RPAL. Don't let this stop you from being excited about the, the future. Guys, this is 19 days until the next election? Something like that? We're getting close.
At latest.
Okay?
Yeah.
So we've been through the ringer for the last few years. Screw this guy. He's on his way out. There's no way for him to win. Don't stress. It sucks. And we're going to watch businesses. We're going to watch people suffer for another year, and that's going to hurt. It's going to suck. But the phoenix that rises from these particular ashes is going to have a big F Trudeau logo on the back of it as it ascends. So just be excited for that moment, okay? That's what you need to focus on. Get your license. If you don't have your gun license, get your RPAL, do the whole thing, and then go buy all the handguns when they're legal and all the short barrel rifles.
Yeah, we're going to be good. This is the flailing death throes of a government which is slowly sinking underwater. Not fast enough. Somebody needs to put their foot on it and push it underwater a little quicker till the bubbles stop coming up. But only Jagmeet can do that, and he's not going to do that. So just chill, enjoy your guns, go shoot, hang out with your buddies, have fun, fondle your
try
guns.
some PRS. Try some rimfire PRS this year, right? Get out there and try some rimfire PRS. Get some shotgun action going on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's still some shooting sports out there to explore.
Yep, there is.
I'm working on it, Benson. That's what I'm doing every day. Getting
more
all right,
I'll look into becoming an instructor just for all of you. Okay, I'm more than equipped. So
you're doing good things. So like for other people on the call right now, anyone can do this. Take people that you know to the range. Take them to the range, to take them shooting, and they can just tell them like, hey, here's how things are. I find I've taken lots of people who were either fence sitting or some people who are like outright anti-gun, and I've taken them to the range. Do the right thing. Don't put the short-barreled pistol grip shotgun in front of them and have them fire it and bust their teeth up. Get them started on a 22. Make sure they have a good experience, and that person will see like, oh, okay, maybe this isn't for me. But I can see how someone would get into this, and it was kind of fun. And I understand your hobby now, and I think that's really like that should be any of the 320 people that are watching right now. This should be your goal. Get some people out, join and support your local gun club. Yeah, for sure. That's gonna be full of people who are already going to vote for the guns and that kind of thing.
Work for. Talk to your friends.
Yeah.
Don't hide, because hiding has literally never worked for anybody, anytime, anywhere. Because if you hide, you're those people, right? So you're hiding. If people know you and they get to know you and what you do, next time they hear anti-gun bullshit, they're going to go, oh, I know Jack, I know Jill, they own guns, they're good people. What are these idiots going on about? This isn't the way things work.
Dave, you can speak to this because you've been a gun owner longer than most of us, and I'm not. This is not a dig. You just been around a little longer. I got a lot of like my knowledge about the before times from my grandfather. That was my my introduction into all of this, and hearing the tales of the before times, and that does seem to have been the mentality forever. Was we just keep it to ourselves, we don't really we don't want to like upset anybody, and it needs to be the exact opposite. Share your passion. If you're into guns, it doesn't matter if all you got is a pump gun. Like, take folks out, don't be a dick about it. Like prepare them for any recoil, maybe put some like recoil rounds if you're shooting a shotgun, but take people out, be nice, make it a thing that can make people look at firearms and your ownership of them as not the devil.
Again, once you know those people, it's the same with any community. It doesn't matter who it is, whether it's religious minorities, the LGBTQ, the alphabet mafia people, whoever. Once people actually become mainstream and they're just literally people, you're their neighbor, you're their friend, you're their coworker. You're not this monster hiding in the corner with an assault weapon waiting to kill children at your local school like the liberals make you out to be. Take people shooting, tell people what you do. If you have friends, just work it into conversations. Hey, what do you do for fun? Oh, cool, I'm a competition shooter and I like to hunt. And see if people want to come out to the range. Promote the sport. Like, we're all ambassadors for our sport. And if people get to know you and know what you do, like this also, rewinding a bit, this all got started in the 90s because when they started teaching the PAL courses, one of the things that they mentioned in every PAL course I ever took was don't tell anyone you own firearms. And that's actually in the manual. I don't know if it's still in the manual, but it's in one of the manuals I have. Don't tell people you own guns. People will break into your house. People will murder your family and take your guns, that sort of stuff. That is not true. Maybe don't tell your local gangbangers and like give them your address and when you're going to be home and stuff. Don't do that. But, telling your coworkers you're a gun owner and you shoot and it's fun and everything. there's nothing wrong with that. Make sure people know what you do and that you are a good person. You are Canadian. You're not these crazy rednecks running around in the woods drunk, shooting up in the air and killing people and stuff. We're the safest people in the country. You cannot get hurt shooting. It is, I wouldn't say safer than playing chess.
You can, but it's
pretty hard and very rare.
I use more Band-Aids than anything.
Right, and that's not an injury. I mean, injuries where you wind up at the hospital, like twisted ankles and stuff. Like, it's funny because my mom will get all tense if I'm going shooting or something, and I tell her, she'll go, make sure you're safe. Driving to the range is the most dangerous thing that I ever do. But if I were to tell her that I'm going to play football, she'd be like, great, have fun. That's the most dangerous thing in the world. It's a horrible sport.
It's funny, Dave. So I teach PAL courses, and I ask people, what do you think the number one cause of death is for firearms? And most people, when you ask them that, they're like, oh, accidents. Most people think that. And like I teach to a selected audience that they're mostly they have firearms in the house. Their husband or wife or grandpa or grandma have firearms. So like I'm mostly teaching people who already know about this stuff, and they all say, oh, it's in accidents. Yeah. But we all know, like everyone on the call here knows, it's not accidents. It's suicides and homicides is where firearms deaths in the community happen. So it's that disconnect is so extreme. That's a really surprising thing that continues to surprise me, because I ask it with every class, where do you think most firearms deaths come from? And people are like, oh, you've just been going over all this safety stuff. Oh, it's accidents, right? No. Because we're all licensed, because we all like have these storage laws and all this kind of stuff, it's not accidents at all. It's you can count them on one hand every year.
Oh yeah, we are insane about safety, and that is a big thing. Like, I've taken people to the range, and they were really nervous about going because they really didn't know what to expect. Like, am I going to come back alive, sort of thing? And it was, I wouldn't take you if it was going to be unsafe.
Did you bring out the first aid kit? Holy crap! Some stuff's going to go on. No, this just
the AD.
I never use this.
Yeah,
I use the Band-Aids out of this thing. That's it.
So I've been shooting since the early 1990s. And I was just thinking, actually, Dustin, you weren't even alive when they banned most of the stuff that's banned right now.
You're muted again.
You weren't alive during Polytechnique either, I don't think.
No, I was
acceptance.
I was alive during all the big bands, all the 90s bands. I am a 90s baby. We won't talk about what 90, but
okay. Where was I going with that? I lost my train of thought, teasing Dustin.
Oh no,
you were
a
funny, PAL owner
the 90s
for a long
baby,
time.
and he's
you probably haven't seen any accidents on.
No,
on
I have seen exactly one person shoot themselves on the range, and I have been present, and that's unusual. Most people have never seen that. And I have been present when there have been millions of rounds fired, like literally millions. I am on the range at competitions at least. I mean, I ran 13 or 14 matches last year. Our organization, the ORA, runs 80 plus matches a year. And in 154 years, we've had one guy shoot himself on the range that I know of. In 154 years. My gun club has been there for 85 years. They have never had anyone get seriously injured. And most gun clubs are exactly the same.
I haven't seen anyone get injured from a gun. Someone got injured on our range from, so like here's the things that you'll see for injuries on a gun range: heart attacks. Some old people will overexert themselves, and then your standard like falls and scrapes and bumps and that kind of thing. If anyone's using like a quad, they might flip their quad or something like that and get hurt. Sorry, Kyle, go ahead. I'm ranting here.
No, injuries on manipulating the firearm, got a finger stuck in a slide or bolt, but not from shooting themselves, not from the projectile. That's extremely rare.
Super duper. I've never seen it, and I'm on the range a lot. I'm on the range almost every weekend for the last like 3 years in the summer, and nothing. Yeah.
From competition shooting, I can think of one person who I've heard of that died from competition shooting, and that's
who you've heard of, right?
Yeah.
Was that the one in BC?
Yes, that's the one in BC where it was a super high performance gun, and he did what people tell you not to do. He dropped his gun, and then he reached to
Tried to
grab
grab
it,
it.
and shot himself.
Yeah,
That's the only one I know of in Canada.
Same.
Yeah. Other than some people will go to like a rental range and they'll rent a handgun. They'll shoot themselves to kill themselves. It's a method of suicide, right? But but like accidental.
Yeah, accidental.
That's the only one I know of in the last like 10 years. Maybe there's more, but
I like this.
Yeah.
Just more people have. Almost certainly that's true.
Absolutely, it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did want to touch on one thing just to recap, because I saw we had some comments about the Type 81 and in relation to it that there was only 2 listed. So if your specific model of a gun that's on the list isn't listed, go to Armalytics, find that model and do a drop down, because like with the Type 81, you type that in and you got the SA and the SR, and the comment was that the LMG wasn't listed on there. Well, if you drop actually both of those down, they have an also known or product code, and the Type 81 LMG shows up under both of those. So if you want, if scroll further down, Adriel.
Yep.
Further down on the page.
Further down.
Yeah, past all that.
Yep. There's the LMG version. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they actually have a list of even further down where it shows also known and / product code. Like right there.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah.
So if you don't see your specific model, but it's something of that, go to Armalytics, check that out, and see if that is listed under a also known as.
They have a habit of just saying "and all variants" too.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Just for some of the newer folks, we know you cannot buy the guns. They are currently banned. Sorry.
It was as soon as they made the announcement.
As soon as they did it, that was it. And then there's another one. Now is the answer to your question, Gary. That list is the law of the land.
6 hours ago.
Yeah. Sorry, not to interrupt. I just, I know there's new folks. There's been some calls for to see the list again, folks. The list has been posted a couple times in our comments. So scroll up. There's a link to the entire list there.
And if you don't want to scroll the list, Tracy Wilson did post the list on her Facebook channel and her Facebook page.
The CCFR also has a page dedicated to that list now too, as well.
And the CCFR sent out an email. So if you're not a member of the CCFR, go join. It's the cost of a box of ammo a year and the insurance and cool emails from them. And I got an email a couple hours ago that had the list. So there you go.
Yes, you would be committing a crime. I am Aiden Carter.
Yep.
You cannot take your GSG to the range.
No,
or out of the house.
You can't sell it.
Stay in the house.
Yeah. Do you guys think the SKS will sell? Well, there's an interesting question. They talked about it very specifically today, and they're like, no, we're looking at it. We're considering it. We're going to put out another list in February.
I think it will. I think there's going to be a caveat for that where it will get banned, but Indigenous will get to use it eventually.
Already have a caveat for that.
They already do. Yeah. I think...
but that caveat is just within that amnesty period where we can't use it. They can still use it during the amnesty period.
I think
if anything,
go near the end, because they're gonna leave it because they still need a gun to ban down.
It'll be
one
of the.
Right?
That's a big gun for them to ban, so that'll be one of the last ones that they do.
Yeah.
I think it will end up getting banned, like you said, Dave. It'll be one of the last ones.
Yeah, it depends on polling. If their polling's bad, there's no shit telling what will happen.
All this is all polling.
They're desperate. They're so desperate right now, man.
I'm excited, and you know what? Hey, I'm just going to take this moment. All of these awesome new listeners, folks that maybe we haven't heard me get on my little soapbox and talk about being politically active. Get politically active. If you aren't on a first name basis with your MP federally and your provincial, whether they're MLA, MPP, I don't care. If you're not on a first name basis with them, time to start being on a first name basis with them. Everybody needs to know that this is unacceptable and it will not stand. What the liberals are doing right now, and this is why they're going to hit us with this over and over and over, this little drip, drip, drip. They're attempting right now to change the channel and get some kind of a bump because their political fortunes are in the absolute dumpster. The only thing that they're hoping is going to change that now is fucking us all over. If all of you guys can, with one very, very loud voice, tell them to bugger off, it's not going to work, that might actually, at least stop it from getting any worse. but like they're really, really trying hard right now to get their bump and to get their benefit from this, because they haven't gotten it from giving us our own money back in the way of like a check and a 2-month rebate or a 2-month decrease on GST on booze and chips. So like that's what they're trying to do right now, just being fully honest. And if you guys all of you right now make appointments with your MPs, you can do that. You can call and make an appointment with your MP and tell them you're pissed off. I don't care if they're conservative. I don't care if they're liberal, if they're NDP. They all have an obligation to see you and have a meeting with you. Schedule that meeting. Schedule that meeting as soon as possible. Call their offices and schedule an actual meeting. Don't just send an email. Don't just send a letter. Make an appointment with your MP and tell them how upset this makes them. All right. That's my soapbox.
And I'm just posting the link to register to watch the appeal on Monday, Tuesday next week again. Because chat's been rolling, so just refresh that one there.
Cool. Yeah, thanks, Kyle.
Yeah. Unfortunately, being a gun owner by itself is, and it should not be this way, but it is a political thing. If you own guns, you are involved in politics, whether you like it or not, and that sucks. Because I hate politics. I don't like politicians. Yeah. I hate politics. I would like nothing better than to just ignore all of this and go to the range with my buddies and shoot our guns and have a great time and enjoy our lives. But that is not the reality that we live in, unfortunately.
Dude, exactly the same. I hate politics, and I can't believe how into it I've been for the last several years. I just want to hit on this. Oh, sorry, wrong one. This one. Yeah, we signed the largest e-petition C20 after C21 in history. You're right. It was actually 2 of the largest e-petitions in history. An e-petition is like the laziest thing in the world. Make an appointment with your MP. My MP has already, even though he's still going to vote for anything that Trudeau tells him to, because the MPs are all whipped one way or the other, doesn't matter what he says. Make an appointment with your actual MP. Have a face-to-face conversation with him for that 10 to 15 minutes that you're allocated, and tell him that you're pissed off, that it is unacceptable, and that they are so far beyond the pale and way outside of any kind of reasonable field of logic. The e-petition thing, come on, man. It takes 2 minutes to do that. Of course they were going to ignore it. But having an
They ignore all of those.
They ignore all of those. But having a meeting with your elected representative and remind them that they are there to represent your interests, your needs, and your they're there to represent you in the House of Commons. And if they're not doing that, vote them the hell out. It's that easy. Go vote.
And
sorry.
If nothing else, you'll make them uncomfortable, and they should be uncomfortable.
They should.
Yep.
And also, for anybody, across Canada, honestly, I don't like whether or not you support the CCFR or anybody else. I mean, it doesn't matter. There is going to be a concerted effort come election time to do probably another run of like the flyer handouts. If you have an opportunity to volunteer for one of those organizations, do it. I could have used another 200 hands when we did this in 2021, and I would love some extra help. And I know everybody involved would love to. Any extra assistance that you can provide in getting rid of this particular government by volunteering your time or money, do it.
Yep.
Yeah, just to hit some comments here. Sorry. Some people are mentioning like getting some rear ranches, expecting to lose all semis. Maybe. I mean, they floated this idea several times. If any of you are old enough to remember when Ignatieff was and Fanuf Dion.
Dion didn't come back for you.
They were running under banning all handguns and banning all semi-autos. They have run it on it before, and they floated that idea. This semi-auto center fire. Yeah, since the 90s. It's entirely possible.
But the funny
I disagree.
Thing was. Sorry,
like East Van Tony is saying you can't vote your way out of this. Yeah, you can. I argue absolutely can, because the conservatives said they're going to reverse C21. If they don't, well, so be it. Shame on us. But
we're still at the ballot box portion.
They said they would.
Things, Tony.
Yep.
We haven't moved beyond ballot box just yet, and we're not.
Tony, I'll come down to commercial. Let's get a beer, and I'll disagree with you over a drink.
Yeah.
And again, the conservatives are the only ones that aren't. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So the amnesty is going to cover us. The amnesty covers us. So that's why, like, this is not a negative. Like, we're covering this right now, but we're not in a bad mood. In 2020, we were in a bad mood. This is temporary. Yeah. next fall, these guys are all getting kicked out.
Yeah.
As of polling right now, it's going to be a landslide. Sorry, go ahead, Dustin.
Yeah. No, you're exactly right. It's going to be a bloody mess. They're not doing great.
Nope. Well, Jean Chrétien said that Trudeau's toast, so he's pretty hardcore liberal, dude.
What guns can you buy in the interim? What kind of? And are there any shooting competitions you're curious about? Because there's 22 precision and there's centerfire precision, and those are both like they were growing before massively in popularity. In Canada here, we had ORPS, we had some clubs taking on NRL 22, CRPS. Those are all like really fun ways of getting into the shooting sports. I would look at that. I would look at what do I want to do with those guns, and are there any cool sports that I haven't paid as much attention to?
If you're in
Ontario, I would buy based on that.
If you're in Ontario, look at the Ontario Rifle Association. We got all sorts of stuff going on: target rifle, precision rifle, F-class, sporting rifle, all sorts of stuff you can do with either a semi-auto or a bolt gun, and they're all a lot of fun.
And again, that's also not to gloss over things like Maple Seed that's growing. I know that's not a competition. That's just, but like it's a thing. If you're just new and getting into guns, there's been a bunch of our comments that are like, I just got my PAL, or I'm just getting it. Go get yourself a 1022 and shoot a Maple Seed. Have yourself some fun. There is tons of fun to be had with guns. Just because Trudeau and the government sucks doesn't mean you can't go out and have fun. And all the semi-auto tube-fed shotguns are still legal. I don't know if they will be, but they're still legal for now. Like,
and if you don't buy guns and have fun, they win. So screw those guys. Don't let them win.
No,
nothing annoys them more than looking every year at the number of PAL owners and realizing it's going up every year.
Yep,
just pisses them off to no end. It's hilarious.
Just keep the shooting sports and PAL owners keep increasing.
I just doubled down. I just bought my Glock conversion kit, my 2-point. I didn't even get it in a color that I want because I'm going to change it anyways. I have. It's flat dark earth right now. It's not going to stay that way.
I've been seeing a lot of flat dark earth is over. It's the discount color for everything right now.
It is. Well, I like
it though.
I do too. I've got a bunch of flat dark earth guns, but this one's going to be colorful. But no, seriously, like, go have some fun with whatever you can. Make some friends. There's tons of friends. And also make some friends with handguns. We're still allowed to share handguns. I'm just saying. So you can borrow a handgun from a friend. That's still legal. So go get your RPAL.
Yep. Do we think the Henry Homesteader PCC will be banned? It seemed just because it would have avoided the ban of PCC guns. There's a whole bunch of things in that list that are normal looking non-pistol grip guns in May 2020, and now they got banned, and before that. So
they'll both get
it'll get banned eventually when they realize.
They're in the FRT. The government already knows about them.
Yeah.
They just missed it.
They didn't just miss it. They just missed it intentionally. They have, by their own admission, they have a larger list of guns that they are paying attention to, that they're intending to ban in the, like I said, their little drip of gun bans and more hitting on if it feels like it could get banned, it's probably going to get banned. If you've got a gun right now, it's not safe.
Yeah, and this again is the death throes. They're flailing. So in the spring, they'll probably ban something else. In the midsummer, elections coming up, they'll be like, oh, we're going to keep you safe. We're going to ban some more stuff. They'll run on a full ban of semi-autos or handguns.
But it's temporary.
It's all temporary.
So to answer
it's stupid.
The OIC question again, Gustavo. So it's kind of complicated. The Liberals did flip us off in a kind of crappy way with C-71. They made it so that an OIC cannot be used to make a gun less restricted or prohibited, than only more restricted and prohibited, and they made sure to enact that part of that piece of legislation. So kind of, it can be overturned, but it requires legislation. And what that means is that the conservative government can't just be a conservative government. It needs to be a majority conservative government, and they need to overturn the whole thing, which is another reason why y'all should go volunteer, donate, do whatever you can in whatever capacity you can. If you want something different, I saw somebody posting in here that you can't vote your way out of this. That's, it was East Van Tony. Disagree with you. You can, we should, and we will.
Yep. And if your riding association isn't doing what you want, get 15 of your friends together and go take it over, because nobody shows up for these things like ever. You can literally get 10 friends sometimes and just take it over, and it can be your association.
Yeah, it's called policy capture, and it works. They've been using it against us for a long time. Use it back.
Yep. The world is run by those who show up. You, like Dustin said, you call your MP, you show up, you go to riding association meetings, you join the riding association, you volunteer, you donate money. All of a sudden you're running things. Like you show up, you run things. That's the way the world works. So, get off your ass and get out and do stuff.
What's going to happen to the ranges in 3-gun? I'd imagine they'll make it through the year. This is just a 1-year thing, guys. The ranges will, they might see reduced membership for the year, but 3-gun, it's going to be a little bit silly for a year, but it'll be fun. We'll get our SKSs out.
322s, or it'll be 3-gun, but it'll be three brace of pistols like Dustin has there. You're just pulling them out, shooting the targets like a pirate.
This will surprise nobody, but I went to Burning Man last year, not my first year. Burning Man, it poured rain in the desert and really messed that event up in a big way. And it was a unique event. Hasn't happened like that before, probably never will again. And forever, that will get looked back upon as this like special, weird, unique moment. And this is going to be that. All of this nonsense that we're going through right now is going to be that. We're going to look back on it in a few years and laugh. You remember that year when all we had left to shoot 3-gun was these stupid Glock conversions for pistols? And so, yeah, and Adro went and shot his 3-gun with his M1 Garand and ripped up his thumb. And yeah, that's going to be our reality.
Not going to happen. Myth.
I'll believe it when I see it.
I've already shot it. Okay, well, sorry, I'm just going to grab one more here. Shouldn't the real discussion be things to do set up after you undo Trudeau's grabs? You have no rights in Canada. That's a reality with where we're at. The thing that we can hope for is that the CPC reverses it, and the thing that we'd really like is simplified classification. That would be amazing.
Well, ultimately, like an amendment or an actual Bill of Rights would be cool, but that's not that will not happen.
No,
Bill of Rights, property rights. Get rid of the notwithstanding clause.
I'm going to be honest, folks. If you live in Canada, you do not have rights. The federal government has so much more power than it should be allowed to, and they have no interest in changing that.
No, of course not. Why would they? The warlord isn't going to go, well, I guess I'll just retire now.
You know what? I hope Wendy's celebrating tonight, because her fall is going to be so much more glorious like a year down the road, when it's like, oh, everything you did was completely worthless and pointless and you wasted your life, Wendy.
She had very little screen time today. It was
it's because she's not relevant anymore. She's not relevant, and she's actually contentious. She got kind of pseudo canceled for being a bit of a workplace bully. Hey.
I heard about that. Yeah.
She's not the fan now. Polly is the group, and the spin doctors. They're the ones that the government wants. So she's still kind of hanging around like that uninvited party guest that just doesn't get the message.
I know, me being salty, but yeah, everybody, when things are good, don't forget that hashtag Polly remembers hashtag. When things are good, post your pictures having fun with your guns. Remember that hashtag. Just
like how vindictive you are.
I'm real vindictive. It's the gay in me. I get real catty. I'm not gonna lie. They're gonna take my gay card away.
None of the rest of us are legally allowed to comment or laugh too loudly at that. So. Good joke, sir. Well done. Thumbs up.
You guys all gonna get out of jail free card. You're allowed. It's fine.
Uncomfortable silence all around. Moving on.
Well, Dustin's kind of an anomaly, because like of all the gay people I know, he is like the most conservative person, like of all of them. Like,
isn't that wild?
It's not even close. I don't know any gay people who are as conservative as you.
No, it's hilarious. They don't know what to do with me.
You don't fit the box.
Yeah.
No.
Is there anything else?
Let's see.
There's a good one here.
So many comments.
Good PSA. We were talking about ranges and that, and go renew your range membership. We don't want ranges to close for lack of funding. And like we said, there's still a bunch of shooting sports out there to explore in the meantime.
There's lots of stuff to do. Come on out and shoot guns.
Heck, even doesn't even have to be a sport. Just go out and plink, enjoy.
Go shoot pop cans. That's fun.
Nah,
I love
sporting,
plinking.
sporting guys.
Sporting
Come
is-
on. Why are you
yes.
putting people towards plinking? There's tons of stuff.
I like plinking.
ORPS, the rimfire sports are really set to grow this year, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're very clearly, all the guns
ammo.
they
Yeah.
use are, I can't say that. Most of the guns they use, I'm pretty sure, aren't going to get banned.
For now.
And it's a fun sport to do. I've only done it a couple of times, but it's going to be great. I think like PRS is pretty safe for now. I think it's pretty
big bolt
safe, and
guns.
that's a great sport to do at your local range. Clays, all that kind of stuff. Some people are asking here, is the BCL Grizzly banned? As far as I know, yet Alberta and Saskatchewan secede. Probably not, but
It'd be cool.
smoke that copium. I wouldn't mind too much, but when Trump was saying like, "Oh, maybe you guys should be the 51st state people," or state people are saying like, "Oh, if only." And some people are saying, like, I wouldn't want to. That'd be terrible, but
I thought it was funny that the Canadian contingent was reported as laughing uncomfortably. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
come on. And then Trump posted that
It
thing
was
today of like him with a Canadian flag behind him looking over a mountain range.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well done,
Fun
sir.
stuff.
The Grizzly is going to be banned because it is an AR-180 variant.
It has to be. I didn't see it
It is.
in the.
It's an AR-180.
I didn't see a
all
specific
variants.
Grizzly listing, so it must be under one of the other FRT numbers, and therefore it's probably got nailed as well.
So hang on, I want to touch on this one again. Rael, this is a great question. We have so much to look forward to. Are you kidding? I just laid out. You got a bunch of things to look forward to in the future. I'm already naming some of my black guns after some of the people in Poly remembers. So like I can't wait to go out and take those shooting. But honestly, there's some. All right, if you don't watch Slamfire, you should. We've interviewed some amazing folks in like the PRS community recently. I'm going to get involved in that. I'm definitely putting that HKSL8 money towards PRS for sure. That seems like fun. There's rimfire events. There's other events out there. Go have some fun with what you can, and take other people shooting. Get more people interested in it. What you should be doing and looking forward to in the future is like preparing, because it's going to be a lot of fun. I think things are going to get better for us. This is literally, I know it's a cliche that things are always darkest just before the dawn. This is the darkest part. We're going through the dark part right now. Look forward to the future. It's going to be good.
But it's not like
It's not that dark. I know.
We had a special episode in 2020 when they released this stuff right after the Nova Scotia shooting, and it was all Debbie Downer. I don't mind any of this stuff.
4.5 years later, they haven't taken anything. We still got all our stuff. Can't shoot it, but we got it. So
I cracked open my safe this evening. I was pissed off. Everybody here has seen my spicy comments in our chat. I was properly pissed off. But I cracked open my safe. I looked at every single one of my guns. I counted them. I had to count them because I had to know how many were now extra banned. But you know what? None of them went missing. Not a single one. They're all still down there. And that's not going to change. And all of you should be happy and excited about that. It is functionally impossible for them to take guns from you by the amnesty period. Even if the worst happens and Trudeau were to magically win again, they literally cannot confiscate like the millions of guns that they've now banned in any conceivable way. It's just not possible. No.
Yeah. Vincent's talking about these constant moving goalposts. They're just going to sell everything and start collecting ads. I think, at the start of COVID and 2020, a lot of people were feeling that way. I know people who were on this podcast felt that way. It's today. It's very different. This is desperation. This is, we're going to lose. Let's throw shit at the wall and just see what sticks. And I'm not worried even a little bit.
Again, it's the death throes of the government. We're going to see so much of this stuff and so much vitriol and hatred and names being thrown around. They're just going to try everything. Like, you think that 250 they're giving you is a lot of money? They're going to be fire hosing water at the public and like all the special interest groups. It's the death throes. They are absolutely desperate. The Liberals are, I believe, polling 1% right now under the NDP. Like,
Yeah.
This is not good for them. And Justin doesn't seem to want to go anywhere. And they can't fire him because literally the Liberals didn't pass, actually straight out declined allowing their party leader to be fired, which was stupid at this point. But I'm sure Justin's happy.
Yep.
But yeah, it's death rows. So as long as you can keep out of the way, survive those death rows, which you can, be Dustin. Be more like Dustin. There we go. Cheerful. Look at that smile.
Right.
Yeah. Look at the positive stuff. I have a lot of issues with this stuff. I've been fighting this crap since the 90s, and it is easy to get bummed out. It's easy to get down. It is so irritating. The amount of hours and time I spent trying to figure out what the hell my association and my sports and myself were going to do after the May 2020 stuff. And after this is incredibly frustrating that all the rest of my competition rifles are prohibited. But you know what? Screw those guys. I'm just getting like oppositional defiance going on. Heck with them. I'm going to have fun. I'm going to have a good time. I'm going to keep doing my stuff, make it work. And it's going to be glorious, as Dustin said, when that pendulum swings the other way and clips these guys right in the back of the head. It's going to be great.
That's the thing to remember. The pendulum does swing the other way, and boy, is she poised to swing hard. So folks just need to remember that.
Yep. If any of you guys are on Discord, we have a Discord server. So head on over to Kyle. You got the link.
I did post it. I can post it again here.
We have so if you're into Discord, if you're into gaming, Discord is like the way of doing like chat, video chat, voice chat, all that kind of stuff. We have a Discord server for Slamfire Radio where we talk about all kinds of things, general stuff that we talk about from the show. We got a 3D printing one, nothing illegal, just the legal stuff there. But we've got some really great topics that if you want to talk real time with some people about gun stuff, Discord is where it is at.
I might even be cool and actually log in. Yeah, I was just gonna say.
I use it for my Friday
you guys
night
aren't
gaming
cool
stuff.
enough. No,
I gotta.
Dave, Dustin,
No, I think this works. I'm cool. I'm actually in there. I just no. Come on, hang on. Here, see.
If you have to say you're cool, you're not cool, Dustin. That's the epitome of uncool.
Is that where the line is?
Yeah, I did it. I'm in. I'm in.
We've gotten unusual joined activity detected on the Discord now.
Oh, that's awesome.
Great. Sorry if some of you guys just tried to join.
Thanks, Dustin.
I'm batting 1,000 tonight, aren't I?
Doing all the banning.
Good. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I completely wasn't thinking about that, Adriel. I'm sorry.
No, I don't think it was you. I think it's
no, it's just
joining.
No. I feel bad about earlier. Like I said, I don't drink. So yeah, what's his name? Van.
Here, I'm resolving it right now as we speak.
Thank you. Yeah.
We're gonna keep you away from schnapps, Dustin.
Good. I don't
concerned about the schnapps consumption.
It's so rare. I have it is shockingly rare if I have more than 2 drinks in a week. So, no.
Can't
no
use
is the answer.
The guns.
Yeah. No. Sorry.
Guns.
Can't use them.
Leave them at home.
I think what we're having is
oil them up.
Some people are joining on YouTube, just and then they're like, there's a live thing. Hey, what's going on with this thing, right? So it's a great questions. But yeah, you can't use them.
I wish
can't use them, can't sell them, can't take them out of the house.
They're like ARs now. They're in the same category as ARs. If you try to move, you'll contact your CFO and say, hey, I've got these prohibited firearms, and they'll just be like, just move, dude.
Just move.
Yeah.
They don't care. They can't issue.
But they're really dangerous. Do I need an ATT? Can I? No, just go. It's fine.
Yeah.
Well, they can't give you an ATT, I don't think, for your ARs anymore because
they can't.
No certificate.
I moved with
nullified.
prohibited ARs. Yeah, and I was like, I called them. I'm like, yo, what do I got to do with these? They're like, I don't know, just move.
ATTs are bullshit anyway. Just go. Says the CFO.
I just want to hit on this one little point. No, he hasn't destroyed this country. He has done a number on it.
Well, he's done a good number on it, yeah.
You're not destroyed.
The nice thing about countries is that countries are bigger than any one person, any one party.
Yeah.
You can win the next election. Like everything seems to, be crap when your guy doesn't win. just get that, get you upset, and work harder next time. Get good and get rid of them. And no, yes, your GSG 16 is prohibited. You cannot shoot it, use it, etc. It has to stay at home for now.
Yep.
And the GSG 15, and basically anything with a pistol grip that's a semi-auto.
Anything that's fun, anything that you could use.
No, we already had that discussion. Other guns are fun, just the cool tactical stuff.
So if you're going to shoot a competition, the good competition guns are really toast.
That's true.
Yeah.
But he who shoots the weird competition gun well is the winner?
I guess it's going to be fun.
In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man.
The guys who are already shooting the M1 Garands that had them pimped out, like, oh man, they're really going to whoop us. SK8 is saying they lost a little piece of paper that came with their RPAL.
Oh no.
The conditions paper. So that little piece of paper probably said standard conditions apply.
Yeah.
Standard conditions means that you have an ATT tune and from the range.
So
if you have a handgun, you can go to the range and back, and that's it. With other firearms,
I have that little piece of paper somewhere. What did I do with it?
Pro tip for anybody who does lose that piece of paperwork or some other potentially vital piece of firearms-related paperwork, call the firearms center, tell them you need them to resend you that piece of paper, and they happily will.
I found it.
Hey!
What's it say, Dave?
So it says standard conditions. You must inform the chief firearms officer of your province or territory within 30 days of any change to your name or address. And then it says special conditions. These license conditions authorize the transport of restricted and or prohibited firearms for registered to the license owner within their province of residence by a route that in all circumstances is reasonably direct for the specified specific indicated purpose. Transport of restricted firearms and or prohibited handguns, 1261, possessed for the purpose of target practice to and from all shooting clubs and ranges approved under Section 29 of the Firearms Act. Transport of a newly acquired restricted firearms. Bad grammar, guys. Fix that. And or prohibited firearms from the place of acquisition to the license holder's dwelling house or other place authorized by the chief firearms officer.
So, in short, that means you can take it to the range and back, and there's a couple of other like standards in there.
Yeah, to the gunsmith or the gun store. Yeah.
No
gun store.
Can't do that anymore.
No, they made that a special one now.
Yeah, you can go to a Section 29 range, and you may go to
the border.
The border is a separate one.
Authorized by the chief firearms officer.
Yeah, the border is a separate one.
I think the only ones that were left when they got done with it with C21 was to a peace officer and to and from your range. And I think that was it, like home.
The peace officers still want you to call before you go.
Don't show up. Don't wander into the police station.
I got a funny story about that one day, but
yeah, I got a few too.
Vincent, probably not. Semi-auto shotguns are probably going to be okay for the time being.
Yeah, we'll see in February.
We'll see in
February. I don't know, Kyle. I think the semi-auto centerfire thing is something that the Liberals might just pull out.
Oh, I think they're close, but in February, I don't think they're February close.
I wouldn't put it past this poor excuse for a government to not.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at this point, there's not much I would put past them. They're dumb enough to try anything.
Clearly. Tried bribing us with our own money, and people are like, I think the poll said 70% of people are like, yep, this is blatant politicking, but I'll take the money anyway.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, everybody shouldn't be so doom and gloom. Be excited. Be happy for the future. New listings.
So you're going to see listings. The posting sites, it'll take them a while to actually, because we just found out about this a couple hours ago. So the posting sites will be no doubt throwing up new rules and new rules on their portals, and probably just deleting anything that's prohibited now would be my suspicion. You cannot, as of 6.5 hours ago, legally buy, transport, blah blah blah, the X95. It's a prohib weapon. So So, I mean, you could buy one. Chances are all the new postings are RCMP officers. So, you know.
It's all honeypots all the way down.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah. I'm just going to rapid fire some questions here. Is this even legal? Yes.
Unfortunately.
Yep. It's the way
Yellow
the law's
flag
written.
from being abused. Oh, it will be abused. Absolutely.
Yeah.
They want to ban them all. I mean, semi-auto firearms have been like the Liberal Party has been trying to ban them since the late 90s. So yeah, absolutely.
Realistically, the anti-gun groups have said the problem is the guns. We want them all banned.
Mm-hmm.
So just go with that. When people tell you what
said
they
it
want,
today, they want them all banned. They said it today.
If this is talking about Dustin, no. If you have talked to your MP as much as Dustin have, you get to make this comment. Otherwise, no, you don't get to. Sorry.
Emo kid, his hair isn't even black.
I know, right?
So it's a mandate. I mean, the LPC have a minority government that's sponsored by the NDP, and the NDP also will support them. So for now, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And they always claim they have a mandate, no matter who they are.
I question that one.
Technically, they do, but like as soon as an election happens, they don't have a mandate anymore.
I tried to make my MP justify how they could, with having the fewest votes ever and having the minority government that they have, how they could possibly justify saying they have a mandate from the Canadian people when most of the Canadian people voted for someone else. That shut them up.
Let's see here. CCFR legal challenge next Monday, Tuesday. Yes, absolutely. We've shared that link a couple of different times to join. That's coming out soon here. Can you transport handguns to a gunsmith or anything like that, even if you get an ATT? Depends on your conditions, on your license. Take a look at the paper that came with your license. Where else is this streaming? They're talking about 300 to 400 people watching. My channel, Hunting Gear Guy, is streaming this. I think that's where I see 333 people watching. So that's where most people are. Yeah, most of the people right there.
Real quick about that link. If it's anything like the original court case, don't record what you're streaming.
You can't record. You can't rebroadcast. It's for your viewing pleasure only. Just
a little note for folks. It's a crime. So don't do that.
Because transparency is bad.
Website's no longer giving out reference numbers.
Okay.
It may be broken because so many people were doing it. Would be my guess.
The RCMP website. So I do know that the access for gun stores was shut down.
Yeah, they shut it down.
They couldn't do transfers at, like when they were making the announcement. I haven't heard back from Buddy if it's been up. Maybe it's not still up, so gun stores can't actually sell product whether it's banned or not right now. I don't know.
Shut it down minutes before the announcement happened.
Yeah.
It was literally minutes, like it was coordinated.
Let's see. Can't feel it. Just think of how amazing it's going to feel when the OICs gets recruited. Hubscopium. Yeah, it's going to happen though. I think it's going to happen. It's going to happen. My brother bought a PC Carbine 24 hours ago. I feel that because in 2020 I had a 308 that I bought and I just got it ready. I wasn't able to go to the range the weekend before, and then they banned it. I didn't get to go to the range even once with it.
I know a guy who bought a B&T 2 days ago.
Oh no, that's even worse.
Yeah.
RCMP closed, wasn't generating reference numbers, so people couldn't panic buy. Yep. Yeah. Thoughts on the Crusader crypto? It's unrestricted for now because it doesn't have an FRT. As soon as they get their hands on it, it's going prohib.
So go buy a bunch.
There was a question here that I think is worth.
Go ahead.
Said, are we allowed to unpin Type 81 mags now since we technically can't use them anymore? No, because it is still illegal to be in possession of a high capacity magazine.
Yeah, that is a prohibited device.
Mm-hmm.
A pin is all that stands between society and chaos, so don't unpin it.
Yeah.
There was a BCL and 308 that was on the list. I think that BCL and 308 was a variant of an FRT of another FRT number, so I think it was included.
If you look at that Grizzly, it's a 180. It looks exactly like their other. My brain is.
What was the BC? Right what's the BCL? I'll look it up right now while you guys. It's the SRV2, right?
Yeah, the Siberian.
I think the
looks like
the SRV2 had the
version.
308 under it. That one doesn't. SRV2 Siberian has 300 blackout on it, 308 wins. So if SRV2 Siberian is in the list, it's banned.
So it's listed as the BCL SRV2 Grizzly, but it's still an SRV2. So that'll be
Siberian. If it says Siberian in the list, then they got it.
Well, it says if you look at the listing, like on the model numbers, that when you look at for sale, it says SRV2 Grizzly.
No, what do you see in the list of like banned firearms?
I'm not looking there. I'm looking on vendor pages.
Oh, sorry.
So anyway, it's an AR 180, so banned.
So
expect to see Polycivient saying we're glad they're liberals banned. We could do more. Yeah, it's incrementalism. Yeah,
they'll never be happy until all the guns are banned, and then they'll be busy banning other things. So
you'd waste our tax dollars with questions like that. Yeah, they waste their tax dollars and everything. They were going to get like those $250 checks that they were going to give us was going to be like $5 billion, like right there.
It's going to be more when they do it. So this one, nothing. This doesn't have to do with facts or evidence, news, reason. They're doing this politically. This has nothing to do with facts or evidence.
Yeah. Polling's bad.
If you try and use facts with Canadian gun laws, Daniel, you will drive yourself insane. Because if you actually sit and read our gun laws and actually just literally read them, you will be shaking your head because they are ridiculous. Like 99% of them, it's just ridiculous crap.
So I want to pull a story on this one. Polly's throwing in the towel tomorrow. Polly in the 90s said, "Hey, if you guys just do this, we're good. We don't need to do anything else."
And they got everything they wanted.
And then they wanted more. Yeah. It's
and they always will.
It doesn't stop. Doesn't stop.
So there is a good saying I like, and I'm paraphrasing it very roughly, but it's essentially that it is better to be tormented by robber barons because occasionally they will be satiated and they will leave you alone. People that torment you for your own good will never give up because morally they cannot give up, and that's those people. They're on a crusade against us. They'll never give up.
No.
Which is why.
Oh, no special storage rules. Just store it like normal. You just can't take it out of your house. That's all.
Yeah, it's got to be locked according to what it was before. So if it was restricted before, restricted storage. If it was non-restricted before, non-restricted storage.
Which is hilarious.
I'm going to try to catch us up on the comments here because we're getting behind. Good question. Does this also have more magazines included? No, the magazine ban will come in March, is what they said. If we had to give them back, would we get in compensation? We don't know. Some far below is what some people are saying. We don't know. Keltec PMR 30. I was just at the range a week ago with. I'm sorry.
You monster.
You four are way too cheerful. It's gonna like look at the polling numbers. This is gonna change. This is gonna change in 3 quarters, and we're all old enough that we've been through this a couple times, and we can see the light on the other side. Yep.
And again, for once, it's not a train. So,
our pal.
Good luck with that.
Canada Post getting your PAL and our PAL licenses to you. That's one part that's hurting. It's Browning BAR. Good to go. Not in the list.
Not listed.
You're still fine. Yeah. Don't hand anything in. Yeah, the amnesty's covered until October 31st. So hang on to that stuff. One thing to mention, if you have a family member that dies and they have some of these firearms and you can't transfer them to yourself, leave it with the executor. The executor can hang on to those firearms for a reasonable amount of time. That reasonable amount of time might be until the laws change.
Yep.
Yeah,
that would be my recommendation.
That's really important. There is no defined reasonable amount of time with executors, and in many cases that has been multiple years. So don't let the government have those guns.
Yep.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, if you try to sell a handgun to a business right now, many businesses will give you like $50. It's a kick in the dick. Yeah. Don't do it. Wait until you can get something better, and that'll be very soon here. The Brown, the GSG 16, but not TM22. I mean, for now, maybe the TM22 is coming.
Don't use logic. Logic bad. So the way to look at our gun laws, if you want to think about them, is that they are trying to ban all of the guns slowly so that they get maximum political points. If you look at it through that lens, that is the only lens that 99% of our gun laws make any sense through. So just look at it through that lens and don't go insane.
Yeah, Type 81 LMG, that's under the Type 81. It's under one of the Type 81 variants, so nothing to do there.
Yeah.
X95, no, the whole thing's banned. The name by name, X95 is toast, man.
Yeah.
So Canada, they don't
GSG.
do what a lot of other countries do, where they say it's whatever. Here, it's by model and all variants.
Yeah. All the variants, sub-variants under that FRT.
That's why the British can own AR-15s.
They weren't even producing anything other than 556 and 308, which is a shame. Yep.
There's going to be some people with a unfortunate layoff happening.
Yeah. Lucky to live in Alberta.
Perfect.
Our CFO in Alberta is fantastic. They're very smart.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Very excellent. Why is the SKS safe? Well, strictly speaking, what they did today was they had the CFP, the Canadian Firearms Program, look at all firearms under the FRT using the 2020 definition of assault style firearm. Detachable box magazine that can take a high capacity, even if it can't in Canada. And it's a semi-automatic centerfire. And they took a look at all the guns that they didn't catch before, and they added them. So the SKS does not have a detachable box magazine. It has a fixed box magazine.
But the funny thing about the 2020 or the C77121, whatever it was there, they actually then went plus the SKS and all the other semi-autos because we don't like semi-autos. So, I mean, it's not that they can't do it, but I think the main conflict that they're going to have with it is that they banned the SKS. They talked about banning the SKS, and the First Nation guys lost their minds about it because they have a ton of SKSs.
Yeah, as does everyone in Canada.
That's one of their sacred people. So the Liberals cannot be seen to doing anything that annoys the sacred people. And
because
so
they use them for hunting. They use SKSs at one point in time were one of the cheapest centerfire rifles you can get. They're great for subsistence hunting. So
As a matter of fact, the None of It Hunter course on their website, the front page actually has a dude hunting with an SKS, which is hilarious.
I like SKSs.
They're fun. They're a good Canadian. They're a good Canadian rifle.
Are there any special storage rules? Whatever it had before. So if it was restricted, non-restricted, non-restricted. Why are you guys thinking those conservatives might reverse this? They said they would, and they said they would reverse the long gun registry, and they did that. So yes, we think that
they've been very clear on that.
Yeah, they've in no uncertain terms. Oh yes,
Tavors 7. Tavors 7 banned. Yeah, sorry. Would the buyback money you receive be taxable? I don't know.
Probably.
They might not even get the buyback going by it. Like they piloted the business program. They're gonna try to get the business one going.
Businesses,
Four businesses. Understand, folks, just real quick. The logistics involved in confiscating millions of guns across like hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of landmass, multiple cities with literally zero infrastructure to start with, and everything that they've tried infrastructure-wise, just flipping them off. It is impossible for the Liberals to confiscate any of your guns by the amnesty date. It's not happening.
Yeah, they have nothing in place so far.
It's
not going to happen. They have nothing in place. They don't have storage facilities. They don't have destruction facilities. How are they going to collect them? The cops have already said, we're busy.
Canada Post said no.
You know those rollers that roll over top to make the road. They're going to put them under there, and they're just going to put them into the road.
Cool.
It'll be harder wearing.
I'll be right behind him with a jackhammer.
When they do the buyback, do they provide retail or depreciate? We don't know. We don't know.
They put out a preliminary BS list of prices, but it didn't make any sense to anybody other than it was 1,337 for AR-15s, which if you are a gamer would have made you laugh. I laughed. I thought that was great.
It's going to take years to reverse this. Yeah, probably. 22s on this ban list. Yeah, there's 22s on that ban list. Yeah, you bet there are.
There were 22s on the 1990s ban list, and there were 22s on the May 2020 ban list. I got one sitting behind me in a safe.
Single shot rifles on the 2020 ban list.
Shot
Assault
break open
weapons.
rifles.
Yeah.
Y'all can
OIC
hang on a
in
second.
10 months, we'll be all shooting our guns at the range. I would like that yet. Yeah.
Hang on.
Again, can't OIC to unban the guns. You got to legislate that.
Yeah,
3
unfortunately.
guns waiting in the mail. Yeah.
Damn you, Canada Post. Damn you.
Type 81 still fine. Sorry, it's
Banned.
not. All of
Nope.
them. All of them are banned. Yeah. If we're gonna start saving now, imagine what you're gonna be able to afford once this all blows over.
All the AK-47s.
Yep.
One of each.
Or spend some money on a PRS 22.
No,
I mean,
start doing
I-
that.
I am going to do that. That's happening this year.
Nice.
Can police officers take these guns? Police officers don't
They
need
not.
a license. They can take any prohibited firearm or device to the range.
No, they may
I
not.
know they can.
Not,
This-
not
there
if
was
they're
an-
off duty. Nope.
If they're off duty, they
Not
can.
if they're off duty. Sorry.
If
Yeah.
they are
Not
off
if you're
duty,
off
they are literally you. So I got a lot of cop friends with AR-15s and handguns, and they are all pissed.
There was a cop that got
yeah.
caught in that.
Yep.
They,
Has to be in the performance of their duties, and if it's not a duty firearm, they would have to get permission to do that. They can't just take it and then randomly go shoot it in the woods or at the range. That would be a crime.
Yeah.
I don't know who would arrest them for it, but someone might.
Idea when as soon as we could see these allowed for sale and hunting. I mean, a budget comes up in the spring and it goes to a confidence vote and they lose and the election starts and the election goes through. But that's copium. That's not going to happen.
yeah. Well, legitimately though, the budget comes up in April. They will not pass the budget.
They might. The NDP will support them, and then they pass it. It's purely political strategy at this point.
It doesn't make sense for them to support them.
The
It doesn't
NDP,
make sense.
They need
for them
more
to support
votes.
them right now.
If
Like,
the
they-
NDP thought
sense
they were
forever.
going to win more seats, they would totally pull the rug out from under the Liberals.
Well, yeah, but they're
right
running
now-
out of runway. Like that's the kind of the argument is that they do need some separation, and Jagmeet cannot stop supporting this idiot. At some point, he's going to have to, and it's going to happen in the spring. Otherwise,
Yeah.
And ripping him
Yeah.
off, ripping on him on Twitter, voting for him in the House, and then he goes back and sits in his seat and he's ripping on Justin on Twitter. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
it-
Crypto is not on the list. No, it doesn't have an FRT. It's not on
It
their
will be.
radar yet. It will be soon, and it's all over.
Yeah.
They're sending your 22s to Ukraine. They said tactical weapons will be shipped to Ukraine. Yeah, no wonder Ukraine will not win the goddamn war.
I don't know, boys. Those GSG 20s roll off the boat, and our friend Putin hears about them. He'll be like, "Whoa, you guys get out of there." Head for
The
the border.
WK 180s.
Yep, we're done.
Oh boy,
Oh,
it's all over. Yeah, executor can be a family member. Yes, absolutely. That's
anyone.
a good idea. Bro, if I see a Ukrainian soldier with a 22, I'm gonna laugh. Yeah.
I suspect if you saw a Ukrainian soldier with a 22, it'd be like the Israelis with the 22s. You don't see them.
Do you think Mantis dry fire will skyrocket now that no one can take their firearms to the range? No, I think people just use different firearms. They'll just buy some different stuff or just wait a year. It's just a year. Death by 1,000 bans. Yeah. So a couple of times, like especially a couple of the people on the podcast here tonight, we've been talking about accelerationism as a strategy, and that's because the polling right now is so in favor of the conservatives that might as well rip it down. Might as well rip this down and create something new. So,
Yeah.
Those 1,000 cuts, meh. No SKS. No, the SKS is fine right now.
Fine for the moment. First Nations.
Ukrainian soldiers storming into battle with GSG 16. They might get 3 or 4 shots off, and then oh, I got a jam! Oh,
Yeah.
I got a double feed.
Who gave me this crappy white box ammo? Where's my stingers?
No, not the stingers. I need the what's the other CCI high velocity one there? Our SKS is still good to go. Yeah, SKS are still fine. Do you think people will strip the guns down, or do you need to hand in the counter gun? We don't know. Given the choice, I'll hand in a stripped down gun because I know that very soon I'm going to be able to get the stripped lower and upper, and I'll just put the other stuff on it.
They can't make you hand in an entire gun because it's not like the springs are regulated devices.
Exactly. So. Yep. Henry Homesteader. Yep. It's a good option there as well. Police training with their Glocks and ARs at my range twice a week.
Yeah, that's because that is their duty stuff, and they are on duty, so they're legally allowed to possess those things while they're in the performance of their duties.
Yeah. Yep. I think we're gonna have pumps and all that kind of stuff, and bolt action rifles for a good long time. So
the anti-gunners would love that, but screw them.
Well, that's the Australian.
They would love no
model.
guns.
They would love
no guns. Knives. Sorry, 18 plus. Yeah,
including your sporks.
Well, this is an interesting question.
What do they plan to do after 2030? Well, they're not going to be in power after 2030, so don't worry about it. Not after 2025, at least, right?
Yeah.
2030.
SGS still good. Sorry, I'm going to just rip through. How do we stop this? You can't right now. Just vote for conservatives when it comes up. We've had other. Okay, what can you do to help this long term? Bring other people to the range. Take people who are on the fence or who are anti-gun. Take them to the range. Show them a good time. Show them what we go through. Show them how big of a pain it is to engage in your hobby. I think that's the big thing you can do long term. Short term, nothing. Just wait.
Yeah. Relationship building, and if you explain the rules to people, everybody. I love explaining the rules to people and saying, do you think we should have to have licenses to own handguns? Do you think we should do this? Do you think you should have to be at least 18 to buy a handgun? Do you think you should have a license to buy ammo? I ask them the stuff that already exists. And then they're like, all of that is the law already. And most people are like, oh, really? Oh, well, our laws are okay then. They're fine.
Exactly. Yeah.
People don't
bringing
know.
people to the range is such an eye opener for most people because they're not aware of the laws. They're not aware of gun ranges. I think it's going to be dangerous. It's loud, and it adds so much to their understanding of the situation.
Yep.
Will the price of ammo go down? Oh, that's a good question. What do you guys think? What do you guys think?
No.
I think it's actually going to go. Price.
Bulk
ammo say availability will go down.
Going to go down.
Yeah. Availability is going to go down because
people get demand's going to go down. I disagree. I think demand's going to go down.
I don't think there's going to be any panic buying. I think demand goes down. I think prices probably go down on bulk ammo with it. And I think where you see prices go up is going to be on stuff people are still consuming. That's my prediction.
22 is going to go up. Yeah, people
probably.
22. Shotgun.
Well, and in the end, who's consuming most of the ammo in North America? Ain't us. So we have a very small impact on the market.
Singly.
But I will say, and I said this earlier, if we don't have people out shooting, competition shooting and blowing hundreds of rounds in a weekend, everybody that's still bringing in ammo and your hunting stuff, your prices are going to go up for all your ammo and all your components and your bullets and stuff because they're not shipping as much stuff in. It's going to cost more to get stuff.
Yep. If you don't have a 9mm pistol, I don't know, man. There's not a lot.
Gun out there.
There's a 9mm lever gun, but you can't get it because you can't get
No, nothing. Hang on to it. If you got a good price on it, hang on to it or sell it to someone a handgun shooter.
Yeah.
Gift it to a friend. I love it.
Sorry, JB, the Grand is not banned.
Nope, they're good for the moment.
Wait.
They were on the 21 list.
He's doing this to gaslight someone. Just wait a second. JB, I'm sorry. Oh, wait, no, I got to pull this off. Okay. The M1 Garand is banned.
Oh, they got the Garand. Oh, that's terrible.
Did you clip that, JB? That's all you're getting. It's not the truth, but just so you can mess with your buddy, we'll do it for you.
Yeah.
Let's see. Ammo's going to drop once all these guns get prohib. Yeah, I think some of it's going to drop. Yeah. 760 by 39, that kind of thing.
States again.
Crypto's safe. The crypto's not safe. The crypto is doesn't have an FRT. The RCMP haven't even seen it yet. As soon as they see it, it's going to get prohibbed.
Yeah.
It's a semi-auto with a detachable box magazine. Done.
Yeah.
And a pistol
FPC.
grip. Done.
Yeah. Banned. Sorry. What if they ban ammo or restrict the kind of ammo you can buy?
So certain countries have that. I have a buddy who's
Oh,
over
they've
in
already-
Germany, and he said, you know, you can buy the ammo for the guns that you have, but they're very strict about how much ammo you can buy, which is hilarious because it doesn't matter if I have 10,000 rounds or if I have 50 rounds. That's if I'm up to something.
This seems hard to do with where we're at right now, though, because we have reloading. We have so
Well, haven't
much
they already
private
done
systems
that like with 32 auto?
Yeah, so
And
there is
25 ACP.
prohibited ammo. You cannot, prohibited guns. You can own 32 ammo. You
I
can't
thought
own
I
guns
thought
that are
the
cheaper
ammo
than that.
was prohibited for 32.
Just the guns.
No,
So
it's
just
just
the
the
guns.
firearms.
You can still
Okay.
buy 50 cal.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, that would be a tactic, just to ban ammo and not allow it in or restrict the amount of ammo. That would be good politically to restrict the ammo. Well, why do you need that much ammo? You shouldn't have 5,000 rounds of ammo. What's wrong with you? But again, if I'm a bad person, I have 50 rounds, I have 5,000 rounds. It doesn't make any difference. How much ammo do you think I can carry? But certain
I've got a
countries-
rack of ammo here. Some of these steel shelves are like sagging.
Yeah.
I know. One of my ammo shelves, like it's. Well, I'm very careful when I offload it because I'm worried I'm going to break it.
They said First Nations could continue. They could continue in using anything, not just the SKS. Any of those prohibited firearms that were non-restricted before. If they don't have another suitable firearm, they can use it. Crypto's included. No, the crypto doesn't have an FRT. Crypto doesn't have an FRT. It can't be restricted. Ruger American Ranch. Yeah, sure. In 223 or 762 by 39. Yeah.
Takes air mags for a gun.
I use my SKS for hunting. The SKS is not included yet, so continue using your SKS. I checked there. Nothing has been collected. Yeah, I believe it. SKS is too popular. Same reason as I believe the Falmets were a gift at one point from the federal government to the First Nations. That's why they can't ban them.
Hilarious.
Oh, that's interesting. I was wondering how that one didn't get banned because that's an AK-47 by any other name.
Yeah.
So there's
It is. It's an AK-47 action.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
It is. It is an
Yeah.
AK. There's a couple versions of that. I've heard that the natives have a ton of them from the government. And then I heard another thing somebody said a while ago, which was there were a couple MPs at the time that owned them.
Possible.
That wouldn't
So
shock me.
I haven't seen any paperwork saying why that is for sure. It's just rumors.
So this is not necessarily conspiracy theory because some examples of this have happened in the past. I think the biggest example is the Luger snail drum.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
So there's a magazine limit on rifles and pistols. On rifles, there's some exceptions. The M1 Garand, it takes an 8-round end block clip, and they're like, you know what? You can have it. It's a clip fed. Who cares? Okay, it makes sense. There's a couple of other things. They mentioned the Lee Enfield specifically. They're like, hey, the Lee Enfield, it's a bolt action. It's got a 10-round magazine. That's okay. It can have a 10-round magazine. They explicitly named that. And there was a couple of other things. And then there was the snail drum. And they're like, oh, well, this can just have as much as it wants to. And it's like, well, that's a really odd choice. So there was a couple of odd choices that are likely because legislators had those firearms or those magazines and didn't want to limit them.
That's my suspicion.
Just like they're allowed to cold call you when normal businesses are not, if you're on the do not call list, and they're allowed to email you and ignore you unsubscribing. They're legally allowed to do that because they gave themselves the exception. Not conspiracy theory. This is actual fact of what they've done. I'm in marketing. This is what I got to deal with, right? Anyways, I only see the Crew 9 and the Sentinel. Yeah, we discussed earlier the Crew 9 had the Crew 556 version under it. So sorry, I think that one is also included. Canada Post wants nothing to do with confiscation. Yeah, they don't really want to do anything with that.
Solid choice.
Yeah. I am not making headway on these comments, guys. Sorry, I'm gonna skip
more of them.
Yeah, there's so many.
The M1 Garand is not on the list, FF, in Discord.
Yet.
We were just messing around.
Not yet. What about the Victory Ridge Sports Straight? Yeah, the MRA straight pull. That's still good to go. Let's say I own a non-restricted that's now prohibited. Does the government know that I have one of these firearms? Maybe. Did you buy it from a retailer? Then they do.
Yeah.
Did you buy it
If
secondhand?
If they go grab the list.
Correct. Yeah, they could go to the retailer and they could get the list from the retailer. Did you buy it private? The person you bought it from, maybe they bought it from a retailer and they say I sold it. Who did you sell it to? I don't know. Okay, but we can see you only got transfer requests for this person, So it's got to be with one of these two people. So they may be able to track it down. Maybe.
Doesn't mean you didn't sell it though.
Mm-hmm. Will they send my Type 97 to you?
Yes. Yes, definitely.
We don't like the Ukrainians from the amount of support. No problem.
Can you imagine being the poor Ukrainians who open up the Canadians sent us guns? They're like, what the heck is this crap?
The safety on this thing.
Don't come in here. They banned your GSG 16 today. Yep.
What do you mean?
The government banned your GSG 16. Yep.
Adriel is currently discussing with his children that their firearms have been banned.
It's an assault weapon. It's an assault style weapon. Don't come in. I'm on call right now.
Stupid.
Yeah.
There we go. Wisdom from the
there is live reaction right there.
Stupid.
Yep.
That's a whole lot of garbage. Who's our president?
Donald Trump, apparently.
Trudeau.
Trudeau.
Wisdom from the mouths of babes. Even children know that this is stupid.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's really cute.
So I see one comment rolling in here. Posty, El Jefe, are you American or just a 2A supporter? I am a wannabe American living in America currently. I'm Canadian, but moved down here almost 2 years ago now. So I'm hoping to stay, especially at this point in time.
Fled to Freedomville.
The number of comments I've seen from folks who are like, yeah, come to America. You want to sponsor us? I'm all in.
I would love to. It's hard. Like, go to the south border and cross before January 20th. Do that. Because doing it legally is tough, but still wrong skin color. So
yeah. Relic saying sad stream. No,
happy stream. Yeah.
It's fine. They're doing this stuff.
We're good long term.
Yes,
Short-term pain, long-term gain.
Yeah. We're going to come out winning in the end.
Yeah. Keep your chin up, kids.
Yeah.
Sponsor
me. Cover all expenses.
Working on my own stuff right now before I can sponsor other people. So would love to. I would love to just bring everyone down here. Absolutely.
Yeah. Kappa M19 is still available.
That's the little M1 Carbine clone. We're
not going to talk about that too much. Yeah, it uses Beretta mags. It's fantastic. Yeah. FNAR on the list.
I'm pretty sure I saw it there.
I think I saw it.
It is on the list. Yeah. Oh.
Everyone sell each other X1 thing. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea.
Here, this one I just wanted to address. So there's some nuance here. Yes, they said they would do it. Canada Post said they wouldn't be part of the ban confiscation, and then they said they would. Only with regards to business firearms. They are still not interested in being involved in the confiscation of private firearms. The logistics of that would be a nightmare. Just my 2 cents. I don't know.
Yep.
I just work here.
I can see why they wouldn't want to be involved. I mean, they said it was from a safety issue, right?
It is a safety issue. Can you imagine?
Not even a lot of mad people.
No, it's not even the mad people. Like, imagine seeing stacks of very, very similar look. Like,
with Canadian firearms program, caution, prohibited AR-15 in box. Yeah,
behind the desk at your local, Shoppers Drug Mart, Canada Post, retailer. Yeah, that's not going to end well.
Yeah.
There
is literally no security at Canada Post offices. So, I mean...
Yeah, that would be a bad idea. We don't have the infrastructure.
Plus, you're going to have a bunch of angry people. Not that gun owners are going to do anything, but we're certainly probably going to go in and express how annoyed we are about the whole thing. And they don't want to deal with that. And I don't blame them.
No.
Nothing violent's going to happen, but I'm going to go in and be grumpy about it.
I love this one. Do you think the price of what's available now go up in price? Yeah.
Yeah. Your AR-15 just became a gold mine. So, or sorry,
No,
your
SKS.
And the bar, I guess that bar is worth a fortune now.
The M1 Garands. M1 Garands going to be like 2,500, $3,000 by the time
they already are.
Yeah.
There's a guy here at Edmonton who refurbs M1 Garands. He buys the receivers, builds the whole things, and he builds good stuff. I think he's going to make a little bit of money over the next couple of weeks here. Because an M1 Garand in 308, phenomenal. 308 you can still get for cheap. You can get that cheap steel case stuff for it used to be 75 cents, now 80 cents, and then, you know, probably by now that Nork 308 stuff's like 95 cents or $1 a round kind of a thing. But
a little bit more than 223.
I like this one.
Just a little bit more, yeah.
Yes and no, and kind of. They know about them if they're restricted. If they're not restricted, if you bought them from a retailer in the last couple of years, then they probably know you got them as well. Although you could have sold them. If you've got some transfers that you've registered with the RCMP, could have sold those guns. Who knows? But keeping them past the amnesty, is your name going to go on a list? Are you living in Quebec? Because apparently they're going to send cops door to door in Quebec.
Yeah. I think that was just LeBlanc talking.
I know it was just LeBlanc, but
we don't recommend breaking any laws.
No
matter how stupid they are.
Yeah, I wanted to. Somebody had mentioned that before with the mag thing, and I want to echo that. I saw this a lot with the last round of gun bans. I'm sure I'm going to see it again. I'm sure I'll be confiscating magazines again. Don't unpin your magazines. Don't unpin your magazines. Don't do it. They're prohibited devices. You can go to jail.
There was a case a while ago where somebody got arrested because they had a body for a magazine and they were putting it onto a paintball gun. And that's all they had. They didn't have the follower, didn't have the springs, didn't possess a gun of any sort. But they
just
had
the
an unpinned magazine body. And they got arrested for it because they brought it in.
Oops.
Yep. Oopsie doodle. So they literally got arrested and charged for possession of a piece of steel.
Did they get convicted?
No,
I believe it was settled out of court, but it was a very expensive day.
Yeah.
Wow.
So don't mess around with that stuff. It's ridiculous law. It's not worth it.
No.
Is a mandate a law if it isn't passed in the House? Well, mandate is just like lots of people have voted for them. So the CPC, when they get voted in, they'll say we have a mandate because Canadians voted for us, and therefore we're just going to do whatever we want to. And that's similar to what the Liberals said that they, were going to do.
Oh. Check the date.
Sorry, I might have picked the wrong one. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say, Rachel Dancho from the Conservative Party of Canada sent me an email. That's mass email. But for anybody that's wondering if the Conservatives are going to do something about this, they're putting it in print that they're going to do something about this if you elect them. And their requests are things that I have been echoing for hours. Donate. Volunteer. Get involved. Go vote. Take your family to vote. Rent a bus and take everybody that you could conceivably know to vote. You can rent vans, people. Rent them. You come election day, take as many people to go vote as possible.
Yep, I just got an email from Cheryl Gallant, and it pictures our friend Dominic LeBlanc at the top and says, quote, phase 2 is when we will go to the homes of individuals and the Sûreté de Québec, and police will help us go look for those guns.
Yeah. He probably regrets putting his foot in his mouth, or will. I don't know. I think they're going to beat him over the head with that one.
Well, threatening to go kick people's doors in because they refuse to allow you to seize their property and search their houses is probably not wording you want to use in, anywhere that's a democracy.
No, that's some tyrant talk is what that is. Don't like that.
It's not going to go well.
No. But our poor friends in Quebec all have to register. They're non-restricted, so.
Thoughts on the Kodiak K9? It's prohib.
Yeah.
That's what my thought is.
It's a cute prohib.
Before. That's prohib. Did they get the regular T97? Yeah. Yeah, they got that.
Just remember, it's always these days and variants.
And variants. Actually, so this one was one. I clicked the wrong one that time.
Oh, that was me. Sorry, I'll click it.
No, that's okay. This one I agreed with. I too was surprised that they didn't put. Dude, I didn't know you had a husky pupper. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, I was also surprised the 1022 wasn't on the list. I was hoping, because that would have pissed everyone off.
That would have been good.
That would have been good. Yeah, that would have done it.
Don't worry, it'll be on the list.
You guys want to see something funny?
Getting in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here, wait. Watch him. Blizzard, do you want some deer meat? Oh, I've done a very cruel thing. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry. He's licking his lips.
I was like, well, come on, you said it.
I gave you some earlier.
I want some deer meat.
So, talking about semi-auto shotgun options, the Mossberg 940. Get yourself the Beretta. Get the Beretta, especially if you've got M4 money.
Beretta's nice gun.
Yeah.
I might have to take him out.
That's fair. Goodness. Oh, they tried ban the Weatherby Mark. Yeah, they did.
Yes, for anyone in the Edmonton area, the Capital Region Gun Show will be held September 7th and 8th. If you want to go check it out, it's kind of neat to see. I won't be there. I'm going to be doing a PAL course, and I don't really like going to gun shows anyways, because especially right now, people are going to be talking my ear off about this thing. Oh,
I know. I'm doing a gun show at the CCFR, and in the back part of the winter here. It's going to be lots of conversations. I like this one. Theoretically, if the RCMP come to your door, you could just hand them the barreled action and keep the stock magazine. If the RCMP come to your door, you ask if they have a warrant, and if the answer is no, you tell them to piss off.
Yep.
I'm salty. It's the schnapps.
Too much schnapps.
Do you think folks in Quebec will be able to hold on? I think that Level Lonks thing was just bluster. I don't think they're actually going to be going door to door. Yeah. Any 5.56 or 7.62 semi-autos available on the market not banned?
SKS.
SKS.
M1 Garand is technically 7.62.
Yep.
There is at least one 5.56 223 SKS, because I know the guy who built it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Made that one for a fun project.
More dog content, please.
Yes. Always more dog content.
Dogs make everything better.
Since I mentioned the DER MEAT word, he's supposed to be waiting.
Nice.
I have to get one of my kids to grab him a rib. Right after hunting season, I've got all these like ribs out there, and he's just like, he's big. Oh, he wants one. He wants a rib.
Stop teasing him. You're mean. Jeez,
he doesn't know that word.
He didn't ban your guns.
No. Is 3-gun dead? No, we're going to be running SKS and M1 Garands. You've got it exactly correct. SKSs, M1 Garands. That's all I'm going to be running.
And Glock conversion kits. It's going to be lots of Glock conversion kits. Yeah. Everybody, Tenda's still got a couple. Go buy them now. If you've got a Glock pistol, you can have a Glock rifle.
I feel bad for
18-inch barrel to go with it.
Yeah, I feel bad for the people who like bought a PCC and were using that in their shotgun, and now they're cooped again because some of us, like, we've been through the ringer. We've got some other options, but a lot of people, like, this is.
That's one of the stressful things, right? Like I said, I know somebody who bought a B&T to replace their AR-15 a couple days ago. And now they're going to have to go to their spouse and go, hey, my gun got banned, and then my gun got banned. So I'm like $7,000 in the hole. Can I get another gun that might get banned? The answer will probably be no, which is reasonable. But,
exactly.
Yeah, can we vote for the puppy?
I'd vote for.
He's not very smart.
Neither is our prime minister. So that part works
by smart people.
Yeah.
Benelli M4. No shotguns are on this list.
No. Don't bet on that remaining that way, though. They have the M4 in their sights for sure. They've mentioned it in prior lists. So
yeah, it was on the M21, M71, whatever list that was.
C71 list, yeah.
When
C71.
we sell firearms, we do keep paperwork with the transfer reference numbers. Yeah. That's a retailer. Retailers will have that stuff. And I bet they have to keep it for, I don't know, 7 years probably.
20 years.
Business year is 20 years, or it's 10 or 20. I got to look at that now. It's a long
now.
time.
Yeah, it's 20 now.
Yep. With PAL, it's 7 years.
Yep.
Kodiak Defense just came out. Yeah, they're out.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Rod, just about the number of businesses that are going to just get, like, they probably spent several $1 million developing that gun, and there's no market for it anywhere else. So, and the liberals are like, good. I hope we put you out of business. Everybody will be safer once your mom and pop shop goes out. Yeah, good point. You can still keep your SA 300s. Good to go.
I was really worried that they were going to take those away.
Yeah. No surface-to-air missiles on the list this time. No artillery pieces, no grenade launchers, no cannons. Disappointing, really.
I think so. One person mentioned that IPSC's going to be dead in a few years as well. I think IPSC PCC is toast because there's just not really any good guns you can run with it. Yeah, so it's toast. IPSC handgun is still going to be around. Keep in mind, like lots of people have their handguns. A lot of the most dedicated competitors are in there that still have their handguns. It's going to be good to go for a couple of decades as long as ATTs are to the range and back.
And nothing happens with the handguns.
Well,
either they get banned or you crack a frame. Or...
Well, they could stop issuing ATTs to the range, and that would be
that would be bad.
Yeah.
It will die eventually if we don't get handguns back, because no new handguns, no new people, or far less people, new people coming into it. So it will die.
Cause a
big
issue there.
I don't think that they'll kill handguns forever, because that would kill ranges, and the government doesn't want to subsidize the law enforcement use of our, private ranges, which is where most of the law enforcement trains. So
I don't think they think that far ahead or care.
That's fair.
I'm with Dave. I think they don't give a shit.
They're just waiting. You wait. One of these elections, the liberals will run. They'll be like, oh man, we didn't take all the handguns from the legal people, and that's why our crime rate keeps going up.
Yeah.
Just wait. They'll do it.
Gaslight.
Nice.
That's amazing. Any semi-autos in 22 WMR? I didn't see any. 17. I didn't see any. That's more rare though. There's not a lot of semi-autos that use either of those. Who asked their wife for permission? I don't, but at the same time, I don't want her to see how much. Don't show her the spreadsheet of the value of all this stuff.
Yeah, we don't talk
They're
about
investments. I invest in unique ways. It's not crypto.
Invent crypto. Yeah. Invest in crypto. That was the best line of the night.
Is crypto banned? No.
Not for now.
It will.
But soon.
I've got 2 PCCs supposed to be in the IPSC Black Badge course in Ontario next weekend. Well, that's a problem for everyone.
Yeah.
This course is going to get canceled because everyone's going to be in the same boat as you, Chris. So sorry. Caltech's gone. I mean, from Canada. They don't really give a shit about Canada, though.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know where you guys are in the chat, but this I've just found interesting. Can I get my gun back from a consignment store? I think.
Oh.
Maybe.
You still own it.
Maybe.
Yeah,
you
you still own it.
So it shouldn't be any different than if you bought a restricted and then it got banned, but the transfer still had to go through. So you should still be able to get that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Next February, the Libs going to confiscate airsoft, send them to Ukraine. Yep. It's all part of our NATO promise. 2% GDP. Will the PC repeal this? They said they would.
Yes.
They said they
would.
They
just sent an email saying that they will. So.
Yep. They have been
the
very,
government
very clear
cares about ranges?
I don't think the government cares about ranges, but I think that other organizations do.
I don't think the government cares about those organizations, or again thinks that far. So.
You're not wrong. Government and thinks is not two things that go together.
The
helmets that are in country are here. They're not making more.
No, they haven't made them in years.
Yeah.
So. But they are floating on CGN. If you got money, you can have a Velmet.
Yeah, so I think with IPSC, for people who crack their frames that and they only had one gun, it might be over for them, right? Mm-hmm. They have to borrow, and that's possible. 3 gun that consists of pump, semi, and over/under.
Over/unders, yeah.
It's all shotguns all the time. Yeah. Pierre said that he'd transfer firearms legislation to the provinces. So that's interesting. I haven't heard of that one.
I hadn't heard that either.
Yeah.
I
They're
think that'd be
saying
hard.
he would.
Oh, he could.
Not that he has, he could.
Could. Yeah.
Yep.
Is Lockhart Raven gone? No,
Yep.
they said they're going to finish them all off. Whether they
It's
do or
on the
not,
list,
I don't
though.
know, but
Yeah, it's on the
it is
list.
on the
But if you
list.
bought
Yeah,
one, you'll still get it. Yeah.
they said you'll get
They
it.
said yes.
Yes. Whether you do or not. Hopefully. What happens to restricted firearms that were on the ban list when you're ATT? I mean, it doesn't matter. They can't go anywhere anyways. I have a firearm that would fit under that. Whether it has an ATT or not doesn't matter because it's now prohibited. It can only stay at my house.
Yeah.
Can't go anywhere. Yeah.
Unless you move. Then the public's not in danger if you take it from home to home.
Yeah, you can just chuck it in your passenger seat and drive over. That's a joke.
ABNDT. Polly said during committee they want it all banned and shut down. Yeah,
Yeah.
we mentioned
Yeah.
that earlier. They have said multiple times, as of the Spin Doctors and the Canadian Coalition, they want all the guns banned. The guns are the problem, quote unquote.
Black Creek
Black
Siberian.
Creek
Yeah,
Siberian Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it was banned. Oh, the
WK
CMR
180.
30 is 22 mag. Yes, sorry, Matt. Yeah, it was. That was caught. Thank you. Yeah. In the name of public safety, yet entering a time when the world is getting more unsafe. Want to soften them up? Yeah.
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 Does anybody find it entertaining that at the same time we're talking about Russia violating our northern sovereignty, the government's like looked at a country where Russia actively violated their sovereignty and they couldn't hand guns to people fast enough, and they're like, yeah, we don't need any guns here. Why would we need those?
Yeah. Just like Ukraine. Yep.
I mean,
If you bought it today, will you get it, or will the order be? We don't know. That
No
depends
idea.
on your retailer. Yeah.
how it happened in the past, for anybody that didn't go through this in 2020, retailers were allowed to honor those purchases, assuming that they were made on or before the date of the ban, and were allowed to send out those guns. So, like, I bought a gun that ended up being banned during that. And a lot of people did. So you could still get your gun, but then you just couldn't use it until the laws changed.
Sorry, just enlisting some child labor to get the dogs some beer ribs. What time frame could we consider the Conservatives to repeal this?
It's
Anytime
gotta-
after October.
It's got to go through legislation, right? It's not going to be fast, but as fast as they can make legislation.
Might be a year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
would prepare for a year at least.
They rammed C21 down our throats in under 9 months. So if the Conservatives were really motivated, they could make it move at light speed.
Yeah.
So, like, it could be done earlier than that. C21 was passed in 9 months, but I would bank on a year from the day they started.
Well, hopefully they're writing that bill right now so that when they get in, they just...
Dude, I want to be involved in that. I want to get on, like, CFAC or something. That would be awesome. Like...
You need to get involved with your Conservative.
I know.
party.
Don't you worry. Already on that.
What happens if we don't hand our rifles by next October? Well, the government's going to change over, so who knows?
Yep, and I'm sure they will issue, if assuming that they are still in power, they will hand out all sorts of dire warnings of all the things that will happen to you. And then in the end, they'll go, we have no idea how to collect this stuff anyway, and it's all bullshit, so we'll just put an extension on it.
Mm-hmm.
Ad infinitum.
Cops have their own private ranges. Yeah, some of them do.
Some of them do.
Some do.
Some. Yeah.
This one, no, you can't order your Raven now. Too late.
Too late.
You don't want it anyways. Now it's the same as an AR-15. Is this effective immediately? Yes.
Yep.
Does the gun ban news here ever scare USA gun owners?
This,
I don't know.
so
Kyle, what do you think?
Yes, it sets an example on why they base, and you hear it on the Pro 2A channels all the time, that they use it as an example not to give an inch.
well, and on the other side of it, like, I look at Washington State again. I'm pretty well versed there because I live right next to it. They used the May 2020 gun ban as their justification for the giant sweeping gun ban that they hit Washington with. So yes, our American brethren should be at least concerned when we get idiot ideas in our head like this.
When I was down at Appleseed, we shot the whole match. We had a chance to talk at the end, and I stuck my hand up and I told them about what was going on up here, and just that you should be aware of this because we're just over the border and all your groups are looking at our groups and using that as an example. So you should be very afraid.
Yeah.
At least we can be a terrible warning for people if we can't be a good example.
Why'd the ban the Smiths and the Wesson FPC? So technically, according to the definition of assault style weapon, which is a semi-automatic centerfire firearm with large capacity magazines, and large is more than 5. Yep, that fits.
Yeah,
that fits.
It's like asking, why did they ban the GSG 16?
Because they don't like the looks of it.
Ooh,
and it's an example of a gun they can stick up on a poster during the election and go, look what we banned. The conservatives want these at your local school.
It's still in the box.
Michael says he got an FPC still in the box. Sorry, Michael. It's staying there for now. Maybe they'll do a buyback. Just wait 3 months, 3 quarters.
Yeah,
hold on to your stuff.
It's coming. It's coming.
If you bought it 3 months ago, wait 9 more. You'll probably get to shoot it again.
Yeah. Are they banning all semi-autos? No, not yet. They might still do it, but nah.
If the liberals stay in, yes, eventually they will ban all the semi-autos and then all the bolt guns and then all the flintlocks, and they'll just keep banning stuff.
They'll do semi-autos, then pumps, then levers, then bolts,
and the flintlocks.
So,
Can I have my guns back from consignment? We don't know.
No idea. Talk to a lawyer, but probably. I just one point on the like being able to turn turn this back earlier. I had a thought about that. While they couldn't potentially make those guns not prohibited, they could do the same thing. Like the conservatives could just give us an amnesty where they're like, okay, you're all grandfathered for now. Take your guns out and enjoy them as you may while we repair this mess that the liberals have done. So you never know. It could be earlier than that. They can do that. They can do all kinds of magic wand stuff.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Add a thing to your ATT that says, oh, well, you got prohibited firearms already, so
yeah.
Good.
Are 10-round mags affected? No, but they said in March they're going to do something for the mags, and we're guessing that this is going to be a mag body thing, like Australia. So you're gonna have to chop your mag body, chop your tube, whatever you got to do.
New Zealand too.
It.
Yeah.
Are they banning SKSs? No. SKS is fine for now. They might ban it in February.
It's 11:45, so every hour on the 45 is going to be the SKS question. 10:30 we're doing grands, and we're doing WKs at a quarter after the hour. SKSs are fine for the moment. First Nations.
Well, it's so interesting because so many people are so worried about this, and the legislation is not clear, right? It's not very easy to follow. So I understand it. The WA 2000 was banned. Yeah, it's every other day there's a gas station being knocked over by someone running in WA 2000, and
the K11 is banned, and they's never actually existed. There's only a couple prototypes in a museum. So.
No, but like lots of gangbangers are using the WA 2000. It's a prime weapon by gangbangers to use to.
That WA 2000, the only one that's in Canada, it was actually an illegal possession at one point. They picked it up in a drug bust or something, and then they put it off in a museum rather than destroy it because there's 4 of them in the world. So, yeah.
Cool.
Can I take any of these banned rifles to the range? Nope. Put them in a naughty corner
in
your gun room. They're not allowed to go anywhere for a little while.
For a little while. Yeah, if you took that to the range, the chaos that would ensue today that would not have occurred 7 hours ago, it just did.
Insane.
Society ends at that point. That will be the moment we look back at. You went to the range with your prohib.
Probably be a coup, just like that one in South Korea, actually.
True.
The one where the president said, like, hey, I'm doing a coup. And they're like, actually, no, you're not. No, but stick it in the corner, spray it down with some Ballistol or whatever gun oil you want to, and don't worry.
Oh, sorry,
Go ahead.
I clicked that. I was just going to say, you're still waiting for your PAL. By the time you get it, Nerf guns will be prohibited. I mean, some of them maybe, but no. Honestly, if you're just waiting for your PAL, this is an excellent opportunity for you to plan for going and getting your R PAL. And there's going to be lots of guns for you to enjoy. Don't worry.
Yeah, you'll be good.
Yeah. We cannot order. Yeah, it's too late.
Yeah.
Heman 105, still good. Still good to go for now.
The hell is that?
It's a bullpup shotgun. Bullpup semi-auto shotgun.
Oh, one of those. Yeah, GSG
16. Yeah, it's gone.
Yep.
Paper, anything bad. Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Safe queen. You get to caress it at home, and that's it. For now. For now.
Let's see. Cabela's just sweep their website clean of all these guns. Yeah, because they don't want to sell guns that they can't ship or that they can't process, right? They're going to go do a transfer process, and as a business, they don't want to transfer something that's prohib. So,
plus, if the
they don't want
CFO
the
happens to
liability.
notice they have those on their website, the CFO may get on their asses about it. So that would be bad.
Yeah.
2 OIC questions, and I've touched this a couple of times. One of the dirtier parts of C71 that they kind of screwed us with was a part that they recently enacted where any firearm that has been classified through OIC as restricted or prohibited from either non-restricted or restricted, so any move into a more restricted category can no longer be undone with an OIC. So a prohibited or restricted firearm cannot be made non-restricted by OIC. It has to be done through legislation.
Yeah, but the other way, because that's what they keep doing.
That's fine.
Yeah, they're enjoying that bit, so they'll keep doing that.
We're going to demand that they delete the OIC from being able to be used to classify firearms. That needs to be in the Firearms Act. That just needs to happen.
Because it is ridiculous, and it was never intended to do that sort of thing. It was intended for little legislative, regulation changes, like, I don't know, friggin' milk quotas or something ridiculous like that, that you're not going to pass like, it's meant for, housekeeping stuff, like little things. It's not meant to seize the property of hundreds of thousands of Canadians to the tunes of billions and billions of dollars. It is a clear violation of the spirit of what they're designed to do.
So don't be buy a GSG tomorrow. Let's say no, not tomorrow.
Don't be buying the prohibs.
No, I don't think I would buy one. But if I had one, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Just wait, right?
Just hold on to it.
Again, for some of our new listeners here, we all have firearms that have been newly prohibited, and we're just gonna wait. Government's gonna change over, and kind of towards the end of next year, it's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. We're just gonna wait. This year, we're gonna try some different shooting disciplines. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be
get into reloading. It's a great time for everybody to get into reloading. Learn, make yourself a whole bunch of ammo. Buy some ammo. Also, support all your gun stores. All those gun stores right now where that ammo isn't going to do you potentially any good. Maybe there are some good sales going to be on bulk ammo. Stock up. Support all your local gun stores. Keep them afloat because we've lost a bunch of them in this already.
Yep.
Any shotguns banned? No, I don't think so with this one. What's the best weapon for home self-defense? That is illegal to talk about.
Yeah,
it is right now.
In Canada.
Sorry, we can't talk about it. It's illegal as of C21.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it glorifies violence, doesn't it?
It does. We can't talk about it. You're just gonna have to make your own way. Whatever you feel is right, just follow your own way along the home defense, or watch some Americans on YouTube. They have some good ideas.
Yeah. And if the bad guys are there, remember, dial 911 and then stand around, I guess.
2025 is going to be the year of running bolties. I mean, for competition, keep in mind, we're all going to have this stuff at home. It's going to be sitting there doing nothing, covered in oil. Actually, I just checked my percussion cap up there. It had like some ballastol like dripping out of it. It was disgusting. It's because it rusts if I look at it wrong. So I need to keep it well oiled.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Nunchucks. Nope. Don't use those.
Weapon. You may have 2 sticks with a chain, but as soon as you clip that chain onto the other one, you're now in possession of a prohibited weapon. You may as well have a machine gun. It's the same charge.
Just point them to Paul Harrell. Yep. Yep. Paul Harrell's great. He's dead, but yeah, his YouTube channel is fantastic.
Yeah, good guy.
What are your recommendations on a gun today? Oh, I have a strong one. I'm gonna go last. Dustin, if you were to buy a gun today, I'm gonna go around.
Yeah,
do you want to pass? Do you want to pass?
No, we're gonna buy a gun today. I think I know what I'd get.
Okay.
But it would probably be a lever gun. Is that okay? Is that allowed?
Yeah, sure. Why not? What
was gonna
gun be?
Probably a side-loading, either 44 or 357. That's kind of where I think I would go. 44, that's some nice bushwhacking. I'd take that. I'd use that a lot, probably out in the bush, I think.
I had a Marlin M44. It was a lot of fun.
I love my 1895 Marlin.
Yeah.
But $10 around.
If you were stuck in the Republic of Canada, where you had to use Canadian pesos to pay for a firearm, and you had our laws, what would you purchase?
I'd actually probably be looking at like a CRPS or a PRS gun.
Good choice. Random Dave?
Oh, well, I don't really shoot very much, but
do a lot of ROing.
I do more ROing, so I don't know, like a new water pack, maybe treat myself.
Oh my god!
No, you have to pick a gun.
Game, Dave. Come on.
No bio, Dave. Come on.
All right, so if I had to, what do I have? That's kind of probably a rimfire precision rifle of some sort, like probably a Ruger. Because I don't want to blow a ton of money on it. Maybe a Ruger precision rimfire, just to sort of get into it and see how it is. I don't actually own a Bolt 22. Well, I do, but I own a Kui. So not appropriate for that. Yeah, not appropriate for that sport. But,
all right. I would get an M1 Garand in 308 if I was feeling risky. If I was feeling spicy, I'm like, you know what? I want the best M1 Garand in 308. If I was thinking like, oh man, those things are going to get banned, I'd get a Ruger American Ranch.
Yep. I like
Air mags. Oh, you know what? I'd get one of those. I don't know. Dustin, what if those mags get chopped to 5?
Yeah, I know, but I have it on good authority that those particular rifles suppress really, really well.
Cool.
So,
we're not going to get those
all over, and we have suppressors.
We're going to get those next year. I'm putting that energy out there. Everybody, come on, collectively put that energy out there. We're getting suppressors when we get a new government.
I want it to be true. What about a Browning BLR?
Yeah,
it's not banned. My dad has one. I don't think they're going to get banned. No, that's not going to get banned in the next 10 years. So you're good to go with those. Would I use it in competition? No. I'd probably, like, if I didn't have anything of the stuff behind us, or behind me, sorry, I would get a bolt action. Oh, you know what I'd get? CZ457 all day long. 22 precision rifle. I can use it for small game. I can use it for ORPS. I can use it for CRPS. I'd use that. Yeah.
Good choice. Yeah, nice little gun.
That's a good call.
I'd prefer the M1 Garand in 308 though.
I mean, I wouldn't say no to an M1 308.
Both is good.
So good. Yeah, both of them suppressed. Both of them with a fun switch, even the bolt action.
Even the bolt action. Safety on my bolt action has 2 positions. It's fully semi-automatic now.
Didn't Browning make a bolt action go full auto through some wild mechanism once?
I want to know more. What do you know about this?
I gotta read up about it again. It's been years since I did. I'm pretty sure he built like a mechanism to make a bolty go full auto. I gotta read up the specifics. We'll talk about it on another show.
Well, the Ross, the Ross was made into a full auto. Yeah.
Fired pistol cartridges.
Yeah.
Steve saying nobody likes a shotgun. Steve, I already got my shotgun. I got my Benelli M2. I already got it, so.
Lots of shotguns. I love shotguns.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
free shotguns. So I never use any of them.
You can do whatever they want to.
Yeah.
Was that the Bass Pro before they closed? They said the feds closed the transfer site too.
They closed it literally 2 minutes before the announcement went off. It was a whole thing.
And they didn't provide the list apparently beforehand.
No, it was like an
Like
hour
anyone, so you couldn't
Had to
have
wait.
what happened last time where people are like AR-15s, bye 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 bye.
Trying to decide between a new 308 bolt gun for the ammo I'm sitting on or going back to 4570 for hunting.
308.
Rip Tavors 7. The 308's the better
308.
choice.
Yeah,
But 4570 is a pretty fun option as well. As long as you're going to be shooting close.
Plus,
Yeah.
you get to make the joke that it's the only government that gets the job done.
I
This
do
government
have to
actually
take that
works.
gun out.
Only government you can trust. I've got a buddy actually at work who has a 45-7 lever action, and he shot a bunch of deer with it. Works great. Loves it. Knocks them
I
flat.
bet. Yeah.
I only took that out for deer hunting one time. The muleys out here are so small, and that bullet is so big.
Yeah, the muleys we have out here are bigger than the whitetail, a little bit, and much dumber. I watched Steve Ranella talking about like hunting muleys, and he's like, "Oh, they're so mysterious." I was like, wow, they're dumb as shit out here. I don't know what kind of muley you're
I was going to say, we were at Drumheller shooting, and they were sitting on top of the hoodoos watching us. Like,
Yep, that's my experience with muleys. They're in the hills. They're the hill people of deer.
the hills are alive.
Yeah, we got people talking about like regulating as if they're cars. Yeah, don't look into this and look for logic. It's not going to happen. It's a purely political strategy thing. They don't really care whether it works. It didn't work. The last 4 years, our gun crime has gone way up.
Yeah,
it doesn't work. They don't care. It doesn't matter. It's a government that's
getting people killed, and it doesn't matter to them.
Yeah. It's a government on its way out. Their stuff didn't work. Let's list them. Related to firearms, the gun ban didn't work. The release, the bail reform was catastrophic. They've been letting people out.
That didn't work.
C-70. No, it didn't.
C-25. It was C-25. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we caught you with a handgun for the 4th time. You're a bad person. You better not do that again. I'm totally doing it again.
This time,
no problem. We'll let you.
We're giving you a lifetime ban on owning handguns.
Well, we'll give you another.
You weren't allowed to own them before, but this time we're giving you a lifetime ban.
Hang on. Role play with me here for a second. I already have a lifetime ban, Judge. I think you gave it to me last time.
I'm going to give it to you again.
Well,
this time again, you get another lifetime ban.
Do I?
Now it's 2 lifetimes.
2 lifetimes.
Extra.
Current in Canada,
Okay.
so we probably couldn't do that because it'd be unconstitutional.
But you're still allowed to be released. I'm going to make the cops. They're going to be responsible for your conditions. Your conditions are going to be, you can't hang out with Sally or Sarah, but you can hang out with Sammy. The cops have to watch you and make sure you're not hanging out with those 2 other people.
But I can go right now, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
We don't want you in our prisons.
And that is literally how it works, folks.
That's how Canada works. Oh my gosh!
Except you should have been stealing a car while you're doing. You like steal the judge's car on your way out.
Judge's car.
The judge's car.
And also, like, I don't know if anybody like just the true the like mind-numbing craziness that is our legislative body now. You can shoot at someone, and that's not attempted murder necessarily. That's not a guaranteed attempted murder charge anymore. You can discharge a firearm.
You can stab someone, and it's not attempted murder either.
Oh, I know that happens all the time. Like,
which is crazy because you stabbed them. You stabbed them. You let the juice out. That's attempted murder. Come on.
We need the juice. We need that stuff.
It
needs to stay inside.
Oh gosh.
Oh no.
And the funny thing about all of this is any sane people would look at all of this and go, this is crazy. And yet people that are in the system are just like, that makes sense.
Yep.
No.
Jejico bought a Ruger PC Carbine on November 30th. Transfer went through, but not shipped yet. Is this still going to show up? I bet you it's gonna.
Good.
It will. If the transfer went through, it's yours.
It didn't go through because Canada Post wasn't accepting shipments, but that gun is yours. It's going to arrive, and you get to take it and
lube it,
put it to the side.
And don't forget when you switch the stupid Ruger magazine out for the Glock magazine to really tighten down, get some Loctite and tighten down that the screw. It's the
The
schnauz.
action screw on it.
The action screw. Tighten it down because you're not going to get to take it out and play with it for a while, and you just want to make sure that gun's ready to go if you ever need it.
Mm-hmm. Bell C75 was the release one. The Bell.
Oh, the C75. Okay, thank you. They reuse numbers, and so there's been a couple of. I've been doing this too long.
Yeah, Mr. Balkan saying, "Are we sleeping or are we sheep being led to the slaughter?" First gen Canadian here. I don't get it. This is just politics. This is part of the Liberal Party is really focused on gun control. When they're desperate, they put things out. It doesn't make sense. They did consultations last time in 2020.
Consultation.
And no, they did. Rod was part of it. There were some police departments are part of it. They didn't use any of the results.
No.
They just did what they were going to do the whole time. They said they're going to start up a new advisory board. I wouldn't expect that they're going to use any results from it unless they fully stacked it and they're just completely.
I suspect that most of the people on it will be the Canadian Coalition for Handgun Control.
Yeah,
maybe. Maybe.
A lot of them.
Yeah, that's entirely possible. Yeah. Oh, and a TM22. TM22 is still good for now.
Yeah.
Lesson is laws don't matter. No, the lesson is that the laws that are going in right now are highly likely to be changed in 9 months.
Yeah. Obey the laws because the consequences for not doing so are bad.
Oh, there's a good one that just came in here. Sorry. Yeah, I just sold a restricted FX. The transfer went through, but Canada Post Strike still in possession of it. Am I good to transport it, the firearm? So you should be. That is how it works. I am not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. I would perhaps contact the firearms program, like the CFP, and just like double confirm that. But that is how it worked with the prior bans.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to need an ATT to take it to the post office anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, but it sounds he won't anymore. But yeah,
Well,
yeah,
the post office is open.
To go through.
So funny post office story, real quick aside on that. I once went to the post office with my ATT because I had a handgun to sell to somebody, and the post office had a flood. So they were closed. So how do I get home with my handgun? I legally can't go home. So I phoned the CFO and they told me not to be an idiot and just go home. But I asked them if they were willing to put that in writing in an email that I would be violating the law, and they were unwilling to put it. So I actually made them give me an ATT for a 15-minute period to get from the post office to my house.
Yeah.
Good man. I've done some similar shenanigans with them.
Yeah.
This was a fun one because I had the answer to this. If your range has been certified by the CFO for the use of prohibited firearms, then yes, you are allowed to shoot your banned guns in your basement range.
If it's certified for prohibited firearms,
For
that
prohibited
class,
firearms.
that
For that-
class of firearms,
Yes.
that's gonna be a hard one to get.
Yeah, tell me about it.
18, trying to get into the gun hobby. How am I supposed to begin if they're trying to ban all semi-auto? It feels a waste of time. You may have to get in. You may have to get into something like a different form of the hobby. You're not going to get into 3-gun. You're not going to get into IPSC, PRS, or PS. Or PS is more.
ORPS. Yeah, you're right.
That's
you're
what
right.
I would do. Or NRL 22.
Shotgun.
But like honestly, Fran, if you're just starting, get yourself your gun license because you're 18. Go get yourself a 22. Go get yourself a cheap shotgun. And go get yourself an inexpensive, consumer bolt gun, something like in the 110, 111 range. And by the time you're good with those, all this stuff's going to be sorted out. You're going to have some base skills, and you're going to be looking at what's next just as everything comes back on the market. Make sure you have your RPAL, though.
Yep.
One guy was saying you guys are too calm. Yeah,
Sorry, I'll wave my hands around some.
It's because we know that this is all changing in a year.
Yep.
Who cares?
Yeah.
And besides that, we're 4 hours into this.
Yeah.
I know.
There's no energy.
Watching
left.
that, I wouldn't call myself calm when I was watching the announcement.
I was inconsolable while that was going on.
Yeah.
It was good I was in the garage.
Mostly because you were watching propaganda, right? Mostly because they were talking about like,
I usually can't.
This is going to help everything. It's going to help femicide and blah, blah, all this stuff from 35 years ago. It's going to be prevented because of all these new regulations and
Never again.
I muted it at one point when they were invoking the names of the fallen people, and I'm like, I do know that they missed one.
That is disgusting.
Yeah.
4 hours and how many drinks?
It's all gone. The schnapps is gone.
Yeah, there wasn't that much schnapps in there.
There wasn't. It was only 2 fingers. It's okay.
Yeah,
I had half a glass of water, so I should probably go get
I'm
some
the
more
heavy
water.
drinker. I had 2 Coors Light.
Pile up. I'm a bottle and a half into
there you
my,
go.
my
Okay.
wine.
No,
So I'm not the
that's
heavy
like
drinker.
That's like
I thought you had a
year worth of
glass.
wine
No.
for me.
I have a glass. It keeps getting refilled. I don't know how. Yeah, no.
Trying to keep positive. Yes,
You got to stay positive,
Gotta
guys.
stay positive.
No. This isn't staying like
Please be
2020.
positive.
We're good.
2020 was bad. This is fine.
Yeah.
This
Honestly,
is just a matter of
that's
time.
That's so true. Like I remember even before that, like the bleakness, I remember like 2019, because that was when things really, like the rumblings had already started. And I remember cracking open my safe that like one night. I was emotional. And I have a business license, goddammit. They can't take anything from me. It was still upsetting. I'm like looking at my safe, I'm like, oh, is there anything gonna be left? And then 2020
When's the rumbling gonna begin?
right? And then 2020 happened, and I'm like, oh, great. We got an apocalypse, and I didn't even get to shoot any zombies, and now they're going to take my guns away. And here we are 4 years later. Nothing.
Still got our stuff.
It's sitting on my shelf.
And the government has proven to be woefully incompetent, which I
I
take
was going to
comfort in.
say, yeah, you can't sometimes beat incompetence on a government level.
Nope.
Well, incompetence would be one way. I would look at it as the Liberals got what they thought they would get off the first round of announcements, which was they just wanted that high of the announcements.
And they have been playing that up for the last 4 years. Every time they get out, they're like, we banned all these assault weapons. Look how safe you are. But you haven't done anything with them. Look how safe you are.
Yeah, that's exactly what they wanted. Just the high of the announcement. They didn't actually do the work and see that nothing happened anyways afterwards. But yeah, it's great. It's great. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. That's we're positive because we know this is changing in a year, and we can afford to wait. I would think that if I was a 3-gun competitor and I had no extra rifle, and I really wanted to do 3-gun next year, I would be in a bit more of a bummer stage. And if I didn't have money for it, and that's all my money wrapped up into it, I bought a Bren 2. It's like, you know what? Buy once, cry once. I'm going to buy the Bren 2. And then this happened. I might be a little bit more negative. But right now I'm looking at like, I'll use my M1 Garand or my SKS, or I'll do some silly business with a bolt action. You know, it's fine.
Yeah. I'm looking at it like, hey, this is forced savings at a time where I shouldn't be spending tons of money on ammo anyway. So
Don't imagine you're that guy who's headed to the PCC Worlds and you get your plane ticket booked, and then
that sucks.
Yeah. For Taylor with him, and you know, they've got. I don't even know what they're gonna do. Like,
I have no idea.
They can't travel with those guns. They're gonna have to borrow guns when they get there.
Yeah,
they're gonna have to,
and they're not even gonna be able to train.
No.
Well, they could.
But unless they come down to this, dry fire, but
dry fire in the basement.
Mm.
They're both pretty good. So realistically, they'll dry fire in their basement. Hopefully, they know some Americans or some other people who can bring some guns for them, and then they're gonna bring a belt. They're gonna be going through customs, being like, "I'm going to this thing," and they're gonna be like, "Are you shooting? Yeah, I'm shooting there. Do you have any guns or ammo? No, I don't have any of those."
yes, I'm not allowed to.
Yeah. Not ideal. Not ideal for the competitor.
No.
And I know people that are real serious about it. This is literally their lives. So I feel very bad for those people.
Yeah, don't try to stir elections. Don't trust the cons. Doubt we're getting anything unbanned.
I mean,
maybe they said they would, so that's all we're going off of here.
All right. So I challenge this, and I challenge some of the FUD that's going on. That's not FUDs. It's a different term, but the fear, uncertainty. Anyway, I challenge that. I challenge that mindset, you guys. I really do. I don't think that that's healthy. I don't think it gets you guys anywhere. You know, you don't have to trust our government. You don't have to trust the elections. You can believe the cons aren't going to do anything for us. I think that would be to their detriment. We've got a change election coming up. There is going to be a change in all of the parties. Not only are we going to have a new federal government, there will be new people in the federal Liberal Party. There will be new people in the federal NDP party, because both of those parties are going to disappear. And everything's going to change. Landscape's going to change for a while. So don't be so negative.
And besides that, the Conservatives are literally the only party that is not openly hostile to Canadian legal gun owners.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
So they are your only option. And if you're thinking PCC, just go away and don't vote for Max. Crazy Max in this party.
Yeah.
They're useless and they stand no chance of getting any seats. So vote Conservative.
Yeah. The Greens are strangely not super hostile to the gun owners, which is interesting.
Yeah,
they want the guns banned. Yeah,
well,
no. You look on their website, they want the guns banned.
Oh, that's
the provincial ones, no, but the federal ones,
yeah.
They know how to keep guns.
I'm thinking about our provincial Greens.
Now, most of them I asked the Ontario ones, and they're like, whatever, as long as you're hunting ethically with your guns, I don't care.
I like this. Tom, I don't know that anybody has any real information on the Aboriginal exceptions right now, apart from what was in the original May 2020 gun ban.
Yeah, so same thing as back then. They said that if you don't have another firearm that's useful for subsistence hunting, you can use your non-restricted that turned to prohibited firearm. You can't use a firearm that was restricted that turned to prohibited, but if it was non-restricted before and it turned to prohibited, you can use it.
But as Dustin pointed out earlier for me in Runkle's video, it might be a bad idea to be doing that. Get your ass arrested, get thrown in jail, get all your stuff seized, and then
maybe they'll drop you off far outside the city and let you walk home.
That is all right. Now that's triggering. Okay, that is actually like my hometown bad habit. The police are famous for it. Jesus.
At least a nice night for a walk.
Something the cops have done, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to make light of like something that may have been traumatic or deadly for some of the people that are listening right now, but it's entirely possible.
With those police myself, and they are famous for the Starlight tours, like that. Yeah, that is a thing that has killed people where I'm from. So it's
also in Alberta.
And Alberta, it's
a
thing. It's a gross thing. Oh,
don't get arrested. Not worth it.
Don't get arrested.
Yeah. And again, as I pointed out, what happens when the cops show up at your house and they're like, oh, you were hunting with a BCL 102. You got an Enfield sitting on the shelf. That's appropriate for hunting.
That's the thing, right?
Let's see. They can't seize what they can't find. Yeah, I guess. Just saved up for a Tavor. Got $3,000 to buy something. What do y'all think? I think you should wait on that $3,000.
Yeah.
I think you should just put that off to the side. Buy some Cabela's gift cards when they go on sale. They're 10% off, and just sit on it.
Or maybe there's something you've been thinking about trying out.
Pixel, I see you. It's just a little nod. Yeah, you know what's up.
We did those in Alberta too.
No, I know. I just ask you to.
They do it here. They do it here. I've heard of it happening in some of my small towns around my area.
Mom was full native. You got to figure that out through your band and through her, right?
Yeah.
It's a great thing if you can, though, because the hunting regs, if you're native, are way simpler.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus government contracts. Be sweet.
Auto ordnance and folding and woodstock is best. I don't know which gun that you're talking about there.
And best purchase is probably talking about M1 carbines.
RCMP Sims are probably modded. Probably.
Sure.
Anytime you're online, just assume that the RCMP are following. That's why you always want to make sure that you're talking about legal stuff.
Yep.
Keep those illegal thoughts to yourself.
Yeah. Appears you've had a bit too much to think.
You're going to need a license for that.
Oh, God, we're getting there.
Yep. Yeah, we are getting there. Paid $1,900 for Cabela's for my A400. Cabela's now wants $2,500. Well, I don't know if that's a thing that's related today. It might be, maybe.
That could just be inflation. That gun's gotten more expensive, and it's also very good.
Took my mother about 8 years getting the adequate paperwork or heritage proof to get my status. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not true.
Yeah. Was the TM22 on the list? Not this time. Maybe in February.
After the hour, it's time for TM22 questions.
It is. Nanaimo Cabela's turning into Bass Pro. Yeah, they're changing the brand name on all of those. A lot of World War II firearms missed the list. I mean, that's one way of looking at it. Like the other way is like, is an SKS a high capacity detachable magazine semi-automatic firearm? Not really.
They don't care.
Is an M1 Garand?
No. Again, First Nations. So you got to have something to ban at the next election, man.
But SKSs just went up in value years after laughing at them.
Right? Yep.
Your Tapco stock just added an extra $200 on that thing.
Listen, strict alcohol. I don't think
that was a thing at one time.
Oh, wait. Sorry, that's the wrong one. I wonder what Gun Post is going to look like tomorrow. I was like working this hard this afternoon. So some people might not know, but I'm a staunch capitalist. I buy low, sell high. I want to make money on this stuff. It was a mess today. Oh my God. I was looking for the deals. I could not find them. And sometimes during these things, the prices go up.
Yeah.
For things that are going to be banned and worthless, the prices go up. People are like, yo, you want an X95? $3,000. Some of the businesses were selling them yesterday.
$2,500.
FOC, FOC had a price for X95s for $2,500, which is a great deal.
Yep.
But on the private market, they were all really high. All the prices were so high. Yeah. So yeah, who knows? And Gun Post tomorrow, this stuff's all prohib. Whether people buy it or sell it, it's against the law. So we can't really comment on that. But
yeah, I would expect they'll put up a post saying, hey, here's the guns you can't sell, and if they catch you selling them, they'll probably just go through to a mass search, delete all the posts with prohibs, would be my guess.
It's not worth it. Don't put yourself in that like legal situation.
No. And again, if you're thinking of buying something like that on Gun Post, chances are pretty good somebody in a uniform is selling that gun. So they do that. Yep. So don't do it. It's just dumb. Obey the law. Stupid law, but obey it.
Yeah. They took the Kodiaks too. Yeah, they sure did.
All the WKs.
The GSG MP40 was banned too. Yep. My neighbor had one of those. It's gone. Assault style firearms. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. Just pulled my AR-10 out of the safe. Well, just to clean it off and spray it down with some more oil, I hope.
Give it a caress soon.
Just put a Type 81. Now I got to go hunting or fishing.
Oh, there's a good one here. Ordered an X95 today. FOC canceled, saying they vastly oversold their actual stock. I believe that happened.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad they sold it.
Good. Awesome. Yeah.
Why even just discuss the batshit liberal plan of sending the rifles to Ukraine? We did a little bit earlier. We're 4 hours into this stream.
420. Oh, we're 420 out.
We're 420, baby. What do they want to send to Ukraine? Which guns?
The GSG 16. As soon as they open those boxes, Putin's intel guys will be like, holy crap, we're out.
Yeah. We are going to win this war, baby.
Yep, that'll be it. Russians leave when the GSGs show up.
Yeah.
I think they'll be excited to see the Type 81s, personally. They're going to be like, oh, China guns. This is good. Yeah.
760 by 39. We have some of this stuff. I'd really rather not use it. Yeah, no, they're into 545 by 39.
Yeah.
Of which we have none. We have some 556, and there's probably been some 556 donated to them. So that might be first slim.
Millions of rounds of 556.
Because they looked at the first list, I think I don't think there's an AR on there or anything. I think it's like your 50 cals and your rocket launchers and javelins that were on the first list, and they're using that. Oh yeah, we could use this stuff, even though they're not going to collect any of that stuff. Now they can say, oh yeah, we're sending this stuff to Ukraine.
Yeah,
all the RPGs that were in private hands are going to Ukraine.
Yeah.
The number is 0, but they're all going there.
I think out of everything on that list, the thing that truly would be useful, maybe the 50 cals. Like, that's something they could put to use in a limited fashion. Maybe.
Yeah.
You can kill a building with it. You can. I don't know.
Yeah, right. I still think ARs. I mean, they might take the ARs and issue them to like not frontline units probably, but like guards and
to civilians.
Guards maybe, and give them to civilians. Because I mean, they've got a ton of them. There's tons of those things over there right now. You see them not. I haven't seen any like with frontline units in videos, but I've certainly seen them sort of wandering around in random units. Yeah, got some ARs. So
seen the reaction on the Canada Guns subreddit. I watched that subreddit, not in the last 4 hours because we've been here. When do we think the libs are going after the bolt actions? Sometimes
1993, 1994, somewhere in there.
2030s.
That's when they first started. That's when they first started banning bolt action rifles of some sort. But the bolt actions will be the last. Bolt action hunting rifles will be the last things they ban because.
No, those will be bolt action sniper rifles.
Military style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those will be military. The MDT chassis stuff. That's military. That's scary. Can't have that. Detachable magazines. No.
Might as well pack it with Cosmoline. Yeah, Cosmoline's great for packing that stuff.
Like this one. Are the RCMP coming to see dealers now? No, it's actually Department of Defense that's going to be handling that side of things.
Yeah. It'll be fun. Your 18-year-old private just wheeling out a wheelbarrow full of AR-15s.
Yep. No, Department of Defense is dealing with the
D&D's doing it.
So supposed buyback from dealers.
Interesting.
How many companies did the Canadian government put out of business today? What do you guys
think? Today put out of business? Oh, a lot.
Every time they do
Crusader,
companies
Crusader,
go out of business.
Lockhart. Lockhart had business before the.
Well, they had business, but a lot of the business that they made parts for.
No.
Yeah. BCL.
BCL is toast. I don't think they're going to make it through this.
No.
Sterling,
thank you.
Sterling's out for sure. 4 maybe.
At least
lots
4.
Lots of little gun stores too. Like we were talking about that early. So many of the gun stores focus on competition shooting, and bulk sale of ammo and tactical style firearms.
This ban
Kodiak. So there's 5.
I think this ban, like the best analogy for it, this ban is that shot that you made on a deer that was lethal, but it took off running, right? Like. I think there's a lot of little stores that are mortally wounded. They just don't know it yet,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the liberals are like, perfect. We'll all be so much safer when that mom and pop hunting shop down the road goes out of business.
I love those shops.
Well, the liberals don't. So
I know.
Go do something else.
They'll claim we retrieved them. Would you want a semi-auto against a full auto? I think this is in regards to like Ukraine.
Yes.
Yeah, because if you watch troops in combat, 99% of the time they're firing semi-auto. They're not shooting their rifles full auto. That's why you have machine guns.
For the Ukrainian guys when they're in the trenches and they're
if you're in a trench, that's different. Or house to house, you may be full auto, but most of the time they're not shooting full auto anyway.
But I'll take a semi-auto over a full auto, or against a full auto versus a bolt action against a full auto. So
true. Yeah. Feels like the Ruger 1022 is next to be banned. I don't think so.
Nah, down the road.
Only if we're lucky.
Yeah. Can you still get the Valmet in Canada? Yep.
Still a few floating around on gun nuts. You see them pop up once in a while. $5+ grand.
15. Try 15. The last one I saw sold for.
Luckiest, this is talking about people in Ukraine. Luckiest person in Ukraine gets a G36.
Poor buggers.
The mags are rare, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and did they ever fix that floating zero problem with those things?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
How they plan to actually collect these firearms? Jackboot, no knocks on PAL holders at 2 a.m. So they talked about this at the SecU meeting today. And LeBlanc was talking real hot and hearty about this kind of stuff. But keep in mind, LeBlanc is like a guy with a toupee and makeup on. He's not a person to be taken seriously. And their government's going out of business. They're going to be bankrupt in 3 quarters.
He did say in French they're going to go kick doors in.
He did say that.
Implied that anyway. Didn't
They
say
said the
that,
police would be
certainly.
going to door. That's what he
To
said.
help
in French.
find those guns, yeah.
Yeah.
Heavily.
Vaguely threatening tone.
Yeah,
Yeah, they don't have any clue how they're going to do it. They have no freaking idea. They do not.
Yeah.
I don't know. They have a warehouse big enough in the country to hold hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of firearms. So,
Is Canadian military guys saying they can only use 20 rounds per week in practice? That I think that depends on the division and what's going on with those guys.
Yeah. A lot of well, at least my roommates that rings true. So
I would be shocked they shot once a week unless they're deploying somewhere.
Yeah.
So this is an interesting question because it was kind of hard to get AR parts in to the country from Brownells in the last 4 or 5 years. So maybe. I had added some items to one of Tony's orders recently here. And then when this happened, I'm like, oh my God, did that order go through? And he's like, no, they returned it because of Canada Post. I'm like, I told him to cancel my parts because I believe they will stop allowing a lot of these parts in. It happened before. I know, yes, there are some other guns that are in Canada that use buffer tubes, for example. Can I order a buffer tube in from Brownells? Maybe no.
I suspect if you started ordering a lot of parts for assorted now prohibited guns, you'd probably get a visit from the Canadian border guys to have a chat.
It happened more recently than this. The guy who was ordering in the Chinese charge candles for the Raven got denied, even though it's not for an AR-15, doesn't fit him. It's not for an AR-10, doesn't fit him. It only fits the Raven. Got blocked at CBSA.
Wow. Dirty.
So I think more parts are going to get banned. It's and blocked from import, rather than banned. Sorry, in country, I'm sure they're fine. They take the Brens for sure. They're already using them. Yeah. I think that's exactly correct. I'm not keeping up with these things. Holy.
There.
News guy said rapid fire semi-automatic. That doesn't mean.
Yeah.
I still order pistons from. That's the only thing they're going to be selling.
You know, mate, that might keep them no, because they won't be breaking them because you can't shoot them. I was going to say that might keep them in business, but you can't shoot them. So
I was going to say if you order,
you can't legally shoot them, but people are going to be shooting them, Kyle. They're going to be selling those pistons.
Yeah. I suspect the compliance rate on no shoot bad gun is it again. Also, it won't be 100%.
No, because it's ridiculous. But again, we do not recommend that you violate federal laws, no matter how ridiculous they are.
Don't do it.
Not online. No, we wouldn't do that. Drop GDP. Ukrainians better have their pals. I don't think they need them.
Yeah,
I don't want to be in Ukraine.
no.
Benelli's semi-auto 12 gauge banned? No, but their M1 carbine was banned.
MR1, yeah.
MR1, yeah.
MR1, thank you, yeah. Yeah, I think we're coming to the end of this. Sorry, there's lots of people on still, lots of questions, but I think we have more than covered this a couple of times over now.
Yeah,
anything else that you guys wanted to mention or hit on?
I'm just going to say it again. Everybody get politically involved on the federal level.
Yeah.
Volunteer your time. Donate your money. Talk to your MPs, whether or not they're friendly. I don't care if they're friendly. Still talk to them. And if they're friendly, volunteer your time if you can. And if they're not friendly, volunteer your time to their competitor.
Yep. Join your riding association. If you don't like the way it's going, get 15 of your friends together and just go take it over.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Policy
World
capture.
run by those who show up.
Yep. Everything was banned, but chill out. We'll see you guys
even banned Dave. So
That's true. That's true. I got banned. So.
Yeah. Everything
What
got
could be
banned.
next?
Yeah.
We'll see you guys again in October. Things will be fine.
Yep.
Enjoy your year. Talk to you guys later. Bye now.